It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. And out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder. And I think he might just find it.
Hello and welcome back, viewers, to LATAM League Upper Bracket Semifinals. I'm excited to be back. I'm Corback. Alongside me here, Flynn and Jonah, as we get ready to jump into our top four teams. Team Cruelty, Mayhem Evolve, Alpha Team, Six Karma. They're playing today. Our first match here, Jonah, Cruelty versus Mayhem Evolve. These four teams, they've all made a really good case for why they should be here. I don't think any of them are particularly surprising, to be fair.
Absolutely not. You've got four teams clamoring to make the major. Only one spot available. That's the tough part here about LATAM competition. One team seems like they have their eye on the prize a little bit better than most. Cruelty, who have been undefeated so far. But as you said, four teams who not only want to make it to the major, but very much have the ability to make it to the major.
No doubt about it. I think these are, a good set of teams, and obviously Team Cruelty the heavy favorite, but as we look at the bracket here, we'll see that, there's some potential, right? There's a little bit of room for growth here, Flynn. You could see maybe Alpha Team or Six Karma making a surprise run. It is best of ones, except for the lower final today, which is going to be, or the lower matchup today, which I think is going to be a best of three.
Yeah, so upper bracket's best of ones, so even that upper final is a BO1, and then anything that's elimination or, well, major sending is elimination game, is BO3. I think for both, or really for all four of these teams, the road is wide open. I think for everyone who's made it to this point, to the Final Four, they all have a different story. Some starting poorly, some starting hot, some, like you said, Cruelty, starting undefeated, but all it takes is one slip up here in this playoff bracket, and it's lights out on your stage and potentially your year as a whole. So lots on the line, especially for Cruelty, as a better placement at the Montreal Major relative to their Manchester performance. Could see them locking in enough SI points to make it on points alone, which would be interesting, especially with all the upsets in APAC as of late.
Yeah, no, we've been seeing some opportunities where maybe underdog teams have been getting some wins. You look at the LCQ, for example, over in NAL. We know that that is a possibility. Our first match here, it's a definite underdog match, right? Team Cruelty is very strong, 10-0 in the regular season, plus 45 round differential. Jonah, they're incredibly deadly, and I fear a little bit here from Mayhem Evolve that they have to go up against this roster.
It's tough. You're going up against a team who not only have proven themselves every single game they've gone out there, but we were asking at those last few days of the stage, we know this team is going to play a little looser. We know they're going to play a little bit to have more fun. Are they really going to keep the pedal to the metal and go for the undefeated streak? And the answer was, yes, absolutely they are. Even when playing a little bit more casual, even when having a little bit more fun with it, maybe not trying to reveal too much for this matchup now and for the matches to come, they still took the fight to their opponents and, well, took everyone down who stood in their way. So 10-0 is very impressive, and this is a team that expect to go to the major. They're certainly the favorites, and the three teams that surround them are really just trying to do whatever they can to take them down.
Yeah, no, definitely. And obviously, Mayhem Evolve, they're going to try their best. A roster that I think kind of came alive in the back half of the group stage here. I wasn't really around for much of this rise, Flynn, so I was genuinely surprised to see when I came back that they had done as well as they did.
Yeah, I think this is a team that, watching through stage 1 and the beginning of stage 2 this year, you could see that there is something there. You could see that the talent on the roster was evident, but maybe the cohesion, the synergy, hadn't quite been fleshed out yet. There was still an evolution for Mayhem Evolve. And they certainly found that in a hurry after Playday number 5. Coming to Playday 6, going on an absolutely meteoric tear, something akin to what we've seen from Cruelty or Vasco even in stage number 1. I think for this Maycam Evolve team, with the underlying talent suddenly being able to coordinate a little bit better and look more cohesive as a 5-man unit, as opposed to individuals having their shining moment, it does make them a true threat in the playoffs, because these fundamentals of teamwork are what are going to separate you from the teams that can shoot back versus the teams that can play a deep game of Siege.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I think that I would love to see great things from Maycam Evolve. I just worry, right, Jonah, that in this matchup against Team Cruelty, they don't have the weapons, right? Because you look at Team Cruelty, that roster, it's just guys who get frags, and it's never quite, you never know who it's going to be. Sometimes it's Dante, sometimes it's Pyrox. It feels like Maycam Evolve is almost a lesser Team Cruelty in that way, with like Infame and Redder and VJ, these players that can pop off, but not consistently.
Well, it's been Dirty, I think, who's been kind of the name we want to mention when talking about someone who can step up and make the biggest difference. He has been, strongest entry player, strongest overall EPS-wise as far as the stage goes. But you're right. I mean, you're looking at a team who, much like Team Cruelty, have that capability to pop off at any given time and have that kind of depth. But can they harness it here against their toughest opponent they've ever had to face, right? That's the big question we're asking now. They obviously are on a hot streak, 5 wins in a row, but this is going to be tough. It's Cruelty. They're not a team that goes down without a fight.
No, definitely not. And we, our map pool here is probably going to favor Cruelty, presumably because of their major experience. They are the team in LATAM with the biggest map pool, but some of the LATAM standards, Skyscraper Bank, Flynn, those are already gone. Looks like we're going to Clubhouse.
Yeah, Clubhouse is an interesting decision, honestly. If you're Cruelty with the final ban, going down between Cafe and Clubhouse and opting to bring it to Club, like I said, it's an interesting choice. We'll see how it plays out, because it has become the norm. It has become the default map. After the removal of Oregon, it's your go-to day one. Every team learns how to play this map, and there hasn't been barely any innovation on the map in years. So for Clubhouse to come out with your playoff lives, not necessarily on the line, but the sending to the losers bracket certainly on the menu, then it's an interesting call for a team like Cruelty, who certainly displayed some excellence so far through the group stage.
Yeah, definitely an interesting call is where I'd kind of say that as well, because you're looking at a team that, well, doesn't necessarily have the best chances on paper against Cruelty, and they pick a map that isn't going to be much of a surprise, right? The biggest advantage I think that Maycam have coming into this is that Cruelty have played against every team in the North twice. They've never touched a team in the South this stage. They haven't played against Maycam. This should be unexplored territory for them. But you know what's never going to be unexplored territory? It's Clubhouse. It's a map that these teams see every day and know like the back of their hand. Is this the place where I think Maycam can take down Cruelty, especially in a best of one? No, I don't think this was the best call, but again, it's not just about this matchup. They do have that best of 3 later on today if they lose here, but I think they've walked into potentially giving themselves more work than they would have liked.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. I mean, we talk, like you said, Flynn, basic map. It doesn't really matter if you start on the defense or attack here. And we know that Team Cruelty knows their basic maps, right? We know that. It's just unfortunate a lot of these LATAM teams, especially from the South, they just don't have very big map pools. I mean, what, in your opinion, Flynn, would make him have to do here on this Clubhouse in order to get a win over Team Cruelty? Have you noticed a weak spot somewhere in this otherwise unstoppable juggernaut?
Not on the side of Cruelty, but I think the elevation of attacking performance for a team like Maycam is going to be a necessity on a map like Clubhouse. Again, Cruelty deciding to go here instead of Cafe. You take all the other bans out of the equation, just between those two. This is a lot of upset potential. This is a map that, Maycam do have a good shot to actually coordinate some nice attacks on it and have some explosive force that we've seen. Like Jonah said, Dirty having a wonderful entry performance on the stage, but the rest of the team showing some extreme lethality for the entirety of groups, especially on this hot run that they're on. It's an interesting one, and I think if Maycam are able to walk away with a couple attacking rounds that look impressive and can kind of put Cruelty on their heels,
sure,
this is all of a sudden a game that opens up wide.
I like the versatility that Maycam have showed us throughout the stage, and it's kind of been out of necessity because of their tough start and then their eventual bounce back. They've had to be a team that is willing to change things on the fly. I mean, you lose a game to T-Rex, a team that hasn't even come close to the playoffs in the South, but then you bounce back and then you win the next 5 games in a row, every single opponent, right? Like, that's the kind of thing that Well, it's what's going to be required of them. That kind of mentality, their ability to bounce back in tough spots like this. Like, no matter how much we say about this Mayhem team, we know they're going to walk into this and get a face full of cruelty that they have not seen before. And that is going to be no easy task to be able to recover from that. So right away, we're going to have to see them changing up the operator lineups, changing up what they want to do on the fly. I think starting off on the defense is great. It allows them to hopefully ground themselves and build that confidence before having to attack. But yeah, as we said, uphill battle here. Need to see them change things up on the fly if they want to have a shot.
To take the focus off of Mayhem a little bit more onto Team Cruelty, just because I think they're a very interesting team. Obviously, the last major they were representing LATAM. I mean, I'll start with you, Jonah, but I want to get your thoughts on this as well, Flynn. Do you think this is a better version of Team Cruelty than we saw in Stage 1?
Yes, and I think that is indicative by their record. I think this is a team that, well, on paper, the addition of Dante coming into this team was like, oh my God, like this might be the most unfair roster we've ever seen in LATAM. Now, I did have my doubts coming into the stage based on some offseason performance problems they had. Didn't look like Dante immediately clicked with the roster. But once they hit the stage, once they hit the ground running, I mean, this thing, I mean, it felt like it was open and shut. You've got a team that is, I think you look across every region, there is no more heavy favorite to go to the major than Cruelty is in LATAM. We have seen pretty big upsets. We saw this in OS. We've seen ridiculous, oh, you're 10-0 and then you lose in the playoffs. That can happen.
It can.
But they are still such a heavy favorite that they really do have the upper hand here. As long as they don't let that go to their head, they should be all right.
Yeah, I think the real evidence that you need for how much of an addition Dante was to this Cruelty roster is to understand how much of a subtraction it was for Vasco.
Yeah.
That was a team that looked on a warpath. They made it all the way to the grand finals against Cruelty in stage number 1 of the playoffs. This stage, we did not see the Vasco of stage number 1, and that was their only change. So to see the loss and the hole that Dante left on that Vasco roster, and to see the improvements that Cruelty have made from being a major attendee to now into stage 2 being flawless so far, it's a big level up.
Definitely, that's a very interesting perspective on it, and it's incredibly accurate, actually. But I'm excited to be back in LATAM. I'm excited to get into this game, and of course, I'm excited to turn it over to you guys here for our first match of the day.
Thank you, Corbett. Well, this time we are actually ready to go as we dive into our first matchup of the Final Four. As you can see, both teams in person on a LAN environment for the first time this stage. So always worth considering just how that will slightly change how these teams want to approach things in the game. Plus, love a little trash talk that we might not just see in the lobby, but in person. We'll get some energy going, and we'll get this first match started between Cruelty and Maycam Evolve. Finally, the North and the South unite, and it is the 1 seed of the North, Cruelty, against the 2 seed from the South, Maycam Evolve, to see who can move to that upper bracket final.
Yeah, the LAN portion of this should not be discounted. It's a big change coming from playing online. And for Maycam, who weren't in the Final Four for the South last stage, this is a team that hasn't really done this, at least that we're aware of on LAN. So this is a big change up for Maycam Evolve. For Cruelty, on the other hand, another day in the office between Stage 1 going to the Final Four, then going to Manchester, then Esports World Cup, and now here in Stage 2, it's just another run around the block for Cruelty. So much more experience in a new setting, in a new position. Obviously, it's not your chair, it's not your desk, it's not your monitor even, so things do feel a little bit different when you change setups. Cruelty will just have that much more expertise in adapting to new environments. And we see a CCTV defense coming out from Maycam Evolve, who will start Clubhouse on the defense. And for the time being, we have an opportunity to see Cruelty begin things onto the attack. We only see the Thatcher and the Thermite being brought out. Initially flexing a Hibana, but opting to get rid of it as there's no Maverick on the board and the Blitz was banned away. Plenty of options now for the attacking side to have some different options when it comes to Breach.
Well, lots of options here on both sides as well. I mean, you think about that plant denial, that area denial on the side of Maycam Evolve. Of course, Dirty with those Kiva barriers will be the main focus of this defense on this garage position as he looks to lock down Rafters, supported, of course, by the Castle of Infame down below. Good progress, though, already from the side of Cruelty. They've got that angle open they need if Dante wants to send a bolt or two over towards that main platform wall. But starting here on CCTV and Cash, I think is surprising enough, Flynn, and a site that I feel like has fallen out of favor, at least in 2024 in general. Seen it come back in Stage 2, of course, but that basement site being on the board here and not seeing this first, well, we'll see if that comes to bite Maycam in the back if they're not careful here. They will lose the first body, and that's VJ, the Valkyrie, who goes down first. So, well, the person who put those cameras out will be relegated to camera duty for the remainder of this one. Pyrox, though, as he makes his push up towards the wall, or the doorway, I should say, down in secret, he'll take the next fight and win it as well. 5v3, Cruelty already up by 2 men.
Well, we see quite the engagement downstairs. Pyrox able to walk away on 11 HP, though. So, like you said, Jonah, the 2-man advantage, it's going to be dropped to 1, as Redder is allowed to press all the way up to the platform breach and peek on out and clean up what was left of Pyrox on the Zofia. But the damage has been done, being able to negate any bandit tricking out towards the platform wall. It's not going to stop Redder from going heavy on the swings. There goes Fatal as well as he drops from the roof. And he drops to his immediate demise. 3v3 from the depths of a 5v3 disadvantage. All of a sudden, there's a shot here for Maycam Evolve to be able to persevere and claw back the round. The toxic gas comes out towards CC window. In the midst of the 3v3, still no Rafters control attained as of yet for Cruelty's attacking side. That's exactly what Dante is here to do with the Capital asphyxiating bolt. Trying to push Dirty back towards 90 into a vulnerable position. Courage taking damage, Redder falls, and now it really is just up to Dirty inside of the garage. He's able to win his 1v1 against Dante. Last 2 remaining attackers separated as the vault comes in the CC window. Dirty for the double, looking back towards the breach. Give them all 3, and Cruelty will drop round number 1 after having the 5v3.
Well, that's why Dirty is the #1 rated player on this team and has been for a while, and it's why we highlighted him coming into this match. He is the reason that Maycam pulled out that round. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was in a do-or-die position, and frankly, it looked like he was going to die. He was in a brutal 3-way crossfire. He had somebody on the CCTV window, somebody on the breach, and fire coming from below in Rafters. Eventually, you actually had somebody on the stairs going for the fight. I mean, he was in a brutal position and gets all 3 kills to close that one out. Very impressive. It looked like there were going to be 3 attackers bearing down on his position, not the other way around. Talk about a way to begin this game for Maycam Evolve. And Cruelty, unfortunately, will not be able to claim the first round despite starting off so hot. A 5v3 that turned back into a 3v3 that eventually turned back into Dirty just wiping the floor with the rest of Cruelty. So that's what we want to see from Maycam on this defense if they want to have success. We said it was going to be an uphill climb the whole way, Flynn. Looks like they've already answered that call in round 1.
Well, with Maycam starting on the defense on Clubhouse, and yeah, we are notably on a tech pause after the conclusion of round number 1. So it's not the greatest of omens for how the night might transpire, but focusing back on the game. Clubhouse defense, we talked about the attacks being pretty crucial for Maycam Evolve. However, like you said, Jonas, CCTV, not the favored bomb site statistically on Clubhouse these days. It really has been relegated to a 3rd/4th tier bomb site, where it's the end of your rotation, and it usually isn't your primary. And yet, being able to win there, also a promising sign for Maycam, especially being able to apply aggression. We talked about Cruelty being a team that wanted to get into the face of their opponents and bring the aggression to everyone on the server. Well, Maycam said we can match that and one more. That was a very impressive defensive hold. CCTV cache victorious. That now gives a lot of freedom to Maycam on the defense for their first rotation of bomb sites. Be able to pick and choose where they want to go as the secondary. And now it's an opportunity for Maycam Evolve to get on a bit of a run and potentially go for the upset. It's a best of 1 to put yourself into the playoff upper bracket finals. Now for Cruelty on their back foot after round number 1.
The start of that first round, though, I think a great indication of the danger that Maycam face every single time they load into a round, and that is that Cruelty are going to start off so strong. Obviously, Maycam were able to come back, and that's great, but the start of that round was still concerning if a pattern were to emerge from that. Cruelty were able to just walk in, kind of have their way with the map control, won back-to-back gunfights, really set themselves up well. Of course, the comeback from Maycam is what made it happen, but that was a start for Cruelty to remember. Looks like Maycam are trying actively to remedy that. You see, not only is Kurz trying to stop these X-Kairos from breaching the dirt wall unsuccessfully, but Redder is swinging and taking these gunfights outside in the construction spawn. So is Infame. He'll claim the kill, eventually gets traded there by Ivan, who ends up with 2. Is Dirty also goes for a gunfight there? You're seeing Maycam play extraordinarily aggressive up above, and while it may have worked to get them the first and now the second kill for them, they also lost 2 bodies in the process.
We talked about Maycam Evolve. Their first run through the round robin was devastating. It was a 1 regulation win, 1 overtime loss, 3 regulation losses. They were staring down the barrel of a 1-4 record and not in a playoff position at all. Come the conclusion of Playday number 5. We've found ourselves at the conclusion of Playday number 10 with Maycam Evolve pressing for the number 1 seed. That certainly was the moment after 5 where we saw the switch get flipped for Maycam Evolve. We're seeing it here as well. Maycam pressing the advantage and not looking like they're going to be a team that's going to back down from their opponent regardless of pedigree on the other side of the server. Cruelty, like we talked about. Lots of LAN experience. Having that stage 1 victory, going to Manchester, going to the Esports World Cup. This is a very different universe for Maycam to be in, and yet it does not seem to be deterring them in their energetic activities. Still trying to push the pressure up against Cruelty, make them win, make them regret the choice of Clubhouse over Cafe that we agonized over on the desk pregame. It's an opportunity now to explode into the bomb site for Cruelty, though, and level the score.
Ivan already with 2 kills on the round, looking for his 3rd as he swings around Moto. Not quite deciding if he's going to go for that Moto push or swing around towards the back of Armory itself. Looks like it's down the long hall he goes, armed with some intel. He swings around, blindsides VJ, Redder is gone, and Kurz hits the floor soon after. Ivan, 4 kills on the round for him, and a fantastic start and finish that time to round number 2 for Cruelty.
Much better response this time from Cruelty, being able to slow down a little bit in the mid portion of that round. We obviously saw the activities over towards stock. We saw Infame at the top of the main stairs getting the opener, but the immediate trades that followed for Cruelty, being able to level out in a 3v3, hit the brakes a little bit, and just ask everyone to regroup mentally and strategically. And there's a lot of admins talking to coaches, to players, so yeah.
We did
pause.
We did say, we were wondering, all right, we've had a lot of tech pauses here in LATAM remotely. When they go to LAN, does that number get worse or get better? I think we have our answer to that, Flynn.
Hey, we're 2 for 2. We'll see what the ratio is by the end of this. And
I will say, the coach in the back, for those of you that don't know, he was in Manchester. That's Cruelty's coach, Limon44, Julian Gonzalez. Intimidating presence, Flynn. I think it's fair to say. Like, I would not want to go up against Cruelty with him just standing all muscularly, intimidatingly in the back, you know? Like, I don't know. That definitely adds to the Cruelty mystique. Just had to, I know we were all thinking it. I just needed to put it out there.
Just had to vocalize it. You had to get it out there for everyone to hear. Looks like we're getting headsets back on, so doesn't look like it's going to be lengthy of a tech pause. But returning to the focus, which is the game, again, for Cruelty, being able to slow things down and being able to address the problem head on, which was being able to trade out the aggression being brought forth by Maycam Evolve, it is commendable. But again, I do worry for this Cruelty team. Opting to come to Clubhouse, it just sets the perfect ground and the perfect opportunity for Maycam to be the upset merchants and to continue on the trend of upsets that we have seen globally so far. Korvac touched on the NALCQ. You can talk about Bleed and SEA. You can talk about Chiefs and OS. You can talk about PSG Talent in Korea. There have been so many upsets of teams that we expected to potentially move forward in their playoff brackets and qualify for back-to-back majors, and yet they will be absent. We could be following a similar trend here. 10-0 run in the group stage for Cruelty, much like we saw from Bleed be flawless in their group stage at a 7-0, 0-0 record, and ultimately falling in the grand finals to elevate Cruelty. They did well in the group stage, like you said, to hide maps and to be able to play the way that they wanted to, which was very loose, very aggressive. They might be running into an opponent here on a map. Just opens up the opportunity and opens up a window for Maycam to take advantage of.
Well, the major difference, I think, between round 1 and round 2, and something we might be seeing again here in round 3, just the aggression from this Maycam defense. They did not like how quickly Cruelty were able to kind of take over the map in that first round, and, well, we saw them really aggressively try to get in the attack's face in that second one to some mixed results. But that seems to be their strategy going forward. They have now backed off at least towards the site, or at least closer to this extension up above in CCTV and Cache. So not necessarily swinging like we saw Kurz doing a moment ago, but still actively taking map control and trying to maintain map control at the very least. Now that's going to get a little bit more difficult when Cruelty come bearing down. VJ is experiencing that firsthand as he takes a bit of damage and is now forced to fall back. You had Ivan down below, who was doing what he could. Take a look at Dante, though, right at the door of construction. He's got 2 kills, and Maycam were just not expecting such a swing that early. Good move from Dante to take advantage of that. Now the 3 Maycam defenders remaining, well, they're thrown into a bit of chaos, no doubt, on the back foot.
Well, Cruelty demonstrating that they're able to adapt to the situation in front of them. We see much less aggression coming out from the side of Maycam Evolves as Infame tries to persevere inside a gym, throwing a Kiba on the wooden barricade, and he will catch the rotation of Ivan through the gold rotation from Logistics. So suddenly, Dante has to try and put on his cape and take over the round for the second time. Nice shots from Kurz from in the depths of bathroom, but he can't hit the transfer onto Dante. Back-to-back 4Ks from a Cruelty attacker. This time Dante, last time Ivan. The result is the same though. CC seems to be the only safe haven for Maycam.
Sometimes that's all you need, though. One player doing all the work. You have Ivan doing it the last round, Dante doing it this time. I mean, heck, it was Dirty for Maycam who did the majority of the work that first round. So I would say 3 rounds in a row where we've seen some pretty significant hero plays to pull the round back for their team. not a pattern that either team wants to be the defining factor, the defining presence of their, well, team on this map, but it is still enough to establish a nice 2-1 lead for Cruelty. Dante, of course, was able to start all of that by just a nice choice of walking up to that con door, that bedroom door, before Maycam were clearly ready for it. Only a second ago, it felt like, did the CCTV cache extension fall? Did Cruelty successfully take that control? So naturally, the reaction from Maycam is that they might have a second or two to breathe, that they don't immediately need to turn their eye towards construction, because it's still going to take Cruelty a second to drone out the Logi cross, to drone out construction. But one crucial element of that defense that was missing was a Logi presence, was somebody watching that cross, watching construction to prevent that very thing. A combination of that one missed element and, well, some good positioning and nice timing on that decision from Dante allowed that round to really open up and Dante to take over. So giving the buck now back over to Pyrox as we dive into round 4. You've got Dante rotating over to the ace, so a bit more of a supportive role alongside Fatal as they work another CCTV cache attack.
You can see Cruelty, like you said, being able to capitalize on the lack of action that we saw from Maycam. As soon as that bailout happened from Cash, Infame, though, getting the opener. Like I said, maybe CCTV and Cash is just the position for Maycam to play off of. Certainly, in terms of garnering some picks and applying some aggression in some unusual places around the map. You see downstairs as well, Ivan was prepared for the follow-up, but instead, he'll turn his attention over towards VJ at the bottom of the oil pit, droned out. Taken out of play by Ivan down below. So leveling the man count. Here comes Infame, re-swing the position, looking through the metal grates, and he is able to hit the hedge, or hit the lethal blow finally, but in response gets downed from down below. A 1-for-1 trade. Now Dante pushing into Lounge has the opportunity to clean up onto Infame. But he's going to bait this out and wait to see if anyone will go for the revive, and they will. Dirty comes down from the rafters position. Dante cleans up, and he's only good for 1. Dirty! He's able to survive on 20 HP. Deagle out in desperation, trying to read the response from everyone on the side of Cruelty. But that leaves Fatal and Matumbo alone in the 2v3. They know that rafters is vacated because Dirty left the position, but still a mountain to overcome.
Crazy that Dirty was able to win that gunfight. I could have sworn he got rid of every single bullet in the mag, but still had a few left when it came to Dante's swing. I think that's what he was expecting as well. Wait till, well, just about every bullet in the mag is gone. Wait till the reload and then eventually take the fight. And it really nearly worked. He was just a couple of bullets shy on his count. So Matumbo and Fatal, as you said, they've got Dirty low, but 2 other full HP defenders, and now that Fatal's taken a good bit of damage from this toxic smoke, it's not going to make this any easier, as they only have 30 seconds left to actually make something happen. Fatal cannot survive the cross, and Matumbo cannot survive the smoke. Thought he was outside, still catching a bit of the toxic babe. So he goes down, and Maycam Evolve seems that, well, they've got that bomb site on lock. CCTV and Cash, it goes their way again.
CCTV Cache, like you said, Jonah, looking like a home and a safe haven for Maycam Evolve, and all it really comes down to is being able to replicate similar performances on a different bomb site. It's a 2-2 scoreline, and I think right now for Maycam Evolve, deciding whether they want to head back downstairs to the basement and employ that same aggression that we saw in their first attempt, or if they want to peel back and play a little more reserve like we saw in their gym bedroom defense. There are some options here, and there is some versatility to this Maycam lineup in terms of how they play. Instead, we're going to see them return to the basement. We'll see how much of an extension there is, how much pressure is applied to the top 2 floors, or if we're going to see a Maycam Evolve that really does just want to take what they can get from within the bomb site. You've got reinforcements, though, onto the jacuzzi wall, which certainly tells us that for Maycam Evolve, they don't really have too many designs of sitting in the bomb site and waiting for Cruelty to come to them. Instead, they're going to take the fight to their opponent, which has been pretty successful at catching some Cruelty attackers off guard thus far, and has been successful in bringing back man deficits in the rounds. Very impressive to see so far for Maycam. It's just a question of how long can they keep it going before Cruelty adapt.
We talked about how important it is that Maycam adapt, but, well, we know that Cruelty have done that all stage long. It's the reason they've been able to stay at 10-0. all your opponents, when they know you're the number 1 seed, are going to adjust, are going to counter strat, are going to do whatever they can to take you down. If you want to stay undefeated, the only way to stay undefeated through 10 separate best of ones is if you are able to change up that strategy on the fly, make something change, make a change or two, make it work. And Cruelty, well, I think a defining characteristic of their team has been their ability to do that. So still 2 rounds to go on this attack and could still adjust in their own right, as we could assume. Nice position here, though, from Infame that is going to make this ever more difficult to do. In the corner, supported by double Kiba barricades here, so good position for him to be. Matumbo, as he joins the rest of this Cruelty team and trying to work their way into the building, though, will just start to make some steady progress. I mean, the feeling of this round is already a little different than what we saw last time Maycam trying to defend this. A lot less presence from this Maycam defense on those top 2 floors. None, in fact, as Cruelty have been able to make their entry up above, transition that to the first floor without much trouble at all. All of these Maycam defenders down below waiting for Cruelty to make their move. It has taken them a good bit of time. There's only 1:20 left. But they do have the control they need to open up these hatches, open up the floorboards, and will begin to deal with some of this utility as it is positioned down below.
See Maycam evolve, certainly making the adaptation, even with reinforcements up Jacuzzi side, instead electing to go for the peel back immediately. Sounds like we're getting some comms coming through.
Looks like we turned those down here. As they are in Spanish, obviously, we won't be able to understand those, but the Spanish broadcast still making sure that they can showcase what these players are talking about as they make their entry into the site. There's Ivan again, who goes nuts. Dante and Pyrox, though, they're the next 2 important ones for Cruelty as this diffuser goes down. A 2v2 and a 2v1 as VJ on 8 HP is the only one that can stop this successful Cruelty attack from exploding into the site and winning the round. Talk about a rapid execute. I mean, you heard the chaos in the comms, but it was, well, controlled chaos, and exactly what Cruelty needed to make that happen. A 3-2-1 go. They take the control, they get the diffuser down, and traded every single kill they needed to come out on top.
Now we get to see Cruelty be able to put another one back on the board on the attacking side. I'm talking about Maycam Evolve's attacks, potentially being a difference maker in this matchup, the best of 1 to try and send themselves to the upper bracket finals. And yet, we're starting to see Cruelty come to life on the attacking side and certainly make their presence felt. And responding to the early round aggression that we saw from Maycam, the Jacuzzi reinforcements coming out from Maycam's defense, and a bit of a roam in towards Kitchen, over towards the main stairs as well for Maycam for 2 defenders. And yet they fell back relatively early on without a whole lot of resistance being brought. And Cruelty, for the most part, opting to go top floor as their beginning point and utilizing a majority of the map clear, trying to go top down, which just meant that Maycam on their peel back, they surrendered a lot of map control very early on. And Cruelty were able to assess the situation and work the kitchen floor, work the bomb site itself for a majority of the round, leaving Maycam's defensive anchors in vulnerable positions. So, we see Cruelty get their 3rd attack. Can they get 4? Can they have the 4-2 lead into the side swap when we really need to see a Maycam Evolve attacking force that is overpowering to be able to clinch a victory? Or can Maycam tie things up here on the defense once again, trying to employ more aggression from the gym bedroom bomb site this time?
Let's see if Maycam Evolve can make the adjustment we've asked them to here. Come out with a win. Go into this half at the 3-3 split. Looks like Cruelty want nothing to do that, though. Look at this aggression. A quick move from Ivan. Picks up a kill, and now they begin to take control. Fatal. Ivan. Fatal again. And Dante to close it out. Cruelty. Look at that flood, and look at that beautiful round win. They go into the swap leading by 2.
Good recognition there from the side of Cruelty to be able to isolate the weak point, which was main stairs. Not often you get to say that, but we saw the Finka entry below inside of Kitchen undisturbed. There were kill holes that were pre-placed inside of logistics that just weren't being manned from inside of Logi. So it meant that there was free access downstairs inside of kitchen to the bottom of main stairs. And on that call, Cruelty able to hit the gas pedal as hard as humanly possible, flood in on the backs of the Candelas as well, and certainly have an explosive end to the first half, which will then see them transition to the defensive side up 4-2. So pre-game, talked a lot about Maycam's ability to attack and be explosive in their own right. They're going to need to be if they're going to bring this back with a semblance of a close game, or else this runs the risk of Cruelty beginning to run away with their 11th BO1 victory of the second stage this year. And a little bit of talking. We saw this a lot last year between Cruelty and Vasco specifically. But this is the nature of being on land in the same room as your opponents. You gotta deal with them just being feet away from you as opposed to being online and really only having a keyboard between you and your opponent.
Take a look at Ivan's stat line. Bottom left, 8 and 4. Dante, 7 and 4. Two people who have absolutely taken over these last few rounds. Ivan been so good at just initiating these gunfights. We've seen both him and Dante stepping up, putting themselves in very aggressive positions, but positions to thrive. And it's interesting that we're seeing that dynamic emerge here. Typically, it's been Pyrox and Ivan kind of in that position during this stage. Dante kind of been stepping back into more of a leadership, more of a flex role. Right now, though, in this game, on this clubhouse, he seems to be on the forefront of the fragging capabilities of this team. Not that he is happening into that by accident either. Very much intentionally putting himself in those positions. We mentioned his aggression, his early step up and willingness to take gunfights, but you're also seeing it again here on the defensive side, even as the Azami, the kind of first line of defense, so to speak, against the onslaught that is to come. Keeps an eye on those drones, so he'll deal with that as well, of course, and deny that utility. But as Maycam eventually work their way towards that side of the map, you got to imagine that Dante will be the first one to greet them. So keep an eye on how that dynamic changes if it is still Ivan and Dante at the helm there. But Pyrox, of course, as long as he and Mutombo, Fatal, still putting up the numbers, still doing what they need to do to contribute.
You can see Cruelty as well, employing somewhat of like a soft roam setup. We got barricades onto the pool table, double door into bar. Did have a bit of a stretch lounge side, but as soon as it was droned out, Cruelty immediately hitting the brakes and going back to the bomb site, which I think is a smart call. You're up 2 rounds already, and you've demonstrated the ability to play static and be able to play secure on a map like Clubhouse. Nitro cells, now the focus for Cruelty on the defensive side. As the kitchen hatch gets opened up, one nitro cell got EMP'd as it was laid right on the floorboards beside the kitchen hatch. The target for Maycam Evolve opening hatches and working down towards the basement seems to be in full force as we once again see the return of the Thatcher, this time with the Hibana to potentially pick apart the church wall. Maverick in play, but foregoing the Ace Selmas that are often used at the second turn for breaching onto the church wall. We got Candelas coming out now, flashbangs pouring in. The Nitro Cell does not connect, and VJ gets the opener, but immediately gets traded. Walking up, now Infame, going for the plant in the middle of Armory. The coverage from Kurz, able to keep him alive a little bit longer, and the plant is completed. Coming to the rescue, just a moment too late, is Dante, being held from up above. Kurz continues the overwatch, and that is Maycam Evolve winning their first attacking round.
That is a very unusual plant spot. And really, I mean, great that for Maycam Evolve that it worked. He's planting on the soft wall into the long hallway there. Typically, not something you're allowed to do unless you have, right, firm control over that hallway, firm control over Moto, bottom of main stairs. Looked like we did see that from Maycam. They had taken the control they needed, but it looked still like Cruelty should have been able to stop it. You had plenty of players in Church thriving. It didn't look like Moto had been fully taken over. So Maycam adjusting well on the fly there during the round, kind of identifying the positions of Cruelty and, well, just skirting around them narrowly, but skirting around them nonetheless, and being able to deny any sort of retake and, well, deny the plant denial to take that round win. So 4-2 to start. Obviously, the map for Cruelty, great way to begin, but Maycam Evolve already off to a good start on their attacking side as well. So that is a good sign of things to come as they win that basement execute. Looking at the past, though, taking a look into seeing, how much Maycam have actually played on Clubhouse, I think their hopes should be pretty good here, but we will need to see them bounce back, given that they came into the half down 2. They beat Knights here, formidable opponent, during the round robin. Ended up winning that game a score of 7-3, winning 5 attacks along the way. Then also in the opening round, or I should say in the second round of the deciders, in their first game that they had to play, they also played it against Vasco, winning it 7-1. They started on the defensive side. Great start, 5-1, so didn't need to see much of their attacks. But a 7-1 victory against an incredibly strong opponent, a 7-3 victory with 5 attacking round wins against another formidable opponent. I think this is... Yes, I think overall this map, we questioned their reasoning for going here, but there's no doubt, Flynn, that this is one of their stronger maps.
Getting some more comms coming through. I do think the big alteration that we're going to see here, and the one absence that we had in the first half from the side of Cruelty, was that of the Montaigne, or shield play in general. The Blitz is banned, and yet we didn't really see the presence of a Montaigne at all in the first half. Here in the second half, we now get our first emergence of shield play. Now, for VJ is the man carrying the diffuser and clearing out cash and CCTV side. They've been able to dissuade anyone from remaining in the position, and in fame, we saw from the overhead, very narrowly able to flick over and catch the frost mat. As the traps were laid, rafters, top red, and most likely one towards either the gym or master window. Now we've got the double reinforcement onto the Logi wall from construction, meaning that Cruelty intend to flood or funnel all of the remaining attackers through this construction door, and Redder is going to be able to persevere against Dante, winning that engagement, and now opens up a hole into the bomb site.
The same spot we've seen Cruelty thrive on this very site when they were attacking. Just swing the doorway, take a gunfight, win it, and now the world's your oyster. Now the site is opened up for you and you can make something happen. Redder, the same gunfight again, this time against Pyrox, but watch out for Ivan. He's got 3. Where is this happening? He lined up 3 attackers outside on the metal balcony, and now Redder has to completely pivot. A ruthless flank from the Frost will put this round, well, it feels like out of reach for Maycam. Out of nowhere, a complete stab in the back, and Redder cut down by Pyrox to end things in the site. But Ivan, welcome to defensive side on Clubhouse. And Maycam, well, they just got a full taste of what it feels like to miss a step and to forget to watch your back.
Yeah, crucial flank intel not had there for Maycam Evolve, because the beginning 2 minutes of that round, they looked very solid for Maycam Evolve. Cruelty forced to fall back, and even opting to double reinforce Logi Wall, which you don't see every single day as one of these strategies. This opener from Redder into Bathroom, but then Ivan immediately on the flank through CC. Even though this was the first position that Maycam attacked and cleared out, they didn't keep anyone or any intel in position to know of the return of Ivan, which is certainly a devastating error to make on this stage. Cruelty now 2 rounds away from locking this thing up, and once again see Ivan over towards Master, but the site is going to be CCTV and Cash. Not often to go back down to the basement just yet for Cruelty. They're going to put themselves on match point before they have to go back to the bomb site that fell.
Well, 5-3. Obviously, we know how strong Maycam can be on the attack, but no matter what they believe they can do on these attacks, this is still a daunting deficit to be in, especially as we get towards the end of this map. Only one more round. Cruelty will be on match point. And this is not a best of 3. Again, this is the final 4, but we're still going to see best of 1s in the upper bracket, best of 3s in the lower bracket. An opening kill, though, for Maycam that VJ is more than happy to secure. Ivan looks like he may have been trying to get a little too aggressive there. 11 kills to his name already in double digits here, but will not get a chance to contribute any longer in round number 9. So the rest of Cruelty, they're going to have to be a bit more careful here, as Maycam do want to work their way in. I mean, you got Matumbo up top. You got Fatal as well. Dante. trying to bandit trick the wall. Waiting for Dirty to do something from below. There he is, right in time as well. He takes care of Dante, actually gets the kill. Redder's been down, but a 2v3 or a 2v4, no matter how you want to look at this, looks like it will be that 2v4. And that'll be tough for Pyrox and Fatal to work their way back from.
Logic bombs ring out. Shots down through the floor from Fatal as he's trying to isolate at least one 1v1. Get back online and to be able to bring this round back within reach. Still lots of area denial utility as well between the Shamika launcher and 3 Toxic Babes in Pyrox's back pocket. With Redder low on health, carrying the diffuser. There's an opportunity here for the last 2 remaining defenders of Cruelty to make their final stand inside the bomb site and be successful. Asphyxiating Bolt comes out towards the platform wall, but Fatal still escapes the purview of both attackers remaining, and that is the diffuser. Surrendered to the back of Garage, attempting to walk up Blue, sacrificing one, but going for the trade leaves Fatal alone in a technical 1v2 with VJ revived now at the top of the red stairs, tries to get in position to clean up the kills with the Shamika launcher, but the catch from CC Window nets Maycam Evolve yet another attacking round.
A way to stay on their toes there for Maycam. I think that's, your biggest compliment you pay them after that one. Not only very aware of the possibility of some early aggression from Ivan, able to shut that down, but also able to get the kill onto the Bandit, trying to Bandit trick the wall. Now, is that also a little bit of Dante's fault that he allowed that to happen? Sure. But a kill that Maycam are more than happy to secure and push themselves into a very strong winning position. Not letting Fatal get out of there, of course, was the easiest task they had that time. A nice double swing on the top of those red stairs to make sure that even if one player went down, you'd be able to get that trade. So Maycam staying tight, staying disciplined there, and really impressive form for them, considering how this map has gone so far and what they've had to deal with on the Cruelty side. So Ivan, imagine he's not going to go for that same level of aggressiveness this time, considering how well Maycam just shut it down. Dante rethinking the reinforcement, and Pyrox coming to do it instead. Man, okay, there it is. So he gets that done as Dante, I guess, went upstairs because he still had some setup to do up above, as we are going to see Cruelty go for a fairly decent extension on this basement hole.
Yeah, Dante heads topside, and you can see quite the extension coming out with Ivan upstairs as well. Top floor being held quite actively for the Cruelty defense, which means that Maycam are going to have a lot to chew through, and Dirty is going to come to blows with Dante outside of the rafters wall, and Dirty's done a lot more damage than he's dealt, but then there comes Redder. Oh, on the roof from the CCTV window, Dante will get picked up. While Dante was able to deal some significant damage, and they still have to worry about Ivan roaming around topside. The opener once again acquired from Maycam Evolve. Red Ping's coming out onto Ivan as he will re-aggress through the gym rotation. And Infame has it red. Matumbo falls as well. Suddenly, everyone on Cruelty being put to sleep. Pyrox with one response to the kitchen hallway onto VJ. Nitrocell up the main stairs. It's heard and avoided, leaving Pyrox and Fatal once again in a 2v4.
But where is Fatal? That's the big question here. Pyrox appears to be the only one actually on the site. Fatal, we saw his outline a moment ago, over towards the secret side, but maybe still upstairs. There he is in Garage, droned out. So Maycam should know they would have a 4v1 on the site, but they also know that Fatal is also potentially easy pickings. Hard to give that up, but they will allow that opportunity just to pass them by so they can set up for a more composed execute, not trying to do too much here. Maycam really impressing in this round. They started off hot, and they are not going to let that get them into trouble. Not going to overheat here. Kurz shuts down Pyrox. Fatal, the only one who can stop this. That's not going to find much up above. Taking some damage left and right as the pressure just comes down all on all sides. Hatch still reinforced, and that's his only saving grace. But Dirty, he'll land the headshot. And that is it. Maycam feeling a little energy here. And now chirping back. Well-deserved as we are tied up at 5.
Kind of wish we had a 2-box there to under... Okay, I was going to say, I feel like Cruelty, they've been through this before. They're certainly not shy of receiving what they dish out. That is for certain. They do talk a lot, but they're also fine receiving it when they make a few mistakes. You can see the laughs coming out from the Cruelty side. Nice to see that they're not too stressed in a situation that has become a lot more contentious. It was quite the lead that Cruelty had, that 5-3 lead, being able to win off of Ivan's flank and be able to kind of feel like they were reasserting themselves in the position of the driver's seat of this match. Like you said, Jonah, all of a sudden, Maycam Evolve come roaring back into this match, mirroring somewhat the storyline of their stage as a whole. And now we stand at a 5-5 that's going to prompt the TAC timeout to be used by Cruelty to reorganize their thoughts, sort out what they want to do heading into these final 2 rounds, because we will need all 12 at minimum. This is a best of 1. For anybody who isn't aware of the structure, we got a best of 1 in the top side of the bracket, BO3's in the bottom side of the bracket, and for Cruelty, this is just one best of 1 away from the upper grand finals to send yourself, after one more best of 1, to the grand finals. If not, you're playing through a slog of best of 3s in the losers bracket just to make it back to the grand finals. So the loser of this game has a long road of painful best of 3s awaiting them. Neither of these teams want to be the team that drop. We're going to need at least 2 more rounds, potentially more.
We're getting an up-close look here at Cruelty as they get ready to head back into the lobby with some adjustments of their own. Maycam, they've been most impressive with their adaptability. We said that was a very distinct possibility here going into this match, and they have not disappointed. Cruelty, they've been maybe a half a step behind in terms of the adjustments they've made, or the pace at which they've made those adjustments. But now, after the TAC timeout, let's see what they can do. You saw their coach, Limon44 in the back, giving them the old rousing speech to get them back into this one. And all obviously, they've made a concrete change or 2. Ivan on the Scopos. You saw him place 1 shell down in the basement on the triple wall in church. The other one on the site. A perfect use of the newly introduced operator, who has really been used in a position to go for some dastardly flanks. I mean, when you can jump in and switch shells at any given moment and switch to the defender completely on the other side of the map, well, that's one way to very quickly surprise the attack if they're not ready. That is, of course, assuming that we are going to see some pressure from down below from Maycam. Right now, their focus is just going to be on getting closer to that site, opening up the wall, and getting some pressure into gym and bedroom. They were able to do this successfully last time, at least establishing that early pressure. So let's see if they can do that again.
You hear the zaps coming out from the clash, and it's shield on shield action. Jay walks straight up to the cash door towards construction. You're gonna go face to face, just on the opposite side of 2 impenetrable shields. Mutombo holding everyone at bay. The flashbang comes in through the construction door. For the time being, no damage being dealt other than the zaps from Mutombo onto VJ. Conwall gets opened up from inside of cash, and all of a sudden everybody, Cruelty, has to peel out of the position. And the last time that Maycam attacked this, they did a wonderful job at clearing out the cash contingent, being able to set themselves up for a nice execute until the flank of Dreams emerged. Ivan, not on the Frost this time, onto the Scopos like he talked about, being ripped apart to 6 HP and immediately has to peel off. Maycam, correcting mistakes of rounds prior, able to catch the flank. And even though Ivan is able to put himself back to 100% health in the second shell, he now has an opportunity to be quelled, and now Maycam Evolve, maybe staring down match point.
Well, Cruelty trying to throw every possible interference at this Maycam attack. Whether that is the clash, that's the Scopos, that's the little surprise from behind. So far, Maycam have been able to deal with it. It's just taken them some time. I will say 40 seconds is still a good bit of time left on the clock, considering how much progress they've made, how much adversity they've had to deal with. But now, when it comes down to the execute, this will still be fought in a 5 versus 5. So Ivan readying to defend a potential jump in through church, also keeping an eye, rightly so, on the main stairs. That's where Infame is coming from. Kurz and VJ grouped up on the windows, Metal Balk their position of choice. But as this attack gets ready, with 10 seconds, they've actually got to make the move. VJ in first, and he's team killed. The Monty shot in the back of the head. It is all chaos for Maycam, as Kurz now on 3 HP has to do it all himself. Mutombo bearing down on him, the shield in his face, and he ends it with a zap. Cruelty wondering where that Maycam attack went and how it just crumbled the moment they tried to push in.
Well, Cruelty, they got pushed to the brink, but they do not break. Now on to match point, after the conclusion of their tack timeout, being able to reorder and kind of set the tempo on the map. Their flank got caught, but still able to weather the storm inside of the bomb site, able to repel the entries. You can see as well, VJ, the man carrying the diffuser on the Montaigne, this is the first to die inside of Jim, and took a bullet to the back of the head from his teammate, which certainly didn't help matters. But the majority of that attacking contingent for Maycam just trying to flood in through the windows from Highway wasn't the best of strategies either. It's laying it all on the line for a couple of vault prompts that leave you in some vulnerable animations, and not a whole lot of teamwork being exercised on the collapse into the objective itself. So Cruelty, it's a lot closer than I think many pundits would have put. It's a lot closer than we expected coming in. But Clubhouse, it's one of those maps. You never know what can happen. Cruelty now on the defense to try and move on into the upper portion of the bracket and send Maycam, like I said, to that slog of best of threes for a shot at the major. It is double elimination, but it's quite the lengthy road through the losers bracket relative to the number of maps you have to play in the top side.
Well, the one troubling pattern for Cruelty that's emerged is that this bomb site down below Church and Arsenal, they are 0-2 on it on the defensive side. It was their first site of choice. They lost it. They tried it again in round 10, and they could not pull it out either. So this time, with a potential chance to close this one out in regulation, they'll hope that the third time is the charm. But really not making many changes at all. Returning to the identical defensive lineup they brought out in the first attempt of this site. We saw a more dramatic shift that second time around. They brought out the Valkyrie, the Castle, the Mute. Instead of a more site-focused hold, it was a bit more of a roam focus. This time, it's back to just sitting down below, not going for that extension, which feels like the right choice, given how both of those rounds transpired. So as they back off and reposition, Maycam, I mean, you're seeing the progress they're able to make. I mean, this is what happens as an attacking team when you don't have to worry about a defensive extension. Instead of reaching the first floor and opening up the hatch and opening up the floor with a minute to go, well, you can do it with almost 2 minutes to go, as Maycam are clearly proving here.
You can see the stacking the hard breach as well. They've got a little bit of excess, so they opt to use an exothermic on the roof. And to use some splash damage towards the church wall. And it does open up a small portion of the upper right side of the church wall through the floor. That is a known interaction. It's just not often used because it really just opens up the perfect hole for defenders to launch nitro cells through. As I say that, Ivan is able to get one, not through that hole in the church wall, but elsewhere. It's infamous. Meeting his demise explosively, Kurz dropping into the Moto hatch. As the last time that Maycam attacked this bomb site they planted inside of Arsenal, seems that Church is now the full focus for Maycam to keep themselves alive.
Here they go, Kurz tempting the swing, but just holding off a second, hoping to get some information from the Grim Bees, but nothing comes up with that just yet. There's the C4 from Matumbo. That opens things up, but not the way that Maycam were hoping for. VJ able to clap back 2 big kills. Pyrox also getting a little lit up here by Kurz on the long angle. Still 25 seconds, so Maycam, they can afford to reposition, regroup, and push another side. Dante waiting for this. VJ, though, he's not waiting any longer. Stepping up, going for the defuse. C4's already been tossed out, so that's a successful plant, and now a retake required as VJ gets himself a triple. Pyrox able to shut down Redder, but VJ cannot be stopped. He's on a quad, he's hunting for the ace, and he will get it! Another round, but this time it is one man who does all the work for Maycam to send us to overtime.
Again, not sure what he's yelling, but I think I heard the number Cinco in there, and yeah, that's 5 picks and a plant. He basically did just, with a little bit of help from some hard breach from his friends, and a little bit of distraction, don't get me wrong, but he did basically just 1v5 that round, doing everything that contributed to getting onto the scoreboard at the very least. All the picks and the plant and the coverage of the diffuser after the fact. We go to overtime. Cruelty. We talked about Clubhouse being an odd choice and Maycam evolve. They've certainly gone back and forth in this map. And it is a best of 1 to progress further on. We're going to need at minimum 2 more rounds, at maximum 3. So the opportunity to have one mistake really alter the course of your stage as a whole gets amplified even more now. In overtime, in the best of 1, Cruelty will be on the defense for 2 of the potential 3 rounds. They opt to go to Gym and Bedroom, where, for the most part, Maycam have not looked the sturdiest in terms of their attacking strategy. But if it hadn't been for their heroics the first time they defended this bomb site from Ivan, it could have gone a different way. Lots of opportunities still for Maycam, even should they lose this bomb site on the attack. Get to go to the defense, most likely play CC from what we saw in the first half. And then they'll get to run their luck again on the attacking side, where they've been pretty strong.
Well, you said it earlier, Flynn. Anything can happen, including...
Buddy.
taking a couple steps off the roof and going down early. Not exactly what you're looking to see at this stage in the game. First round of overtime, and he'll have to play the rest of this one from a considerable health deficit. He'll get picked back up, though, soon enough. So we get a close-up to see exactly what Dokubi is thinking about as she lies there, pondering Infame's decisions. But Redder will get him back into the fight. So only a momentary 25-second, 30-second waste of time. That's a lot in Siege, but early in the round, it's still plenty of time that they could recover from that. Minute 50 here as we see them pivot around and actually try to get this wall open now on the Jacuzzi side. Again, maybe 30 seconds later than they wanted to, considering that Redder was indeed distracted. And now, I mean, good timing with that electric claw, but it really won't matter. The wall gets opened up. Dante will finish off Infame, so he's not much longer for this round, but you're seeing Maycam now ready themselves for a potential push here of the Logi side. Candela's come out. This team could be looking to move in soon.
Here goes Ivan again, explosive on the frost in this bomb site. Pick up Redder, the Candelas ring out, blinding everyone within range. So, logistics is vacated, and the drop comes in from VJ, doing chip damage onto the shoulder of Fatal, who will reveal himself. But off-screen, Pyrox is able to get one more, continuing to establish the man advantage. It leaves Dirty alone now in a 1v3. He's able to clean up his first kill, but no possibility to advance through the doorways. Matumbo has it covered. The purview from inside of Gym perfect as well for the side of Cruelty. They will once again put themselves on a match point.
Cruelty looking over saying, hey, where's the anything to say this time? Again, the chirping can go back and forth, but it's a back and forth matchup. So as many as, well, as definitive as you'd like those trash talk statements to be, is like, all right, we've got it. You're washed. You're done. See you later, right? And none of that makes any sense because it's just back and forth. So one team will say it. The other team will say it. It's good fun here on LAN. But that's what these teams, I mean, that's what they're playing for. They're playing for the opportunity to go to a LAN environment unlike any other. They're going to Montreal.
Aww.
Love the replay. Thank you so much for that. Because we saw really how things started and how the rest of the round felt there for Maycam. You're playing to go to Montreal, to a LAN environment on the international stage against competition that the likes, well, most of these players have never faced. Cruelty in their case have. But it's a big milestone. It's a big goal to reach. And yes, maybe not the performance that Maycam wanted in that last round to get to that point. But as we've said, this has been back and forth the entire way. Maycam head over to the defense now to see if they can replicate what Cruelty was able to do on their Gym and Bedroom hold. Maycam will choose to do it on the site that has worked for them, CCTV and Cash.
Yeah, the falling off the roof part was unfortunate, but at the end of the day, like you said, it burnt a few seconds off the clock, but the execute really got pieced apart in a hurry. And it was a lot of individual efforts from the side of Maycam. So a two-man contingent Jacuzzi side after facilitating the breach being opened up. But then you've got a one-man push through Logi, a one-man push through Construction. Just very segmented, and Cruelty is not the team that you want to give 1v1s to. So regardless of it looked like Maycam had the tools at their disposal to be successful in the attack regardless. We're going to see VJ now try and extend towards the bottom of Garage. CCTV is the defensive selection for Maycam to keep themselves alive once again. Lots of pressure from Cruelty out and around Stock and Blue Stairs. Infame has that castled off once again. And a motion detector inside there previously that gave away the positioning of Pyrox. really allowed Infame to jump in on the engagement. This time around, VJ is going to ascend the rafter stairs, and everyone is going to get in on the action blue stairs. Dirty, though, with the opener. There goes the Zofia lifeline to open up into Lounge. Infame ready to take the fight.
Really itching to get into this engagement. Risky spot for the castle to be. Being pinched now from, well, 2 different sides. Knowing this, will back off into the safety of Garage, where he has support from, well, 2 more defenders up above. Rafters being actively held. Now, Ivan taking a lot of damage as well as Infame. He'll actually turn around and do some damage himself. Not just playing defensively here. Breach open. So that's the only thing, really, that Cruelty have going their way right now. That took them a long time. They lost Dante in the process. Ivan is nearly dead. The man who has been very key for this team was also gone, or rather quiet in these last few rounds. Still 13 to his name. That's no joke. But when he got quiet, the rest of Cruelty followed suit. Of 50 seconds here. Don't have control of Rafters. Don't have control of, well, the other side of the top floor and Master and Cash, or rather Construction. But instead, they just take the fights from outside. Redder swings. Infame finally goes down. Ivan, are you kidding me? Maycam Evolve all of a sudden crumbling under the pressure. It's just these 2 Rafters defenders left alive.
They're trying to hold the bomb site from their bunker that has been afforded to them by the lack of the Capital, but the vault over the rafters. VJ will get 1 as Mutombo attempts to enter, and the run out now is he's the last man standing. VJ is able to put the diffuser on the ground, but Pyrox, on those 6 health points remaining, is able to walk out of his seat and ask what happened to the Maycam Evolve side. It's an 8-6 victory for Cruelty to progress further into the upper bracket. That's Maycam Evolve going down to the losers portion of the bracket. Still 1 more life remaining for Maycam Evolve. They did push the reigning LATAM champions of Cruelty to the brink, but just not far enough. We'll bring Core back in to wrap up our first game of the Final Four.
The way we may have predicted that going, Corbeck, but not necessarily, well, the time it took and the way that looked. The outcome, certainly, but that was a close, competitive back-and-forth game.
Yeah. I was thinking that same thing when, Team Cruelty, they were, yelling at the end. I was like, oh, I don't know if you yell on that one, buddy. That was this close. What is going on that you're getting taken to overtime against Maycam Evolve, we're talking 10 wins, 45 round differential. You go to 1 clubhouse, a basic map. I mean, I think, Jonah, one of the things that I saw that was really problematic was actually that last round, where it felt like the initial push from Team Cruelty came in, and then they spent just I don't know, almost a minute and a half just sort of wandering around. It was almost as if they were just looking for kills instead of playing an objective.
No, you're absolutely right. It looked like Cruelty was getting a little bit distracted. Once they committed to taking that area of the bottom floor, they're like, all right, we gotta take Garage, we gotta take Lounge, Secret, whatever it takes, instead of just really trying to focus on getting the Bandit up the wall, Electro Claw, whatever was there, and get that wall open to really open things up. Because once they did, it was as if Maycam were just like, all right, you guys have done the job, now we'll take the fights and see who wins them, right? Maycam should have won that round until they just decided to take some fights, force the issue, and that got them into a little bit of trouble. I was surprised, I think, with the mistakes we saw from both sides. It was a little messier than we're used to seeing from Cruelty, I think. And obviously, you got to consider the environment. LAN, first time this stage, higher stakes than ever, so it definitely, the adrenaline's pumping, it intensifies things a bit, but rough around the edges for both.
Yeah, for Cruelty so far, I mean, again, Clubhouse, weird choice, but you get it over with and you still get the win, so we can move on from that. But I do think for Cruelty as well, we saw some deficiencies on the defensive side. We saw a very vulnerable Armory that isn't really the case these days. Armory is a very tough position to plant in, and we saw, plant position behind Pillar on the Ash Wall was creative, and I think for Cruelty just not really being able to respond to the aggression that we were seeing on the defensive side from Maycam Evolve as well. There were plenty of rounds where there are Cruelty attackers who are just getting caught off guard. Point blank, they're wandering, and they don't have the intel necessary to be successful in the round, and they're suffering casualties for it. So, and now for Cruelty, moving on to the bracket, they don't have to play again until tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's a win. It's just not the way you would have wanted.
Yeah, Team Cruelty gets through at the end of the day. I mean, I think it's worth pointing out they haven't played in a little while, so maybe that contributed just a bit here to what kind of happened. But our next game coming up, it's going to be Alpha Team versus 6 Karma. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Jonah, a little bit of weakness there from Team Cruelty, an opportunity, I think, for either of the squads in our next match to maybe pull one over if they can make it to the upper bracket.
I think Cruelty will settle in. I think they absolutely will. But as we've said, there are multiple factors at play here, more than usual, right? There's the stakes. There is the elimination hovering over everybody's heads, and there is the fact that this is a LAN environment in person for the first time this stage, which changes how you play the game, albeit slightly, and of course changes, you're staring at your opponents square in the face. So I think what we could see in that upper bracket final, which we won't see Cruelty again until tomorrow, we will see potentially the team who comes out on top in that matchup is the team who's able to settle in a little quicker and find their stride. But I think the fact that they have a day to break here, that we're focused on that other upper bracket match and then the lower bracket today, it does mean that Cruelty can just shake off whatever cobwebs they were dealing with there and go into that upper bracket match a little bit more confidently on the final day of the stage.
Well, Alpha Team versus 6 Karma is going to be our next game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. Well, welcome back, viewers, here to LATAM Upper Bracket Semifinal. We've got one more game here to play before we move on to our best of three. It's going to be Alpha Team versus 6 Karma. I'm Corback alongside me here, Flynn and Jonah, as we get ready to jump into this one. Alpha Team, obviously the best team coming out of LATAM South. 6 Karma, second place team, LATAM North. I feel like I want to see Alpha Team win this one, Jonah, but I just feel like 6 Karma might have a little bit of an edge here, just coming from a stronger North LATAM group.
Well, this is our chance, right, to answer that question and to see if is the North truly stronger than the South. It seemed like that this stage, but also you could argue that the South had a bit more parity, that everyone was a lot more competitive with one another, and that could have not only been a sign that the region was actually a little bit stronger, but maybe is an indication that, well, teams are going to improve more actively throughout the stage than you might if you're in the North. 6 Karma, other than dealing with a little adversity here and there, they found themselves nestled into that second place spot for the whole stage, whereas Alpha Team, they had to fight and grind for that first place spot throughout the entire stage long.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about Alpha Team here. Obviously, they were kind of darlings definitely in last stage. They were darlings here going into the second stage. But Flynn, they are playing without GasPro tonight. He's being replaced by Naza, and that makes me very worried here for how Alpha Team's going to look.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm fairly confident they were at minimum 1-4 on map count in stage 1 before putting GasPro in. So essentially, without GasPro, this is a team that was not a playoff team. Just full stop. And ever since they put him into the lineup, he was formerly their coach, much like we saw from CNE putting Physics, former coach, into a mainstay player role. We saw the same thing with Alpha Team, and it lit a fire underneath them. And with GasPro on the roster, I don't think they lost more than 2 maps in the calendar year. So this is an opportunity for 6 Karma to take advantage of an Alpha Team that is just, it's down a man. It's having to make a roster change coming into playoffs. They may be the number 1 seed in earnest from group stage, but we're not going to be seeing that same Alpha Team coming in today. They're going to be playing at a diminished capacity, and it's going to be up to them to try and overcome the challenge.
And it's a shame that that's going to be our entire talking point about this team right now, but you really have to keep an eye on what that means for this roster. Yes, they've had, an up and down stage, but they emerged at the top, and it was an impressive finish. They had some very big results against some very big opponents, but GasPro had worked himself as someone who was playing hard support the entire time, was the best player rating-wise, was the best player KD-wise on this team. He was someone to look out for. And now, without having to worry about that, you think 6 Karma are probably loading into this lobby with a lot more confidence.
Yeah, and speaking of 6 Karma, I mean, obviously they're a strong team, right? There are some flaws here in the 6K side, I'm not going to lie. They're a solid roster overall. They just feel, I don't know, Flynn, they just feel a little, there's no panache, There's no flash to this team. There's not like a Pyrox or a Dante. It's all pretty just like they grind through their games and they get their wins, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think the prevailing feeling for 6 Karma through, honestly, this entire year, from stage 1 now into the conclusion of the group stage of stage 2, this is a team that just feels like it's falling short of potential. Like, you watch them play and you see the roster in front of you and you are left with the inclination that this is a team that can reach higher than they have, that has untapped potential that they have been yet to fulfill. And unfortunately, even in the playoff game against Revan, there were plenty of rounds where you're just kind of staring at them going, okay, that's a choice that you could do. And their attacking philosophy seems to mimic a lot of what we've seen out of Los in North America. Again, 2 teams with Brazilian backgrounds for the majority of the roster, so not completely unexpected, but we've also seen that the success rate for both 6 Karma and Los's attacks have not been fantastic. So again, it leaves you wanting more every time you watch 6 Karma.
It's funny because it's a team we said coming into that Revan game, the game that was, you win that best of 3 and you're in the final 4, you lose, you're done. We said that it was a chance for 6 Karma to prove that the rough around the edges playstyle we've been seeing the last few days was not going to define their stage, that they could get out of that and show us that in that best of 3 they could wake up and be the team we know they could be. Unfortunately, it felt like it only got a little worse, right? Between Revan and 6K, we saw a record broken, it must have been, of defensive round wins in a row in a single series. 23 defensive round wins in back-to-back maps of Chalet and Clubhouse. Mind-boggling stat that is one saying that, great, both teams had good defenses, and if you look at it that way, you clearly weren't there. The attacks were the problem for both teams, and that was something that we have to take into this match, that we have to look out for, and we got to say, yes, Alpha Team are going to be playing weaker, but 6 Karma did not look like a major-ready team in that game against Revan.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're spitting harsh truths there, Jonah, but you're entirely correct. I mean, that game, that's just drudgery, right? Like all those defensive rounds, and it does not bode well for Sis Karma. Even if they were to win this game and to move on to play 6 Cruelty, it doesn't, or Team Cruelty, it doesn't necessarily bode well for them. But, you know, we can look at our map vetoes, we can see where they're going to go. Obviously, you mentioned they played Clubhouse last time. They will not play it here today, Flynn. It is off the board already. We're going to Cafe.
Yeah, 6 Karma having the final ban and opting to remove Chalet.
Chalet
why?
Something's up here.
Oh.
Lair twice,
Okay.
Chalet twice. Let's just focus on Cafe. Ignore everything else.
We're going to
True.
Cafe. We're going to Cafe.
We're going to Cafe. Everything
where we're
else, chuck it out the window. Cafe. Interesting. I don't know how many times I've brought it up, but they got 7-0'd on it by Revan. Game 1, stage 1 of the group stage.
Yep.
This year. And I think for Cafe, it's an odd choice again for 6 Karma. I am curious how that ban phase broke down, but we clearly don't have the correct order of things. So while that's a mystery, Cafe being the end result does give me some cause for concern for 6 Karma. And looks like we have... Is this going to be the real one, though?
Yes,
There we go. There we go.
So it was still Chalet on the board, understandable. What were their other bands? Club, Border, Labs, Chalet.
Yeah.
Hey man, we'll see.
That's not a happy Flynn sound. That is not.
No,
happy.
that was
But listen,
such disappointment.
It's tough. Going in, like, I mean, I agree. I think this map does have some room for concern. They also played this map. 6 Karma, that is, played this map fairly recently against Lycus in their second to last group stage best of 1, only winning that 7-4. Not the scoreline you'd expect there. Again, some problems emerging. I like Alpha Team here in this matchup. I do. I think that even though they're losing Gas Pro, I think they know what kind of role they need to fill. You can throw Naza on, in theory, hard support as well, and just have the rest of your team step up. I think that they're a team that, even without their leader or someone who's at least been leading statistically, even without that player, they should be all right. I think 6 Karma, they have an opening that they didn't think they would even get a chance, right? They didn't have a... In their mind, they would not expect to be without Gas Pro in their opponents. So I think this is a good spot for both teams to be. I think that Alpha Team, they're the favorites coming in here. I still think they might be favorites given the map pick.
I mean, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. I think we see that Cafe is not, you know, the map of choice. I mean, I do want to just hone in a little bit because we talked a lot about Team Cruelty and kind of their struggles, these defensive rounds, and just like the inability to attack. On the Alpha Team side, I think it is worth pointing out the last 3 play days, it was what? They lost to T-Rex, they lost to Mayhem Evolve, they beat, I can't remember who it was Malvinas Gaming, but it was like 8-6 in overtime, and now they haven't played in a couple of days. I mean, Flynn, how do you think they kind of come off of that coming into an important match like this, an upper bracket semifinal?
Listen, the story for Alpha Team is in stark contrast to the story we saw from Maycam. Horrible start for Maycam, and then turning on the Jets into just stratospheric performance for Maycam Evolve. The exact opposite could be said for Alpha Team. Unreal start. Absolutely scorching hot start with crash landing at the end. And you're right, that Malvinas win, it's Malvinas. That's a non-playoff team, and they took you to overtime, and you almost lost the 1 seed over it. One of those things for Alpha Team where they're suffering a loss in the roster as well, losing Gas Pro. But maybe with the way things were trending, this is an opportunity for just wholesale change on the side of Alpha Team.
Sure.
Come in with a new perspective and a new opportunity to just start over from scratch.
Again, like we said, it's a moment of, like, I think the first few rounds will really define this thing. Like,
Probably.
we just don't know what versions of these teams we're going to see. And we say that every time we saw 6 Karma playing these last few weeks. But now more than ever, we're going to say that for Alpha Team, because not only are they coming off some rough performances, are they coming off a significant break, but they also have some shifts to this lineup here. So yes, it's a LAN environment, so there's another variable that these teams have to worry about here. I mean, I'm very excited to see this one start because Cafe is a map that can be very slow, very much like methodical, floor by floor, clear it out, but it can also descend into complete chaos. And depending on what these teams want to do, this map could really bring anything.
Well, you and the viewers, you're going to have to hold on to that excitement just a little bit longer. We'll be right back with Alpha Team versus 6 Karma on Cafe in just a few minutes.
Well, we know we kept you waiting for a little longer than we would have liked, but we just had to build the suspense a little bit. 6K and Alpha Team, our second best of one here in the upper bracket on our first day of the Final Four. As we've said, a LAN environment showdown to determine what singular LATAM team will go to the major. This one, the clash between the top team in the south, that's Alpha Team, and the second place team in the north. Both teams, Flynn, and we discussed this on the desk, have had, well, a rough go of it as of late. Alpha Team, rough end to the group stage. They haven't played since that time. And 6 Karma, a rough, rather messy finish to the group stage, and then a win over Revan in the deciders, but not a matchup that we would point to say this team is major ready.
No, I think you highlighted it pretty well on the desk. You lose that many attacking rounds in a row, and clearly there's a problem. So we're going to see the loss of a Deimos and a Blitz on the attacking side. The Deimos, interesting one for Alpha Team to remove from play. They'll also have the last defender to remove. 6 Karma taking away the Blitz, not too shocking. They're more of a Montaigne team than a Blitz team if they're going to run shields. And they have gone back and forth in their philosophy on the attacking side. They have run plenty of rounds with Reduct on the Montaigne, but they've also gone with more flank control operators for him in other situations. So it's not quite leaning all the way in, like maybe a Team Secret, as an example globally, or all the way in on the shields, but they still feel like they can utilize shield play to get them in the building and give them some success. And as you can see here, 6 Karma starting on the attack on Cafe. Their first composition, without any swaps as of yet, will not feature a Montaigne. Instead, we're going to focus on the defense for Alpha Team. And like you said, integral part of the Alpha Team roster, Gaspro, absent. Naza filling his shoes, and we're going to have to see what roles he's on. He's in a bit more of a flexible role than Gaspro typically would be on the Wamai, and also off the bomb site for the time being during setup. So there's going to be some role swaps for the entirety of Alpha Team to deal with the loss of Gaspro and to adjust to how they want to play to try and overcome 6 Karma on Cafe, get themselves a date with Cruelty in the upper finals.
And notably, Alpha Team will start things off on this, well, middle floor of Cafe. Second floor here is they're not going to want to start down in kitchen or allow such easy access to that top floor site in Bar and Cocktail. We go down below and see them start with some reading room hold. Obviously, a site that is going to depend heavily on their ability to maintain control of this top floor. So naturally, 6 Karma, that's where they will likely have their eyes set on first. Let's remind everyone, I suppose, Flynn, that this 6 Karma team has been willing to get aggressive and then has been willing to skip some steps when they feel like, well, they have an opportunity to do so. Kurtz bringing out the Amaru is a great example of what they could be bringing to the table at any time. That when they see that opening, they'll just jump on in and go for a swing. Ragnar, he's doing that same thing here, but he gets himself killed through the smoke. Falls opens things up before nearly getting finished off here by Slater and eventually taken care of by Naza, Reduct, Martin, Bastion, all finding the scoreboard here as 6 Karma. Well, this early entry has backfired in a big way. Fall still alive, 5 HP, Skimsy 68, and Bastion as he cleans up the gridlock for good. It is a 1v3. 6 Karma now. Well, it may have started off hot, but it has not looked good since that point.
Nope, 6 Karma. Not sure they've learned their lessons from their matchup against Revan, where their attacks looked a lot like this. Very emphatic in the early portion of the round, and very segmented in which they're skipping a majority of the map control and just trying to go directly into the bomb site. Something to be said that if you're employing a rush every once in a while, that it could change up the tempo and throw your opponents off guard. But as a mainstay solution to all of your strategic problems, it's probably not going to be successful in the long term. So we get to see yet another round that 6 Karma drop on the attacking side, trying to immediately insert themselves into the objective, and they did net themselves the opening kill through the smoke from Falls. Then the collapse into pillars, everyone falling, and like you said, it left Skimsy alone in the 1v3 at the end, and Naza getting on the board. coming into this roster that has secured the #1 seed in the South, now has to make a roster change during the playoffs for unknown reasons. At least we haven't been told the reasons why GasPro is absent. But nonetheless, this is a precarious situation for Alpha Team to be in. And that kind of defensive victory, being able to withstand the pressure that 6 Karma are bringing early on in the round, that's just going to imbue them with confidence heading forward.
We see Ragnar now transitioning over to the smoke. Now, that would be something that we would typically be accustomed to seeing GasPro on in terms of operator selection. Ragnar, he likes the Mute, the Warden, the Legion, right? But just haven't seen the smoke too often from him. But smoke, very important operator to bring out on this first floor site of Kitchen, so not going to want to forego that entirely. In combination between the toxic babes that the smokes brings to the table, of course the Vulcan canisters we see from Slater, you're going to have a lot of plant denial waiting for 6 Karma when they eventually go for that push. We'd also expect to see something like the Monty from 6K, an operator that they are very comfortable bringing out, especially someone like Rayduct, but instead he pulls out the Ying. We see Falls on the Ram, and it's very clear that Bakery Direct is not going to be the approach for this 6 Karma attack. Instead, much like the last round, they're going to try to enter up above and work their way down.
See the rotation coming out from 6 Karma on the attacking side as well. A lot of role swaps happening. Talked about Rayduct. Potentially, if he's not on the shield, he would isolate onto flank control, so meaning like Gridlock or a Nomad. Instead, in the first round, we saw Falls on the Gridlock. Now we see Skimzy and Rayduct trading the roles. As Skimzy goes to flank control, Rayduct gets on the Ying, carrying the diffuser. They, apparently, on the side of 6 Karma, are unaware of Naz's position, as he will spring on up from inside of Dining. He'll get his one onto Kurtz, and he'll drop immediately back down to the bomb site. Some of the soft destruction taken off the board. But at the very least, there is some redundancy with Falls, who will now use the boogie drones into mining and into train to try and rip up the floorboards. And he's trying to get his Nitro Cell back, but unfortunately, Naza is able to get the opening kill, but he surrenders a crucial piece of utility that could be necessary late round, trying to take more engagements up through the floorboards, healing and taking a hefty amount of damage as he retreats into Bakery to join his comrade, as 6 Karma pivoting for a Bakery take is a choice from the top control.
Oh, flashes coming in, the pressure building now, but Naza, big kill onto Rayduct. Swag quickly responds, and look at where he's in, all the way through prep. Hadn't taken care of the full presence in Bakery, though, nor the presence up above that Alpha Team still maintain. 6 Karma. We often compliment them on their ability to recognize when it's okay to skip steps, circumvent the defense. This was not one of those times. Skimzy and Falls, as a result, are the only 2 remaining. They're in a 2v4 situation with barely any time left on the clock. Waiting for the time to get so low is one thing, but doing it now when you only have 1 man left standing, that's a whole lot to ask. Skimzy will pick up 2, looking for the 3rd through the wall, but Slater and Ragnar, well, they will not succumb to the temptation. They will wait for it and jump in when the clock hits 000, so they won't even secure the plant, and Alpha Team get their 2nd round in a row.
The attacking woes continue for 6 Karma, as transitioning top control to a Bakery hit at the end of that attack for 6 Karma is certainly a questionable one, because while top control does allow you to force anchors out of the objective, there's no actual soft destruction above Bakery. While you can hold their rotation back to the objective, you cannot actually influence anyone from staying behind the Bakery counter. And as we saw there, even opting to double stack and withstand through the Ying Candelas, Naza gets another one for his trouble. It's a tricky conundrum for 6 Karma on the attacking side, who try to go and full clear the map and maintain as much control as possible, but missing Naza on the drone inside of Dining, and then converting that to a Bakery execution at the end. Again, more trouble to be found on the attacking side for 6 Karma. It sets them now early in a 2-0 deficit. Alpha Team, even with the loss of GasPro, Naza standing in, certainly hasn't been a detriment. And all of a sudden, if Naza can continue to, it's a big ask, but match what GasPro was able to bring during the group stage, all of a sudden the #1 seed in the South looks primed to move on in the upper bracket.
Well, through those first 2 rounds, you can certainly say that they do look primed to move on here, because 6 Karma just have not stood a chance, it seems, against these Alpha Team defenses. 2 in a row, very confident wins And even if 6 Karma have had a glimmer of hope to start both rounds, the hope, I suppose, has ended there. At that point, it's been Alpha Team who've taken control, and 6 Karma have been left to pick up the pieces. So 2 rounds in and a hot start for Alpha Team. As we said, they are the top seed here, but do face that difficulty of the roster change, of their spotty record as of late. But they do sit in a very powerful position now, sitting 2 rounds up and with all the momentum in the world. Look at Naza. I mean, questioned what role that he would play exactly on this team in the playoffs here. Clearly an aggressive one, at least in round 3. Boss G in hand, taking the fights on the window now. SMG-12 looking to fight the skylight. Ragnar as well. Maybe caught a bit unaware. A nade lands at his feet. So once again, 6 Karma do start off hot. Can they keep the man advantage, though? That's the question.
Through the logic bomb, Naza has been able to dart his way back to Cocktail, as he was originally playing by New Balcony, then proceeding to play underneath Skylight and still being able to persevere now. Boss G in hand, waiting to take aim against any of the repelling attackers for 6 Karma. As once again, 6 Karma operating from the outside, looking in, not employing a whole lot of map control for the time being. And this will be Naza hearing a repel on his heaven window, and he continues his reign of terror against 6 Karma, trading out the kill that was lost before, but suddenly Bastion and Martine, they both fall. It's up to Nazi. He gets 1 for the Boss G, but it's Slater now to try and win the 1v3s. He creeps his way back into Piano behind the Pixel Shield that is yet to be dealt with from the side of 6K. And he's got a Nitro Cell in the back pocket to work with as well. Doesn't seem like anyone on the side of 6 Karma is aware of the position. The double stack pushing from the New Balcony. There's a little bit of damage with the Commando, but it's a cleanup crew employed for 6 Karma, and they get on the board.
6 Karma finally find their ability to make it through the mid-round with the advantage and get it through to the end with a round win. We mentioned, right, it was Rayduct who started things off with that frag grenade, got on the board with the kill, but then obviously faced a little more resistance on the side of Alpha Team. Not enough, though. 6 Karma, they were able to power through and take that top floor attacking win. Here's that nade again. You open up the round with it. Well placed from the skylight. You had to deal with Naza just constantly swinging him and fighting that position, but able to open things up with that nade. And at that point, just taking the space over in Cigar, over in Piano, just very efficiently leaving it up to Slater, who really just could not stay away from that gunfight. There were 3 attackers. He had to take something. So 6 Karma able to remedy some of their attacking woes here, finally pulling it through on that top floor defense. And in an unusual move here, Alpha Team, we're going to see the 4th bomb site on this map from them now, not going straight back to Reading Room and Fireplace Hall, instead seeing Fireplace and mining their site of choice here, trying to establish a 4th site in the rotation. And I think answering the question that they wonder, is it possible to just ignore that top floor site if they want to just go back to Reading Room instead next time?
Well, signs of early aggression coming out from Alpha Team. Skimsy on the Nook is down to 59 health, and we saw the Valkyrie camera being sacrificed as Slater rips it outside the snow balcony. And while it remains out there, none of the attackers have shot it as of yet, you only get 10 seconds before it loses signal, so it won't be a persistent thorn in the side of 6 Karma's attacks. Instead, potentially facilitating a little bit of aggression in the early portion of the round, to be able to take aim against Skimsy. And we've seen the impact that the Nook can have, especially on teams that are hard-holding cameras in the early portions of the rounds instead of being gun up to hold entry points into the map. We've seen the Nook cause some devastating force early on in the rounds, catching teams off guard. Alpha Team, though, on the defense, still holding steady topside. They don't look like they're going to be forced off of their position, at least Cocktail side, anytime soon. Selma's come out on the top red wall. Means everyone will just peel back from Piano and continue to reinforce the Cocktail side of the position.
Skimsy, good timing. Naza had a feeling that was coming as well, but ends up losing that engagement. Skimsy, good sneaky play on the Nook. Up above, also seeing 6 Karma start to move into position, take this space, and force these defenders out. Look at Ragnar, thinking about dropping down the hatch into Laundry, momentarily holding off, hoping that maybe 6 Karma drop in the skylight, and he can take advantage of that. But he won't get the opportunity there, dropping away. Martin now very precarious position, all alone, takes the fight, but Dumpsters falls Had no idea the swing would be coming from so close on the right side of that door frame. But Martin, well, he didn't know that Swag was right behind him. So despite the chaos up above, 6 Karma still with the man advantage by 1. They've successfully forced Alpha Team to back off to the site itself, or in this case, into Reading Room, as Ragnar and Slater both maintain that position. But with 45 seconds, this is a pretty decent spot for 6 Karma to be. It's not the best we've ever seen, but don't have to worry about this one too much. Given the time they have left, they still have to make this transition, though, and as we've seen, that has given them some difficulty in the past.
The drop down into Train, and Slater unable to do a whole lot up against the Montaigne, but now establishing a crossfire with Bastion. The shots will ring out onto the toes of Radok, down to 35 health. The charge in the bash through the wall, but Ragnar has his teammates back. Swag and Skimzy both spring to action as it leaves Ragnar alone. A beautiful shot and more sprays down through the red hallway wall. The diffuser is recovered by Skimzy in the middle of the bomb site, and he'll attempt to put it down. Ragnar in a 1v1, but Kurtz able to hold on inside of 90, and just like that, it's back-to-back rounds for 6 Karma, and they continue to let their opponents hear it.
Well, that's the kind of energy you know they need to bring if they want to have any shot at taking this matchup. And that second round, or that second attacking win, rather, I mean, a great spot for them to be. Getting it across the line, and Alpha Team a lot more focused, a lot quieter on their faces as they know they got to stay locked in here. They took those first 2, but after that, 6 Karma have come back with a vengeance. So we'll see if they can keep that up. Again, much like these previous rounds, it started off with 6 Karma finding some success. The biggest difference from that first round, that second round, and what we've seen now in rounds 3 and 4 have been that kill, transition that success into something a little bit more concrete. Actually taking that space, making that transition, and successfully taken over the site. So 2-2 here, and still anyone's game, as well the gamble that Alpha Team made going to another bomb site may have looked like it had some promise, but it did not pay off in the end. So as we go to a third round, well, the bomb site that Alpha Team has won before, we'll see if they can as successfully stop this 6 Karma attack, which is going to take a slightly different form this time, Flint.
Yeah. So I'm unfortunately not as deep on numbers as maybe someone like Jesse. Have we ever seen Swag play a Montaigne before? I don't think we've seen anyone, maybe other than Skimzy, on the 6K roster ever rip out a shield if it hasn't been Radok. So that's an interesting one that stands out. We've also got Radok back onto the Ying, and focus onto VIP this time around for 6 Karma. So potentially making that their ending focus on a conversion from a top clear. Ying, the Montaigne, the Ashe, and the Capitao, though, leads me to believe that 6 Karma, they might not be employing a clear and instead trying to go site direct once again. They will have to contend with Martine at the base of the red stairs, the Goyo canisters, to repel the entry into Bakery, as 2 Candelas will get used for it. That'll completely blind Naza, who's taking damage as well from behind the Bakery bar, but he perseveres. A run out the front door from Bastion as well. This is a nightmare for 6 Karma to try and push him with so much utility that is denying the area, and they are suffering significant health losses because of it.
Not just health losses, take a look at the utility. That's all the Candelas, the 2 asphyxiating bolts from Falls. That was a disaster. Yes, it's a 5v5. Yes, both teams have dealt with some health problems, but look at the utility that 6 Karma had to expend on that, and what did that get them? Almost nothing. They're still outside the site, still needing to expend this utility to make any progress whatsoever. Really rough spot for them to be in here. Big recovery necessary, and that it's going to be so much harder if Slater is going for 2. Bastion gets himself 1. Kurtz and Skimzy now have to find a way out of this. Skimzy, the kill onto Bastion, will prevent any more damage being dealt by the Warden. But what are these 2 attackers supposed to do when Alpha Team are being this disciplined? Sitting back, just being so passive. Skimzy, caught in a crossfire. Lethal as Kurtz goes down as well. Wondering where 6 Karma went on that one. What a hold in Big Bakery for Alpha Team. They really set themselves up for success.
Yeah, I'm glad that Skimzy got one outside of front door in a 5v2. I'm going to call that one a flawless in earnest, to be completely honest. That's like you said, Jonah, rejection on entry, so much utility burnt for nothing in return as a reward for 6 Karma. On the attacking side, attempting to go site direct once again causes problems, and we've got a situation now where Alpha Team able to win their 3rd defense. This Cafe, after all, this should be a more defender-heavy map than attacker-sided, but at the same time, we're talking about how competitive some of these rounds have been, and that one certainly not up there on the competitive tier list. 6 Karma on the attacking side will then give the Montaigne back to Rayduck momentarily. See if that gets changed out anytime soon, but you must say that time being, Alpha Team look well poised to be able to respond to any aggression and any tempo upticks that 6 Karma want to employ. Alpha Team, this is starting to look pretty good. This is starting to look pretty stable. This is a very pivotal round, going back to reading and dining now. The initial round, or the initial sight of the defenses to begin the first half for Alpha Team. Will also close out the first half and try to go 2 for 2 on this bomb site. Themselves in the win column twice in a row. Have that 2-round advantage at the side swap with 6 Karma. Again, lots of role swaps being facilitated here. We've got Swag onto the breach now with Skimzy back to the flank control. We're going around the world for 6 Karma, seemingly unable to find satisfaction with one specific composition.
Well, hatch open here as Falls, alongside the rest of this team, makes their progress in from above. This time, as it makes more sense to see Rayduck back on the Monty. So we'll see him probably a bit more comfortable on that role. What's Kurtz waiting for? Positioned on the window. Skimsy as well, biding his time. No one droning right now. Skimsy will do that now, but waiting for some information to act off of here. Information that is likely to come from Rayduck on the swing, identifying the position of Martin and taking him out as a result. Skimsy, good start for him. The castle barricade now actually, well, potentially supporting Rayduck on that initial entry. Doesn't have to worry about any damage coming from his left, and the player who is actually currently sat in the cigar box. That player now feeling the pressure will back off as Swag and Kurtz take this space so handily. But keep in mind, this is not a top floor defense for Alpha Team. Yes, the extension is up here, but we will still have to see 6 Karma transition this down to a reading room push, something they have not necessarily been able to do on this very objective. Naza getting that kill onto Falls as well, not going to make that any easier for 6K, but that will neutralize the man advantage, keep this back into a 4v4.
Well, Falls, we've talked up his game in some more recent 6K matches. Hasn't quite sprung into action and come to life like we've seen as of late. 1 and 6 currently. 5 assists, so he is at least doing some chip damage here and there. But unfortunately, unable to hit crucial headshots or finishing blows. Defense, like you said, downstairs on the main floor, and 6 Karma, while they do have 30 seconds at their disposal, still working soft reach into the bomb site. It will net them a kill, though, as Rayduck gets 1. Bastion, though, on the response into Laundry, and Naza, his second on the round. He gets caught on the flank through pillars, but now Rayduck tries to wander into the bomb site with the diffuser. Swag puts 27 health, and now Bastion taking the engagement against Rayduck. The timer starts to tick away. More damage done to Rayduck. He needs to be focused on putting the plant down, and Swag has vacated the top floor, leaving the flank open for Bastion. The shots ring up through the floorboards, and Bastion! He hits the headshot onto Rayduck! And Alpha Team on the clutch once again! They walk into the second half, up 4-2.
Oh, and they just can't believe it. I mean, look at this team moving in so confidently, and yeah, they'll take a clutch. Sure, it wasn't perfect. Sure, it wasn't pretty. And Naz just can't believe it over there. But they will take that, and they will go into the swap leading by 2. There's no way that is better than that to energize your team and to put yourself into a really good spot. And on the other side, look at 6K. It's crickets over there. As that energy, we'll have to see if they can find it again. Again, as every single, I feel like I've said this every single round, Flynn, but 6 Karma, their strength has been finding success in the early round. Yes, there have been 6 exceptions to that rule, especially down below on the kitchen site. But just when it looks like 6 Karma not only have the early control, not only have the map control, the site control they need, just when it looks like they've got everything going their way, Alpha Team just snatch it right out of their hands. You know that's got to feel good for Alpha Team. We saw the reactions. We know that. But for Six Karma, on the other hand, that does not feel so good. Luckily for them, they don't have to worry about the attack anymore. They don't have to worry about walking into an Alpha Team setup. Now it is their turn to defend on Cafe. We'll get a chance to see what they want to bring out. Already noting the Scopos. That's something Skimzy's going to do here. Swag joining Skimzy, both with 7 kills to their name, but he will be presenting, well, the difficulty that Alpha Team will have on this initial entry. Kiva barriers up in Piano as he holds off what he hopes will be an Alpha Team clear of that position on the top floor.
You can see the absolute slog that Alpha Team are going to have to try and traverse through upstairs in terms of soft destruction towards Piano for this opening defense. And I would not be at all shocked to see Alpha Team drone this out, identify that, okay, that's a lot to deal with, and say, yeah, we're just going to go cocktail side. That would be my first response to seeing the Kiva barricades, a Rooney Gates Castle barricades, and even a Scopos idle shell being operated as a bulletproof camera looking into Piano. Skimzy, though, on the active shell downstairs, will impact open the bakery double door and opt not to run out, as he should have intel provided by the idle shell that there is one rappel on that side, but you can see many attackers for Alpha Team. The silhouette stacking outside of the cocktail windows falls thanks to a frag grenade down to 49 health as well. While Skimzy's off the bomb site, the cocktail defenders are going to start getting picked up one by another. As Alpha Team, they look to assess the power position, which will be cocktail, try and flank and send everyone else out of the bomb site. Martine holding for the retreat as well. It's a bit of a conundrum here for Six Karma, as they dumped a lot of their resources and a lot of their utility into Piano. Doesn't seem like anyone but Bastion, for the time being, going to be interested in walking over there.
This is why I love Cocktail Executes, because not only can they be so potent, but often they can work their way around a lot of defensive utility that was, well, potentially would have been in their way otherwise. Rayduck missing his chance on the window there, now exposing himself to the cocktail window instead of just the white stairs window. Eager to take this fight, but now, well, the fire chipping away. Rayduck only now getting off the planks and relocating, getting away with the kill, though. Oh, that's highway robbery. Naza taken care of there. Rayduck still alive on 3 HP. Well, not for much longer. A 4v4 as Bastion is able to recover it, but for Six Karma, they know what is happening now. They see the cocktail execute brewing, so they've shifted their positions to deny it. This position from Swag, the most dangerous for Alpha Team to deal with.
The peek comes from inside of Cocktail. Bastion laid to rest. Slater gets one, but now the drop down the red hatch, and Ragnar still outside, recovering the diffuser. Gonna leave the striker alone as he tries to walk into the bomb site, but Kurtz has the response from underneath Skylight. Swag as well makes the return upstairs and makes his impact felt. Six Karma is started to get a little rough there in the previous round, but they're able to weather the storm that Alpha Team bring on the attacking side, and they get their victory upstairs on the defense.
Problem was there, Alpha Team just not as cohesive on that cocktail push as we'd like to see. It seemed like, well, maybe they just didn't have everything in position when they'd like it. They were a little slow. There was this awkward back and forth on the white stairs window between Rayduck and Naza that, yes, is always going to happen, but should not have been occurring, I don't know, that late into the round. Should have taken that long to resolve. It was a while before we actually saw somebody working their way up the white stairs to try to deal with that. And by the time that happened, Naza had already been killed, most critically, dropping the diffuser outside on that balcony. Without a chance to quickly get into the site with that diffuser, they had to step back, recover it. Ragnar was outside when there were, 11 seconds left on the clock, leaving his only remaining teammate alone against 3 defenders on the site. So, couple of pieces there that just didn't quite get put together in the end for Alpha Team. So, Six Karma able to take that top floor defense with some success. And they'll go all the way up to all the way down, skipping the middle floors, which seem to be the preference for Alpha Team on their defense. Six Karma will now go down to Kitchen to see if they can replicate that success.
We've seen basically 7 rounds so far of Naza, and that's our entire history on the player. Seems like he's a pretty active gun, and now they're going to take the gun out of his hands, swap him onto the Montagne on the attacking side. for round number 2, and once again, we see Rayduck facilitating a shield roll as well in the clash defense. So, we're going to get some more shield-on-shield action. Front door gets ripped open by Bastion with a defender. Just a silhouette at the base of the brown stairs, but no runouts coming like we saw from Alpha Team on the defense. Instead, we're seeing a very similar philosophy for Alpha Team from what we saw from 6 Karma in the first time they attacked its bomb site, which was going for a full map clear. Flank control being brought from Martine as well on the gridlock, and you can see all the soft destruction. Secondary shotgun and the super shorty for Martine. You've got the Buck, you've got the Ram. Lots of work to be done from up above, and there's very little resistance being brought from Alpha Team. Instead, opting to go for a horizontal spread very early on, and not really providing any roam that Alpha Team would have to try and pick their way through. So it's going to be 90 seconds straight of floorboards disappearing above your head as anchors and trying to spread out as far as possible on the first floor and still maintain control over the bomb site.
You're hearing the work of the boogie drone, hearing and seeing the skeleton key go off. Like any good attacking team here that is approaching from the top. Soft destruction, the priority, the focus here for Alpha Team. Eventually, they will have to pivot, though. Of course, bringing Naza on the Monty means that not only do they want to come from above, but they do want to get some horizontal pressure going. That's what he's, well, thinking about doing here on the Big Bakery side, just waiting for some support. That support will come in the form of Slaters on the Buck as they work their way through. Close behind immediately. Getting denied by Falls, though. Little disconnect there. Enzing up goes for a 1-for-1 as Martin will retaliate. Bastion now joining this effort on the Bakery side to force Rayduck on the clash a bit further back. But this has gotten a little messy here despite all that vertical control. What are Alpha Team actually going to do with it? Putting a lot of focus into this horizontal push, trying to brute force their way through prep, and up above, a little retake for Skimzy. Recovering it, though, by taking down the clash. Ragnar and Bastion each get one. Skimzy, again, another kill for him. The back and forth continues, but as Naza secures the plant, and Bastion hits a lethal fadeaway. This one certainly swinging into Alpha Team's favor. Now Swag trying to track down Bastion, but Naza can call that out and tell Bastion to just back off, play passively here. Swag still on the hunt, but pretty much going to be out of luck as long as Naza is staring right at him. Shield down for the bait, shield back up for the protection, and this can just go back and forth. He claims the kill. Bastion will round the corner, though. Baits it, smart. And the time will tick away as 6 Karma run out of time. Valiant effort there from Swag. He got both kills and did what looked to be impossible. But Bastion knew at that point the time was a little too low. So Alpha Team, they remedied last round's issues, and they get themselves an attacking win.
Again, trying to convert a top clear into a bakery hit leads to problems, because then once you lose one gunfight from the defender holding in behind the bakery that cannot be punished from up above, till the Montaigne gets all the way in their face, you've just got a shield up against the world. But like I said, being able to hold the rotation from up above back to the bomb site was pivotal, being able to secure the kill to at least go 1-for-1. Then we also saw there from Martine as the gridlock upstairs, he got flanked. So the smoke of Skimzy goes topside. Then the Clash gets left alone here and gets picked off in a crossfire. Then Bastion hits the fadeaway post plant after providing some shaky but serviceable cover for the plant to go down. It was a round on a knife's edge, and yet Alpha Team's still able to walk away because 6 Karma sent their utility flanking, which, again, was an interesting decision from Skimzy. He did get the kill against Martine the Gridlock, but you really would have liked that particular utility down on the bomb site, trying to stop the advances of a 35 HP Montaigne. At the end of the day, Naza returns to the Montaigne early days, and the first Lion EOD will be rung out in the early seconds of the attack for Alpha Team, trying to assess the situation that lays before them. They will be able to detect Kurtz and Swag, having one hell of a performance on 11 kills at the moment. Be able to detect the operators that Swag is playing on the castle and the Malusi of Kurtz, who had moved during that EOD.
See Kurtz multitasking here, watching the skylight, watching any possible drone work coming in from Nubal. Fall is doing a very similar thing, just right outside that reading door, watching that snow balcony, making sure that no early pressure from Alpha Team is going to catch them off guard. Good use of that utility, though, right off the bat here from Alpha Team, dealing with the Vulcan canister at the reading door right away. So that will definitely help in the long run. In the short term, though, they still have yet to take this top floor control, and for now, it looks like some of these attackers are avoiding it. Namely, Naza, who would definitely be a great assist up above on the Monty. Not someone who necessarily going to get the kill onto someone like Kurtz, but would certainly tell you that Kurtz is there behind the desk instead of that being a nasty surprise. I mean, look how much map control 6 Karma are trying to maintain right now. They've got players up above, albeit hidden. They've got players down below, as well as on the site, doing what they can not to give an inch. And now the danger for Alpha Team is they are very vulnerable to a flank here. Good kill for Martin, actually dealing with the first flank, and make that 2 kills for him as he looks for a third. Alpha Team seem to have more information than I gave him credit for.
Here comes Kurtz to join the party. He gets dropped. Falls will at least get one from inside of pillars, but suddenly it's just Swag alone in the 1v4. The flanks repeated ad nauseum for 6 Karma. They result in just about nothing. Alpha Team still able to press forward, as now the plant is being completed, and before it can be, Slater will shut it down from up above. 6 Karma, at least from what we can see on the feed, are going to need a timeout to talk things over, as it is match point in favor of Alpha Team.
Alpha Team do it again. That one, the most lethal we've seen them so far. Especially in a round that it did not look like that was supposed to be possible. I mean, we saw how much control not only 6 Karma were trying to maintain, but how much control they were maintaining successfully. You had someone up above, you had 2 people down below, you were working a flank, all the while trying to defend the site. The one problem was, well, Flynn, it felt like the site hold was a little bit weaker than it should have been. And that allowed Martin to spring up, get that first kill, turn around. You knew somebody was on the flank, so he got that kill there. That's just good coverage from Alpha Team. Being aware of the flanks at all times while pushing the site actively. Really never had a problem. Making the choice to avoid that top floor clear is risky, but it clearly paid off. And now they are feeling good and looking to take this one here.
No idea what Martin's saying, but he's happy, he's having fun, and honestly, not difficult to understand.
You don't know any Spanish, but can you lip read in Spanish?
Hell no. I'm reading facial expression at best, and even that's iffy. But Martin having fun and pretty easy to understand why on the side of Alpha Team. Man, this has been pretty impressive, especially in the previous round, being able to catch the flanks. You saw the response coming out. Double flank down white stairs for 6 Karma, impacting away, at least attempting to, an air jab, and then also removing plenty of flank drones that were not actively being held at the moment by Alpha Team, but seemingly that Lion EOD gets sent out at just the right time to hold Rayduck on the red stairs, and then the flood, just one after another from 6 Karma, attempting to refill the flanking position, and they all got picked apart. Like I said, Falls got one for his trouble from inside of pillars, but at that point, Skimzy and Rayduck and Kurtz had already joined the party and missed the mark. So now Alpha Team on the attacking side. For the first time in a minute here, we're going to see Naza pick up an automatic weapon, get onto the Ram with an R4C, which the way that he's been playing, and then Martin in the previous round with an R4C on the Ash, these are 2 guys right now that seem to have the hot hand when it comes to fragging ability, giving them both some very adequate weaponry on the attacking side. Could lead to some troubles here for 6 Karma, as they need 3 consecutive just to force overtime, or they're going to be making a return to the loser's bracket in the Final 4, just as they did in Stage 1.
6 Karma, they need 3 in a row if they want to get this one to OT, only to have a chance to advance in this upper bracket final. If not, well, they will have to go into the lowers and play an immediate best of 3 that time with their lives on the line. Tough to go to a LAN environment to play a best of 1 into a best of 3 and potentially go home immediately after. But that is what one of the teams today will face. We're going to say goodbye to somebody who will have to face that unfortunate reality. trying to do what they can here in this round to stave off defeat. Locking down this top floor, a combination of Swag and Kurtz. Swag, only player in the lobby, has double-digit kills right now. Falls, that's his 5th kill. Make it his 6th, as he's got himself a double down below, taking care of Bastion and Naza as they try to maybe make too much of a direct move. That's good stuff from Falls, and that'll really put a damper on this Alpha team attack.
Trying to progress in, all taking place off screen, but I didn't mention Falls' start not optimal. 1-6 and 5, meaning he was 1 and 6 in kills to death, but he did have 5 assists. I was saying he was hitting some body shots, doing some chip damage, but unable to get it across the finish line in the majority of the rounds. Now he stands on 8 assists, but at least he has the 6 picks to also join the party. Nitrocell will miss. Wide left for Falls. He tries to continue the run of terror in this round number 10. It'll be a 3v5 now for Alpha Team to pull out of without having established much control up above, up until just about this moment, and also a severe man disadvantage and utility disadvantage. The collapse into the bomb site appears to be coming from up above. That'll most likely be a train hatch drop, which should be well read, but now we got the vault into pillars, and immediately deciphered by Skimzy. Watches Martine directly in front of him and takes him out of action. Slater dropping into train to join Ragnar, but it's going to be a flawless round on the side of 6 Karma in response to their backs being put against the wall.
We always love to see teams respond immediately after taking attack timeout, but to do it with a flawless round, that's a nice little bonus. So they will immediately get back on their feet and temporarily quiet Alpha Team down. A great response. I mean, the whole time, Alpha Team just could not stop the onslaught that 6K were applying. On the defense, no less. Playing a little bit more aggressively. Falls, perfect example of that, as he, stepped up, happily took those first few gunfights and won them. We just did not see Alpha Team find a way to respond from that. It's going to be tough on the attack. We know how difficult it is as an attacking team, Flynn, to have your backs against the wall, to be down 2 bodies right off the bat and have to somehow bounce back from that. Obviously, we saw Alpha Team struggle to adjust. And so now going into, well, still another match point. They'll have 2 of them here before we see overtime. They'll have a chance to close it out, as 6 Karma did need to go flawless on this rotation, so still a tall task ahead of them. They've got 1 of 3 they've needed to get to overtime. Now looking to make this next one happen with, again, a little bit of aggression to start things off. This time, not from Falls, who's switched over to the Echo, but from Swag, who's over on the Warden.
Yeah, Swag playing a dangerous game, but they do know that getting that opening pick has been pretty crucial so far throughout the map, and also just generating more momentum off the backs of a flawless round. Getting the opening pick in the succeeding round would be very nice in terms of being able to generate that positive energy in the comms to try and push this thing all the way to overtime. It's quite the run back, like you said. The complete sweep of rotation on the defense would be challenging, but certainly not impossible for 6 Karma. We see Naza, though, make his return onto the Montane, an immediate entry up White Stairs for Bastion. Tries to catch any defender on the side of 6 Karma off guard, and Skimzy, he will be the one Jackal track. Makes his ascent to the top of White Stairs, ducking away, and flashbangs go pouring up the White Stair corridor. That is just to facilitate the entry of Bastion into Reading, to really make life as uncomfortable as possible for these cocktail defenders.
Well, life has become maybe a little bit difficult, but certainly not too difficult, because Skimzy's still maintaining this position. It will get a little more challenging as Naza starts to work his way up, and as Martin opens things up with a kill. This is where 6 Karma are finally going to start to feel the pressure. Skimzy again having to deal with Naza, and Impact's going to do next to nothing in terms of damage to stop the onslaught. Aware of the pressure from the window, but that is not where Alpha Team strikes next. Bastion onto Rayduct will be the next kill for this team, and Skimzy, who has maintained the position for far too long, will eventually go down to Slater. Again, not seeing 6 Karma make all the right decisions they need to with their backs against the wall. Kurtz, he picks up that kill, and it's a big one at that. A chance now to fight with the Monty in a 1 versus 1. The spray back and forth, but Martin claims the life of both Kurtz and his teammate. 2v1, Martin does it all. He cannot be stopped, taking down a teammate with him, but ending 6 Karma's chances in this best of one. 7-4 Alpha Team prevail.
Oh, that was that was an attempt from Kurtz on the SMG-11. Losers bracket run, 4-6 Karma now. Alpha Team. Look at this performance. Martine firing, but Naza, the story of the evening for Alpha Team, being able to put themselves into contention. We'll bring Korvac in to wrap up our second best of one and our last best of one of the evening. That's the upper bracket semis done. We got one more lower bracket game to do this evening. Then it comes down to Championship Sunday.
It does, yeah. I think I maybe underestimated the lack of gas, or overestimated what the lack of gas pro would look like. We might have just lit a little bit. I mean, we had no data on Naza, to be fair. We had no idea what that was going to look like. Looked great. Did well, fitted in, he's fine. Alpha Team humming along right there and putting on a very solid performance, I think, across the board. 6 Karma, I'll be honest with you, Jonah, it felt like more of the same from them. Just kind of like they are plodding along, but there's never there's no explosive power in that lineup, and it never really seems to come out.
I had some hope on that first half. I really did. I thought the 2 rounds they were able to secure and then the hype they were bringing. I mean, that's the kind of 6 Karma that we saw in the past when they made international events before the roster obviously got changed quite a bit. It was an energetic team. It was an explosive team, but they just could not find that aside from those 2 rounds. I was impressed, namely with Alpha Team's ability to attack. That really was it, because on a map like Cafe, that is not an easy thing to do, especially against a team like 6K, but those defenses eventually just got dismantled in the end there. That last round from Martin especially, like, man, what are you supposed to do against that?
Yeah, I think for 6 Karma, I mean, we'll see what the turnaround time is between the end of that BO1 and the beginning of their BO3, but they cannot, again, I would highly recommend staying away from Cafe as a whole for 6 Karma. This is a map that they just seemingly cannot attack without employing a rush or some sort of gadget at the beginning of the round, and again, Alpha Team had it read. I think most teams have them read on that at this point, that the attacking woes continue for 6 Karma, and on the flip side, Alpha Team. Man, beautiful attacks and surviving a roster shuffle heading into playoffs. The 1 seed will face the 1 seed, and next we'll have the 2 seed face the 2 seed.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Team Cruelty is going to have their work cut out dealing with Alpha Team. I think what you bring up, though, about the attacking woes from 6 Karma, it's such a shame that seems to be kind of like a baked-in feature of their playstyle now, because, Jonah, I don't think Mayhem Evolve is going to let them get by with that. They might even be more punishing to them than Alpha Team was here on Cafe.
Well, put simply, you cannot get this far, or cannot expect to go any further, I should say, without having a stronger attack than 6 Karma seem to have right now. We pointed that out. Their biggest struggle against Revan online, the final day in the deciders, still apparently a problem here on LAN, on Cafe, against a very different opponent. It was not as bad, right? They still were able to get an attacking win or 2 under their belt, but that's really all we saw there. So yes, some hope, but I think you're right. Going up against Maycam, it is 2 seed on 2 seed, but it is a team that will punish attacks if they are not buttoned up.
Indeed. Well, we don't know exactly how long this break is going to take to get everything shifted out, but we will be back in just a little bit with Mayhem Evolve versus 6 Karma. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to see this game. Well, welcome back here, folks, to the LATAM League. It's the playoffs. We got another lower bracket semifinal coming up for you. An actual best of 3 this time, so we will be seeing at least 2 maps from these teams. We'll also be seeing expanded map pools. It is going to be Maycam Evolve versus 6 Karma, the loser of the last 2 best of 1s we just watched. I'm Corbeck alongside me here, Flynn, Jonah. As we get into it, I mean, I think it's relatively fair to say that both of these teams earned their spot, but I will say, on balance, Jonah, a little worried for 6 Karma because they looked a lot more sluggish than Maycam Evolve.
Certainly a lot more sluggish, especially when you consider the caliber of opponents you're going up against there. I mean, 6 Karma fell short against Alpha Team, who looked good, yes, but are not Team Cruelty and didn't look like Team Cruelty at the moment. On the other hand, Maycam Evolve 8-6 going toe-to-toe with Team Cruelty to open up the night, and there were times in that matchup where we could have said it might go the other way. So very impressed with what Maycam Evolve were able to do right out the gate. I do think Team Cruelty will be stronger moving forward, but if Maycam, that's the game we care about here. If they can replicate that success and actually do the same thing against a very different opponent, I think they could find themselves in that lower final before they know it.
Yeah, I think for Maycam, map pool could be an interesting conversation against 6 Karma, and we'll see when we inevitably get to map bans where we're going to be playing this best of 3. But I think the way that Maycam played against Cruelty, like you said, Jonah, and the attacking prowess that they displayed, especially relative to what we saw from 6 Karma, would be a difference maker again. Map dependent, but I think for momentum, for quality of opponent, for performance put on so far today, you've got to be giving Mayhem Evolve the slight, but you've got to be giving them the edge.
Yeah, and that would be a real jewel here in the crown of the Mayhem Evolve roster. I mean, I think what we saw from Team Cruelty, at least for me, someone who hadn't been watching too much of the back half of the LATAM League as much as I love it, the fact that they were so aggressive on a team that is obviously known for their gunplay, Jonah, I appreciated the courage in taking the swings and taking that hyper-aggressive posture, just knowing that they could win those.
Well, right, because you don't see that very often, period, but to do it against an opponent of that caliber is especially impressive. And they were, a lot of times, able to come out of those gunfights on top. You look at someone like VJ, and I was especially impressed with what he was able to lay down. I mean, 13 and 11 overall at the end of the series, including some wild multi-kill rounds that put him in that position. But part of the reason why this team had so much success against Cruelty was their ability to get these hero plays underway. I mean, both teams, you know, had those hero plays, but especially we saw this for Mayhem right off the bat. Obviously, VJ dirty in that very first round. So not a single player on this team should be slept on.
Yeah, and I mean, their opponents here, we've already kind of highlighted. 6 Karma, you just saw them play if you watched the last best of 1. I wanted to say, you know, that I wanted to see some of the, like, the snap, the fire we've seen out of them, maybe what they brought against Revan, but they didn't really bring fire against Revan, Flynn. They have just been flat, and I don't see how they slow down Mayhem. I just don't know where you find it in this roster to slow down an aggressive team.
No, I think the game that we just witnessed on Cafe from 6 Karma, it's not indicative as a whole of how they played the group stage, but it is just kind of the end of the story that seems to have been written here in stage number 2, where we're trailing off in terms of the effectiveness of the attacking, and also defensively just getting very disjointed. We saw an unusually alone Skimzy throughout the majority of Cafe, which is not something I would typically say about Skimzy. It's not something I've witnessed in his performances. We also saw the tale of two halves, Swag having an electric first half, and we're waiting on Falls to get into action, and then they seem to switch fortunes. You know, Falls comes back to life, has a couple big impact rounds, multi-kills, but then Swag falls away, and it's just trying to find the right timing on the metronome for 6 Karma to all be in sync, and that entire Cafe, it didn't look like anyone was on the same page.
Yeah, they seem to kind of have the tempo. They're almost an opposite of what Team Cruelty has, where they have any of these players that can kind of step up and have big rounds, but you can reasonably rely on everyone in the Team Cruelty roster to at least be gunning, right? They will do okay. Jonah, it feels like there's always a 6 Karma player who's lagging behind, and even if you look at their last couple of matches in the group stage, I mean, they lost to Sintenegra, they were struggling a little bit against Lycus Empire, they got beat by Team Cruelty. It's not like they came into this, yes, they did beat Revan 2-0, but it's not like they came into this coated in glory, and there's not been a lot of progress on the problems that have been facing them.
No, it was a shaky progression over the last few playdays. It really was, including that decider game against Revan, as you brought up, Corbeck. And I think the difference here is that they need to dispel all of that as quickly as possible, including what we just saw from them on that previous matchup, whereas I'd argue Mayhem don't need to worry about course correcting too much. If both teams were to drop the same performances they just had into this matchup against each other, into this best of 3, you will see Mayhem come out on top. I think it's as simple as that. I don't think this is quite as one-sided as we might be making it out to be. I think that both of these teams, I expect 3 maps, I really do, even though this may be a Mayhem favorite. I think that you are going to see 2 teams who both want this badly and are going to fight for it no matter the cost.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that assessment. I think it's entirely possible that we could go 3 maps. I mean, 6 Karma, you know, the thing is, I don't really understand, Flynn, what happened between stage 1 and stage 2, where we saw a much more, I would say, vibrant is perhaps not the right word, but a stronger 6 Karma roster. Even their finish overall in group stage was not as good. They look like much more of a threat in the playoffs. I mean, do you have any idea where the fall off might have come for them here?
Listen, I think the stage 1 roster relative to the stage 2 roster, I think the stage 2 roster, the most recent iteration that we're seeing, is a better roster on paper.
Yeah,
but I do think making 2 significant changes over the course of the offseason and the performance that we saw during the offseason in tournaments led us to believe that, things were fleshed out and things were a little more cohesive than they actually were. And I think that Six Karma had some pretty good performances in the offseason, especially in Element 3, that led us to the conclusion that, okay, this is a market improvement, not only roster-wise, but in terms of play style. And now we're seeing the regression to the mean, where we're seeing an opportunity for Six Karma to have to improve rapidly as things progress, and they're running out of runway to do it.
They definitely are, but let's go over to the map pool. We said map choice was going to be important here for them. Obviously, LATAM teams, they have maybe some limitations in their map pool. Not everybody is kind of at the Team Cruelty level. We will see 3 maps out of this. Bank, which has been one of the stalwarts here, Jonah, that's off the board. We're going to start with a Consulate from Six Karma.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because you got to dive back in the record books what we saw this stage to see the spotty record I feel like every team in the North had on Consulate. But Chalet as map 2, I think, is such a smart pick for Maycam Evolve. It was just a couple of days ago, it feels like, where we saw Six Karma and Revan go toe-to-toe on Chalet, and Six Karma's attacks were, well, non-existent. Fantastic place for Maycam to absolutely take advantage of that. And then they go to Clubhouse last again. Great choice for Maycam, a map that Six Karma could not seem to attack on just a few days ago, and a map that Maycam, while they couldn't beat Cruelty on, still had a fantastic, not strong, still had a very good performance out of the gate. So I think this absolutely favors Maycam. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think Consulate, if 6K can win it, we're going 3. If Maycam steal that one away, this one could be over before they know it.
Yeah, I said map pool would be interesting between these two teams. Seeing the reemergence of Chalet into Clubhouse as maps 2 and potentially 3. Listen, there aren't many times I don't have words for it, but there's a choice being made there for Six Karma. And whether or not they've been able to, in the span of 1 week, completely reimagine what their attacks look like on both of those maps, that's looking rough, like Jonah said. And then Consulate as your map pick means that you're going to be starting on the attack on Consulate, most likely. So again, we're going to have to see an improved attacking focus for Six Karma on maps that they have demonstrated an inability to attack quite wholly, at least so far through the playoffs. And they're going to need to make those changes in a hurry.
Just to follow up a little bit on what you were saying there, Flynn, do you think when it came down to those last 2 maps, it was a choice between Cafe and Clubhouse for Maycam? They chose to ban Cafe. Given what we just saw from Six Karma, do you think that might have been maybe a mistake for them not to take them there, instead go to a more familiar map like Club?
Potentially. I think that when you've got the most recent play of Cafe that looks decent for Six Karma, but not really all that promising, but you have the absolute horror show that was the attacks for Chalet and Club as your recent record. Club is also a scale leveler. We've talked about this Maycam Evolve team being very skilled individually, but the cohesion, it took a while to get there, especially in this stage. So now we're seeing a Maycam Evolve team that, if they are playing from behind the 8 ball in terms of that strategic depth and cohesion that maybe Six Karma will have an edge in, Clubhouse could be a really good map to level those scales and make it an aggressive gunfight like we just saw from them against Cruelty.
I think, Corbett, you raise a fantastic question, actually, because maybe that could be considered a mistake. Maybe Cafe could have been more one-sided. But kind of like Flynn said, I think this actually is better to pick into a map that you like more than your opponent dislikes. I'm all for counter-stratting and trying to find your opponent's weaknesses, but at the end of the day, if you're so-so on both maps, or you're equally confident on both maps, or maybe your opponent is the same way, pick a map that you are more comfortable with. Pick a map that you feel like you can dominate on. At the end of the day, that is going to make more of an impact in the lobby than your opponent's maybe being a little rough around the edges.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I think that Club maybe feels like a more comfortable or safer pick there for Maycam. So we'll see if we even get to Clubhouse. It is a best of 3 series after all. We'll be right back with Consulate, Maycam Evolve versus Six Karma. See you in just a few seconds.
Well, here we are in our only best of 3 of the night. This one, Maycam Evolve and 6 Karma to stave off elimination. We've got the casters from the other broadcast on the screen. In case you wanted a little surprise, that's not us. That's not who you're hearing talking right now. But the point is this. These two teams showed up looking to... Oh, it's us now.
That's us.
That came out of nowhere. These two teams showed up looking to make the major. And unfortunately for one of them, their run will end here. This is not a major qualification game. This is an elimination game. So here they try to avoid going home, showing up for a LAN environment and making the journey to go home right off the bat is a devastating way to start, but it is how it will go for one of these teams.
Unfortunately. And unfortunately, we have a tech pause in the middle. Friends, that's the new one. Haven't had that one before.
You could just finish the bands, right? You gotta think.
You could.
You gotta
but
think
instead,
there's no harm in
we
that,
can
baby.
sit
Come
here
on.
and prognosticate about what the defender bands
Jesus.
will be, Jonah. Instead, we can also talk about attacker band. Deimos and Dokkaebi both being removed from play. So interestingly enough, as we completely cut away, we don't even get to see what the defender bands will be.
I'm gonna
when we
lose
get back underway. It's been a day. I think that for 6 Karma, an interesting one to have both shields at their disposal. Because like I talked about heading into Cafe in the most recent best of 1, was that although they are a shield team, they definitely haven't displayed much formidability on the Blitz. This has definitely been a Montaigne first team. And like I even said, we saw the role swaps coming out, swag on the Montaigne, for I think the first time this stage, which was odd to say the least. And just the myriad role swaps on the attacking side for 6 Karma that did not look stable, and it didn't look like 6K were happy with what was going on the attacking side, which to be fair, they probably shouldn't have been, but at the same time, it speaks to a team that's scrambling and a team that is just trying to find something that works, as opposed to a team that has some depth to it when you're seeing these entire role swaps happen when they're exchanging between players, as opposed to different philosophy.
Well, it seems we are back from our thankfully brief tech pause, and we will conclude our operator bans with the Valkyrie and the Echo, our 2 defensive operators taken off the board here. Similar theme between the two, obviously very information focused between the two of them. One of them adding that ability of plant denial with that yokai drone. So you'll not see those information operators on the defensive side, and information also taken off the board on the attack in the Deimos and the Dokkaebi. So both teams very clearly similar approach coming into this matchup, but it will be Maycam Evolve who start things off on the defense, and 6 Karma, the ones who have to wade into the chaos. I'm gonna lose it. The ones who have to wade into the chaos on the attacking side to start. There is a possibility of a tech pause coming in. We saw that in the chat. But maybe not. Maybe not. We can hope that this first round will actually get underway as planned. But it is, as we said, 6 Karma, who might be the underdogs here just based on what we've seen from them in the past few rounds of their play, right? Didn't look so great on Cafe. Maycam, on the other hand, a little more buttoned up. So they'll try to keep that going here as they move on to best of 3. As we said, elimination on the line.
And the reason I'm talking so much about the Blitz really being an interesting one to allow through the ban phase is that it's one of 6 Karma's most banned operators, attack or defense. It's one of the mainstays. Also banning a lot of Clash is 6 Karma through the group stage, and yet we got all shields at the disposal for both teams. Kurtz taking some immediate damage to begin the round as well on the Amaru, down to 78 health. We see the emergence of a Blitz in round number 1. In tandem with the Finka, the Zofia Lifeline. The concussions get sent out. Kurtz is immediately in and choking on the gas, stuck in a Banshee. There's a team kill from Redder, but it's everyone on 6 Karma's side who continues to fall. Skimsy able to pick up one, and Raduk with another from the top of the spiral stairs. Means that it's just Infame alone. Suddenly a 4v2, it evaporates into a 1v2. The overheal for Raduk and Skimsy just expiring now. The smoke grenade will separate Skimsy and Raduk from one another, from establishing a crossfire up against Infame. Still holds inside of meeting the Nitro Cell. It goes out and it will drop Raduk. That's the man carrying the diffuser as well. So from the precipice, Rayduck able to bring, or Infame able to bring this back to the realm of possibility. Still so much time on the side of Skimzy to be able to pick up the diffuser, continue to press the advantage with the long-range assault rifle relative to the SMG-11 that Infame has with no more explosive potential. Reloading, and Skimzy has recovered the diffuser from inside of CEO, has the opportunity to continue to press the advantage and take it a gunfight. But instead, Infame continuing to back off, shoulder peaks coming out, and now he will wander up in the middle of meeting. Plant going down from Skimzy. Shots ring out, and Skimzy, he's not going to be deterred. He will pull off, or complete the plant, and then turn the corner into a stream of bullets. Infame able to win the 1v2, and 6 Karma. It's a back and forth round that had them have the advantage momentarily. Yet Maycam, they secure the round number 1 defense.
Well, if there's any sign of how this series is going to go, it is that round right there. You're going to be on your edge of the seat the entire time because there is just going to be no breathing for either team. The pressure is going to be insane. I mean, that round alone started with Maycam brilliantly denying a play from 6 Karma that they have seen many times before. And what 6 Karma was hoping to be I won't say gimmick, but the strategy, the approach to this map that absolutely destroys the hopes of Maycam Evolve. This is why they wanted to play this map, because their attacks can be so explosive and so dangerous. But Maycam, through the first minute of that round, completely shut it down. If it were not for Rayduck and Skimzy and their ability to bring that round out of nowhere, we would have been wrapping this up, giving you the post-game breakdown a long time ago. Instead, it was a nail-biter, and it came down to those final few engagements. Big clutch from Infame in the end against Rayduck and Skimzy. The Nitro Cell, if that doesn't land, it's a very different story. And yeah, if he doesn't win that gunfight, we're going to be praising 6 Karma for working their way back out of such a deficit. So a wild start. I know a long-winded explanation there, but deservedly so, because that one was a mess to begin. It was chaos. And we know that's what this map can bring about. Clearly, these teams willing to not only lean into that, but to thrive in it.
Well, we had 1 round with the Blitz for 6 Karma, and Rayduck, even though he was able to get the kill in that flurry at the top of the yellow stairs, he's immediately back onto the Montaigne, still sprinting into the action, up against Dirty. He wins it with the SMG-12, the Boss G, unable to follow up onto Swag, but a Nitro Cell at Swag's feet will drop him to 71 health. It may be a change in operators, but it's not a change in philosophy as of yet for 6 Karma. Basement defense for Maycam, and it looks like they're going to have to weather quite the server contingent on the push. At the very least, though, they've been able to remove the shield from play once again.
This is the strategy that 6 Karma like to bring to the table. We've seen this from them before this stage. They did it against TSG. They did it against Revan, and it worked both times. It's aggressiveness. It's their ability to move in and take space before you know what hit you. It seems like Maycam have done their homework, though, and are not going to allow this strategy from 6 Karma to work. Doesn't mean that other strategies can't work. Doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to work their way back from the disadvantage in this round, as Swag and Falls make that abundantly clear, with kills onto Infame and VJ, turning this one into a 4v2. It doesn't mean that this is not going to still be a winning strategy for 6 Karma, but it does mean that they're going to need to watch out for what these defenses have in store for them, that they're not going to be able to just take space as freely as they might think they can.
Oh, nice swing there from Kurz from inside of Kitchen. Falls on the follow-up. He won't get the opportunity, and the ACS-12, while it is a heavy hitter, it has a slow rate of fire. You can hear the screaming coming out from the side of 6 Karma. They're going to need some energy. They're going to need to be as ferocious on the attacks as they have displayed so far to catch a team like Maycam off guard, as we've seen the response from Maycam against Cruelty in our first matchup of the evening. It was quite impressive and quite aggressive. So now, let the Maycam evolve on the defensive side, continue to find purchase, and be able to reject the swift injury for 6 Karma.
We'll see early on in that round, right? It was Dirty who started it off, just straight up shutting down Rayduck in the play he was able to make on the Monty. And that right there, you figure should be a pretty brutal dagger to 6K in the hopes they had in that round, but again, thankfully to, well, the rest of the team, Skimzy, Swag, Falls, putting in the work to get themselves out of that deficit. We say this a lot for attacking teams that bring the Blitz, bring the Monty, that showcase any clear path of their attack right off the bat. And if that path, if that plan A were to fail, a lot of times teams will crumble under that pressure, right? Teams will really force the issue, try to take a lot of individual gunfights. That doesn't go well for them, and then they end up losing the round, largely because of how things started off. Despite that problem for 6K, they had no such issue making it work. They slowed things down, they made sure to get information before taking gunfights, and well, that really benefited them in the long run there. So able to work their way out of what could have been a bit of a pickle, and instead give themselves a nice attacking round win to tie us up at 1. And the adjustment that Maycam will make here, maybe the success they had early on in Tellers, maybe just wanting to hold the other side of that basement floor. They're going to go to the split site here. We'll see Archives and Tellers next.
Fairly confident. Now the plant is coming out. Okay, inside of Tellers, the EMP has come out from up above to completely nullify the pulse from underneath and any nitro cells that were on the floor. And now you can hear the explosions. They come just a moment too late. Plant is completed in a rush plant once again for 6 Karma. Everyone on the side of Maycam trying to pour their way back in. Infame gets 1 in response to Falls dropping dirty. Radek, though, on the full shield is going to be able to occupy the hallway and have purview onto the diffuser as Falls continues to rip through Maycam Evolved defenders and peer into the bomb site. Now the flank comes out from Kurz, leveling the man count momentarily, but the Montaigne's standing on top of the diffuser. As Skimzy now comes into play, Kurz with 1 nice shot, but he can't go for 2, and now VJ is left alone against the Montaigne, and it's once again a rush for 6 Karma, but this time it works out.
That one, we was so fast we didn't even have a time to discuss the curious site selection from Maycam. Because I've said that coming into this game, clearly Maycam knew what was going on. If they didn't, 2 rounds should tell them exactly how 6 Karma want to approach this. Despite that, they choose the objective that is the most open to rushes like that, the most susceptible to just quick aggressive moves. And what do they do to stop it? Well, nothing. Now, to credit 6 Karma, loved the EMP tactic they brought out there. Knowing that there would be information coming from the pulse down below and knowing that there would be multiple C4s awaiting whoever is putting that diffuser down, they said, you know what? That's fine. EMPs go out, disabling the heartbeat sensor, disabling any pre-placed C4s, and allowing that diffuser to reach completion there. A fantastic strategy that ended up working out. Still don't love that Maycam allowed themselves to be exploited by the very strategy they had to expect would happen on that exact objective. But 6 Karma recognizing that there was a gap in that defense. It's again showing off the thing we've complimented 6 Karma on for plenty of different rounds. Is that right there. Taking advantage of a small gap, making that wider and wider until the door is wide open and you can walk right through.
We saw smoke grenades be pretty integral to round number 1 in Maycam's defense. We now see the Tachanka make its re-emergence. We did see a Tachanka downstairs in the basement, but the Shmika launcher wasn't really all that impactful on the round. I don't even think it got taken out to be used on the basement defense. But now we're probably going to see a little more action from the fire being ripped out. We've also got some contrasting fire coming out from the asphyxiating bolts on the side of Kurtz. On the Capital, immediate admin entry for 6 Karma as they are changing up the attacking push and being able to go from the admin side as well as the Yellow Stairs side. This is at least a good display of flexibility on the attack that we haven't really seen as of late from 6 Karma in their most recent games. Kiva Barricades will slow down the advancement of Kurtz, and he'll even take some damage from Infame for the troubles. He tries to knife away the Kivas and the barbed wire. It's Radok who falls at the hands of VJ downstairs in the middle of Spiral. That is now your Lion taking out a plague in the advancement now from Infame. Walks out of the meeting door, the aggression from the Striker laid to rest as Swag gets picked apart by Redder. Now the push at the top of the Visa stairs. Infame wins his duel with Kurtz and stares down the top of the Spiral stairs. But in the 4v2 advantage, everyone on Maycam ready and waiting for 6 Karma to walk at them.
Yeah, this time it works for Maycam. Able to shut down every single fight. Skimzy one, falls another. Don't tell me they're working their way back in another round here. 6 Karma, resilient. Infame, VJ. They gotta watch out now. 4v2 turned into now a 2v1 favoring 6K. Maycam, where is he going? Where's VJ going in a situation like that? Clearly, had no idea the threat that lurked below. Skimzy 3 rounds in on the 4th round is already on 9 kills, by the way. He and Falls will now look to track down Infame, who is also, and now, I suppose necessarily, getting fairly active. Because he lost VJ, now he's got to work his way back from this disadvantage. Spots the head of one, takes him out accordingly. So Falls goes down, and Skimzy only 22 HP. That's a big kill for Infame to find. Skimzy still the responsibility of making something happen. The diffuser, not sure where he'll recover it. There it is. In his hands now as he rotates towards the A site. And oh, tough way to go down. After all that comeback, it's a Capcan trap that ends it.
It's another top floor defense that feels like a roller coaster ride. Everyone on 6 Karma walking to their immediate demise from either the top of spiral stairs or from the admin side, from break room to vending. And yet the pullback, all of a sudden, like you said, Jonah, 4v2 advantage for Maycam Evolve turns on its head and becomes a 1v2. And then the clutch, again, the 1v2 clutch necessitated for the victory upstairs for Maycam Evolve. The only way they've won their 2 defensive rounds on this bomb site is via a 1v2 clutch from a defender. You've got to worry for Maycam Evolve. Having these man advantages start to evaporate in a hurry gives you cause for concern, and it has been pretty commendable for 6 Karma to be able to bring back those rounds, but also the circumstances that lead you to having such a negative value in terms of your manpower still available. It's concerning. I think 6 Karma are continuously trying to skip over any intel gathering and trying to go site direct as fast as possible. And we saw this from Maycam on Clubhouse against Team Cruelty. This is a team that on the defensive side, if you push them, they will push back with some serious aggression and firepower to match it. 6 Karma at this point, we're just committed to the game plan now, which is pedal to the metal, gas pedal all the way through the floor. We'll see who wants to slow down first.
Kurtz, no kills yet. Looking to get on the board here by making this entry. The Ram, of course, designed for one specific purpose, and that purpose already fulfilled. Boogie drone down, and now will activate. A lot of destruction here, and we'll get this defense moving. Kurtz done a nice job of taking that space, and now will opening up the ability to take even more. Maycam this time not choosing to play very actively on the defensive side. Letting 6 Karma come to them, and I think that's the smart choice here. Given that how one-sided, how back and forth these have been in the past. EMPs, 6 Karma done great work with those. The Selmas will go down on the wall here, and now they'll get this breach opened up.
So instead of focusing on the server side, as we saw previously from 6 Karma in the attack, this time around, lots of garage focus, but also top control. Like you mentioned, Kurtz on the Ram, able to get some boogie drones going inside of Piano, but nobody playing directly inside of garage, other than Infame. He's got a nitro cell in his pocket, and now in his hand, ready to be ripped towards the garage itself. Last boogie drone comes out from Kurtz up above, and Swag holding any flanks, making sure that nobody from Maycam will be able to catch them off guard and begin his descent down the spiral stairs, but Falls rejected any kind of entry in through the garage wall. The flames come out from the Shmika launcher, well timed out of the smokes, and VJ and Dirty, they both tag in. It's a nice shot there from Swag, being able to catch and turn the corner for even more. The transfer from Swag for 3. Skimzy as well jumps in onto Kurz, but Redder with the ACS-12. It's a 1v3 down to a 1v2. It's an ACS-12 with an ACOG. Slow rate of fire, heavy hitting weapon up against Swag. High rate of fire on that PDW. Long range, but not as heavy hitting. And instead it's Skimzy who gets his double on the round. and immediately leaves his seat on the attacking side of console.
It's crazy what we're seeing right now, Flynn. I mean, it is just so ridiculous. The back and forth, dramatic swings and advantage that we have seen in almost every single round. I mean, hero plays, we saw this also be the strange pattern of the Maycam Evolve Cruelty game. It's not something you want to rely on, and typically it means that something or many things are going wrong for both teams. Another 5v3 advantage for Maycam Evolve turned completely on its head by Swag, who blindsides everyone and flips the entire round on its head. At some point, Maycam Evolve need to look in the mirror and wonder what the heck is going on and why they, for what feels like the 5th time out of 5 rounds, have had an advantage and then lost it. I don't think that's quite the case. Slightly hyperbolic, but it certainly feels that way. Even in the rounds they've won, they've had the advantage, lost it, and had to clutch? Does that even make sense? And we're 5 rounds into a best of 3. I mean, if this is what we're seeing for the duration of the series, I mean, no lead is safe. No man advantage is ever safe. I mean, that much we already know. I just think that it's a crazy pattern to be so consistent 5 rounds in, and with 1 more round to go on the attack, odds are we're going to see something like that happen again.
Seems like that was a Vulcan canister popped pretty early on, and you can see the response coming out from Maycam Evolve. Just trying to read the entry point coming out for 6 Karma, because they have been getting in the building quite quickly. And that Vulcan canister seems to be the correct read, as Kurtz will then vault into Tellers to get around it, with Rayduct at his side on the Montaigne carrying the diffuser. There was a defender playing in positioned around the spiral stairs, who is now going to have to fall back. And that is VJ on the Tubarão. Worried about any immediate exposition pushes. You can see the wall gets opened up, Rayduct gets in, and we are once again trying to put the plant down within the first minute or so for 6 Karma, and it's Kurz on the swing to drop Kurtz. Now the Nitro Cell, it goes soaring, but the plant is completed.
Yeah, just shorted on the throw there. Not going to connect onto Rayduct, not doing nearly enough damage. Swag, that's an easy kill onto Redder as he works his way up the stairs. It's a 4v4, but this is a retake situation for Maycam, and they are nowhere near where they need to be to get this one done. First floor objectives seem to not be the play here. Swag will get another kill. A chance for VJ as he's long-arming this. 6 Karma asleep at the wheel. 6 rounds now where it feels like we've seen such a crazy flip-flop. Still making absolutely no sense. A little counter defuse out of nowhere ties us up at 3.
I mean, it's one of those common Achilles heels when you're going for rushes, is that you have not established any kind of control around the map to be able to guard the diffuser once you put it down. There was attempted fire from up above, but the retake through the bomb site with the assist of the Zoto canister and the TCSG ripping through Rayduct on the Montaigne. He's just standing there alone. His closest friend is in Tellers, for God's sake. There's still lounge and exposition between you and the closest attacker. And that is, again, the vulnerability of going for a rush like that without having the setup, is it leaves you very exposed to one person dying, and all of a sudden, all of your control is gone, and the diffuser only takes 7 seconds to counter defuse. So Maycam able to clutch up there in the counter and able to retake into their own bomb site. It's a tie ball game at the side swap, which for Consulate, which we should point out, is fairly defender-oriented. Still a very good record for 6 Karma to walk into the defense with, but for a Maycam Evolve team that we saw excel on the attacking side on Clubhouse earlier this evening, this one already starts to feel like we are trending towards an attacker-sided matchup, which does not fare well for 6 Karma, at least based on their recent play outside of this match.
I mean, right, if the pattern we've seen this map continues, it's just going to be chaos. And, well, you got to argue that maybe Maycam will thrive in that chaos here now that they are the ones on the attack. Think about Redder now on the Ying, Kurz, the Blitz. This is a lineup that just screams chaos, that screams, well, sorry, 6 Karma, you're not going to be able to see on defense this time. We got enough flashes for all of you. In fame, of course, the IQ. Maybe that can help identify what they're dealing with on the defensive side, but shouldn't be too revealing. I mean, obviously no Valkyrie coming in, no Echo on the board right off the bat. We knew that wouldn't be a concern, and really nothing in the way of hard breach denial other than that mute jammer. Good timing, though, on the drop off the rappel. But still, Swag, oh my goodness, able to get away with one. VJ, tough look for him as he knew where the Melusi was, still lost the fight anyway, but Redder will respond in kind, getting that kill and getting us back to an even 4v4. So still here, an even fight. Rayduct trying to remain unnoticed, unflashed. Falls watching the swing in that bathroom window. Very clearly, Maycam are trying to shortcut this, spring into action nice and quick. They have the information from the Grimbees to do something with it, but the smoke, even the smoke from the attack, temporarily halts their advance over on the top of the stairs. Kerr's waiting for his move to step in, and will likely wait for the rest of the team to group up and push before he gets that kill. Look at that pistol out, and he gets one to initiate.
Yeah, Kerr's on the advance through the yellow stairs corridor, and Dirty as well from the top of Spiral. Very similar to what we saw coming out from 6 Karma as Skimzy puts a magazine into the wall without hitting a single shot. Rayduct, he'll get one, but Dirty on the collapse. The diffuser was on the floor, not planted, but all the same, it's a lethal show from Maycam Evolve. They flood the bomb site from every possible avenue, and 6 Karma crumble.
We warned there might be a possibility of some ferocious attacks when it came to the side swap, and so far, it looks like we were right. Explosive there in the end from Maycam. Nice 1-for-1, slow start for both teams, but then Maycam decided to just burst in, and Rayduct, who was kind of hiding behind the desk there in the office for however long, could not survive the onslaught in the end. 6 Karma looked like they were kind of expecting a very similar execute to what they would normally bring, stacking a nice bit of their resources towards that CO window, and when the attack didn't come that direction, you know, they had to relocate, they had to reposition. Seemed like that wasn't too much of an issue, but when that attack eventually came through, the execute eventually popped. Well, Maycam were able to find the kills, and now, well, they will find themselves in the lead for the first time here, so comfortable spot for them to be, other than, of course, that very first round that they were able to secure. Look at Skimzy, 11 kills to his name, Swag 8. I mean, you're seeing pretty major contribution from this 6 Karma team. They really clearly want to win this game. Kurtz, the only one who is yet to find the scoreboard, and if that continues, Flynn, that will start to be concerning given how important this man was to the success of this team all stage long.
Well, that's the thing, right? And this is what I talked about in the pregame that we saw on Cafe from 6 Karma. Just a disjointed team. It seemed like not everyone was on the same page for the majority of Cafe. And here we are, 7 rounds deep, approaching 8. And 6 Karma, again, not having everyone fire on all cylinders, seeming a little separate from one another. Maybe not on the same schedule, at least, for the round. There's been a couple of 2-man rushes, but not a lot of 5-man rushes. You got to think, for teams like this, it's either all or nothing, but at the moment, Kurtz, like you mentioned as well, has had to endure a bit of a role swap as well. We've seen through the majority of the group stage that Kurtz was on very attack and aggressive heavy operators, and on the roam on the defense, but now he's been positioned onto site utility and onto more supportive roles in the attacking side. So, that vault in from Dirty, instead, is going to get picked up by Skimzy, who seems to have facilitated the role on the roam and on more entry-specific roles for this time being, and it's left Kurtz in a precarious spot in terms of being able to contribute on the scoreboard as he has through the group stage. But at the very least, it seems to be netting Skimzy lots of success, and the results, they're following suit.
Tough moment there for Kurz as he rounds the corner trying to take some space, and a clash greets him. Nothing he's going to be able to do in that straight 1-for-1, at least in that position. We'll need some support, and we'll wait for that to come in. And Falls, his only responsibility, hold off the blitz and maybe keep an eye on that attack working its way around from somewhere else. Of course, that shield only works one way, and if that attack does start to pressure that backside, then eventually, well, he should turn to deal with it. For now, though, still the blitz bearing down on that position while the attack works their way in above. You see, with 50 seconds left, VJ continuing to get this soft destruction going, and only now are we actually going to see this breach open, albeit just a hair. Redder using that secondary hard breach charge to get an opening. Clearly, though, that is not where the push is likely to come from. You're not usually going to vault in and try to make that your execute, especially as a blitz. Does look like he is positioned nearby, though. So you just never know. Smokes go out, and these fights beginning to happen now with Maycam initiating. Infame will take it onto Skimzy, and Kurt, I mean, I was wrong. He just goes straight through and just denied at the last second. Infame, though, from behind this two-pronged approach, but is it too late? Falls and Rayduct just have to survive another 4 seconds. Falls gets 2 kills, and VJ has been left in the dust. They waited far too long to make that work, and 6 Karma take another.
It's one man on the walk from the kitchen rotate because of a bulletproof camera that can see through the smoke and see the plant going down. An unfortunate one there for Maycam, as they don't have the coverage necessary to complete the plant. It got close, but it could not get completed. And that really is where the round fell apart. Falls as well from behind the yellow pillar, and being able to whip out the SMG9 on the Clash and still pick up 2 kills. Also impressive to be able to keep his team in it. It was a very strong attacking basis for Maycam, being able to open up the wall and identify that the utility that was on 6 Karma's side for the defense was not really centric on plant denial itself. You had maybe 1 Nitro cell that was on the board, and not a whole lot of area denial. We're not seeing the Tachanka, we're not seeing the smoke, we're not seeing the Legion until now. This is a 6 Karma team that was very positioned to try and stall out the entry into the bomb site with the Aruni and the Kaid Claws, and being able to reinforce hatches with the Clash as well. So there was a lot more focus positioned for 6 Karma's defense on denying entry as opposed to denying the plant should someone get in. Maycam Evolve nearly taking advantage, but instead, again, being able to traverse their way through and spot the plant on the bulletproof camera is the difference maker. The tie ball game, and now 6 Karma on the defense, looking to get on a bit of a run here on their own map pick of Consulate.
And a great way to start it. But Infame looking to get that momentum back. A quick entry down below. No such hesitation into the map this time. Looked up through the hatch, couldn't find any early pickings there, so he'll throw out a drone and make sure they know what they're dealing with as they work their way in. But that, an isolated play happening down below. In the meantime, several attackers, in fact most of them, will work their way directly towards this first floor, also sending out a few drones to see how 6 Karma are trying to defend on what could be a very exposed first floor site. I mean, you see how quickly they're trying to make work of this. The Selma's already down, the wall already opening here on this backside. I mean, Exposition, Piano, not an easy place to defend, especially from a direct first floor attack if you don't have some top floor presence. Thankfully for 6 Karma, they will. Now the Bees up above will expose one of those positions as Kurtz, 0-7 at the moment, still looking for his first impact in this game, will have to tuck tail and run. And eventually, it is actually Rayduct the first player to fall, as Redder, this position that was opened up earlier, already paying dividends for Maycam Evolve.
And Skimzy has had to be a one-man army. Sounded like he was jumping out the top of spiral stairs to get the equalizer on the round, and it also sounded like it was his UMP that was attempting to shoot off the Selmas from the wall into Exposition. So lots of work being done here from the castle that's running a marathon around the map, and much less work being done by Infame down below, attempting to catch a rotation, either anyone through the basement or up through that piano hatch, yet nobody's really crossed his sight. Now he will come to blows. Someone on the yellow stairs, but he's not droning. We're just face-checking everything on yellow stairs, walking past the goo mines, but Falls, who laid those traps, will also catch him with a T5. It's a man advantage reestablished for 6 Karma on the defense that really hasn't had to do a whole lot of heavy lifting to be able to repel Maycam Evolve's entry. Reading the flank, though, up yellow stairs is well dead by Dirty, and being able to hit the headshot onto Falls. Lots of goo mines picked up at Skimzy once again. Having a torrid moment, especially utilizing some maybe not so favorable defensive weapons. More damage being done as the 2-man contingent to push their way from the yellow stairs corridor into Piano. Stuck by a goo mine and having to slow down even more. No diffuser in hand either, so they will flood for the kills. Lots of sprays come out, and Curse is able to get one, but Swag perseveres from behind the piano, and he gets 2 for his troubles. It is 6 Karma putting back-to-back defensive rounds on the board.
When you talk about boxing your opponents into a corner, it's usually something we would say metaphorically, right? As an analogy. That time, Well, quite literally, Maycam Evolve were boxed into a corner, stuck right outside Piano with nowhere to go. They walked through a soft hole, tried to sneak their way in, and just got absolutely bodied. I mean, they really had nothing they could do in that 2v3 situation. A back and forth early, frankly, one of the few rounds we've seen where it hasn't been a major advantage swinging one way and the other. It was just methodically both teams chipping away at each other until a couple of missed shots in the end, and 2 nice shots there from Swag ended it for Maycam. Got Swag to double digits as well, who now joins Skimzy. We're seeing some real significant contributions on that side, and Maycam Evolve, despite trying to spread the love a little bit and allow everyone to get involved in the kills, just have not been able to match what Skimzy, Swag, and Falls have put down. Especially on this attacking side, it gets a lot more intimidating to go up against this team. We expected this to be a favorable map for 6K. We knew they liked this territory. They won it twice. But we did expect to see Maycam on these attacks a little bit tidier than we've seen them being. That's 2 rounds now where they've really come down to the final few seconds, and it has cost them the round. Just how late they're going into these rounds with how much progress, or I suppose the lack of progress, they're making.
Yeah, both of these teams, their attacking philosophies definitely exemplified by the lack of intel. We are not droning, we are not taking much map control, we are definitely just trying to walk in and take as many fights as humanly possible. And that goes both ways for both teams, and unfortunately, it's led to some chaotic and sometimes disastrous attacking rounds that don't have a whole lot of stability behind them. So we've seen a lot of man advantages just disappear off the face of the earth. And that is because there isn't a whole lot of structure being employed here. It's very much everyone try and take a 1v1, get your gunfights, and win your gunfights. It's left us at a close scoreline, and us will pour into CEO as Rayduck will utilize his first Toxic Babe in response, anticipating an attempted plant, but nobody repels in to breathe in the toxic gas. Instead, a double stack from the meeting window leaves Maycam in a position to catch 6 Karma off guard, still solely focusing on the CEO window.
Well, right now, what we're seeing from Redder is just throwing in those Candelas to get those smokes out of pocket. The problem is, he just threw in his final Candela. I'm all about baiting the utility out here, but now when it comes to the execute, they're going to be weakened just a bit. Now, they have forced Rayduck to take a bit of a more passive position. Kurtz, and really anybody who wants to deny this plant, is going to have to do so much more aggressively. No nitro cells in pocket, just a couple impact grenades, and that's all the smoke. So now they've given the sign that they can move in. Kurtz, he finally gets on the board, claiming his very first kill of the map. Quickly traded out, though, by VJ, who now flashes himself in a last-ditch effort to try to get this diffuser down. But Rayduck drops down below, and now he is the only one who can stop this Maycam attack for 6K. Drops down and, well, stays alive for now. Diffuser in Redder's pocket has not hit the floor, and Redder, well, actually, Rayduck wins the fight against the window, gets a kill with barbed wire, and now the diffuser goes down. A 1v4 and turns into a 1 versus 2. Removes some information as he tries to rotate up the spiral stairs. This is going to take him quite a while. This one heavily stacked in Maycam's favor, given that Kerr's on the blitz. Really can just roll up and shut this down. Incredible shot, though, on Redder. Now, all of a sudden, very concerning for Maycam. A 1 versus 1. Kerr's going to have to play this right. He'll step up, looking at him, quick to the ADS, and quick to the headshot. It got a little close for comfort there for Maycam, as always, but they tie us up at 5.
4v1 down to the 1v1. Again, these rounds, they are built on a foundation of quicksand. It's a violent flood into the bomb site on the backs of a double rappel through CEO window and 1 flashbang. That's all the setup there is. There's a blitz trying to solo his way up yellow stairs, and it just becomes a flood of calamity for both of these teams in both positions. And Maycam, in that 4v1, trying to put the plant down, they left Redder outside after this double rappel in through CEO. So he had to rotate, hit the CEO window where Rayduck was holding, and it all becomes a bit of a nightmare. But all the same, it's a 5-5 scoreline. Kurz wins the 1v1 on the blitz in the post. And we have a tie ball game. We're going to need all 12 of regulation once again this evening. and potentially some overtime. 6 Karma for the time being. With them to put themselves on the match point once again on their map pick, and it looks like it's a piano and exposition defense. Well, there is Radok downstairs reinforcing in the basement, so we're gonna have to see exactly where that position of the bomb is. And for the time being, we get to see the reemergence of a Solus. We did a couple times this evening, but there have been a lot of changes, and it is a garage defense, should correct myself. But we got the reemergence of the Solus, which could be used as some plant denial utility, at least some intel that it's going down. Should 6 Karma want to do that this time around, as opposed to just trying to deny any entry.
Well, max regulation on map 1. We told you we'd got an interesting series ahead of us, and we were absolutely right. I mean, this one, again, elimination on the line. No team is going to go down without a heck of a fight, and well, I think both teams have proved that here. 6 Karma's map pick, though, so you'd expect them to... Nice. Love that. You'd expect them to be the stronger ones here. You'd expect them to come out of this map with a win, especially going into Chalet. You think they need this. They really do. So as much as this has been so chaotic, so back and forth, Maycam are doing their job right now. They're making 6 Karma sweat. Win this one or not. I mean, they're setting themselves up for what could be a very successful map 2. But it has been back and forth this whole time, and well, we could still see 6 Karma take these next 2, close it out in regulation, but same goes for this Maycam attack. I like to see Dirty bringing out the Jackal here. It's an effective adjustment against some of the problems we've been seeing. Feels like Maycam, the lack of the Dokkaebi, the lack of the Deimos, it's been hurting them in terms of the information. So maybe Dirty can make up for that a little bit. Maybe Kurz here on the Monty can help with that. Just walking in and getting that information that his team needs. We'll see. I mean, more than half of the round has already transpired. Hasn't felt like we've seen that much meaningful progress from Maycam. They've just been busy. Well, they've been taking control of these top 2 floors. They have that control now, but 6 Karma have not put up any resistance.
There's one flank coming out upstairs, and it doesn't last very long either. That's about it. Everyone back downstairs. Dirty holding the flank from the top of the spiral stairs. The smokes come pouring in from the garage breach that has now been opened up by Redder. Oh, Goomine still flung across the bomb site, trying to make sure that if Kurz walks in with that diffuser, he will be laid to rest. Dirty will pick up an attempted flank from Kurtz. That's the nice opener that Maycam would have wanted. Now the Montaigne trying to progress with the diffuser into the garage breach, but it's Dirty once again. The PDW collecting souls at every turn. Another one bites the dust, trying to spring into action. His falls, but he will be laid to rest. The flank coming now from Skimzy. The plant not going down as of yet, but the coverage being held from Infame underneath the Kiba barricade. He goes to the deck, and the shots onto Kurz's ankle, but he's able to secure the plant. Skimzy on 17 kills. Nearly able to bring that one back and stop the plant. Now it is just Skimzy alone on 22 health, attempting to ascend the yellow stairs now and take the 1v1 against VJ. He's going to get the hell out of Dodge, vaulting out the closet window, just wasting more of Skimzy's time and trying to get a vertical angle onto Kurz. Match isn't even open, buddy. We're going back down yellow stairs. The timer is going to expire on Skimzy here. And it's going to be Maycam Evolve on match point on 6K's map.
Letting us hear the energy on the Maycam side. But man, give it up to Maycam for winning that one. But can we stop just banging our heads against the wall into submission? It feels like Maycam is insistent on making this as hard as humanly possible. Like they just cannot close out a round. Skimzy should not have been able to survive this. 1 kill, acceptable. 2 kills, not great. And he almost killed the planter. He almost got the clutch. He has, what, 17 kills to his name already? And that was almost 18 and almost a round win. It's wild how close these rounds are. If every round that Maycam held more than a 2-man advantage in that round, if all of those rounds have gone their way, this would have been over already. It certainly would have been over now. Again, I'll give them credit for a nice execute there and avoiding the problems that ended up losing them the round last time they executed on that bomb site. But man, that was close. Far too close. obviously major props for Skimzy for going absolutely nuts. I mean, Falls and Kurtz, they were the two leading the charge for this team for the majority of the stage. I mean, Falls, he was what, 81, 58, plus 23. I'm going to see if I can get my date range right on my stats here. But he was leading the charge well and ahead of the rest of the team. Kurtz was close behind. And Skimzy now has been absolutely rock solid right where they need him. Look at Swag, too. 10 kills to his name. Kurtz has not showed up, unfortunately. Seems to have not been a problem for the most part, but Flynn in these final 2 rounds. Now Maycam having a chance to close this one out in regulation on 6 Karma's map pick. This is where you need Kurtz to shine.
Well, definitely. And we saw this on Cafe as well from Falls. Like I said, he was 1-6 at one point. At least he was doing some chip damage. At least he had those 5 assists when he was 1-6. He sprung back into life, and through the course of 2 rounds, able to get back to 6-8 with 8 assists. So lots of damage being done at the very least. On the flip side here for Kurtz, though, on Consulate, it's not looking great. It's 1-9 from a player who was formerly in one of your more forward positions, especially on the attack, but also on the defense. Much more roaming being done. We've seen him take out a Vigil in the past. We've seen him take out a lot of aggressive operators, and now got a different role, and it is not working for him in terms of the kill feed. You see the immediate vault in upstairs. So we've got windows opening up, curves back onto the Montaigne. Piano Exposition defense with their lives on the line will be for 6 Karma, and we'll see how quickly Maycam want to go. It seems like when they've taken their time and set up their attacks, things have gone very well for them. Holding off a rotation from Skimzy as well. They'll run into the first engagement at the Visa double door. He turns on the Fenrir mine at the exact right moment as 2 attackers start pressing their way in through the Visa double door. It's Kurz and Skimzy yet again. Rayduct as well, tagging in off screen, and it leaves Kurz on the Montaigne alone against Skimzy, but with a 2-man advantage, 6 Karma are going to peel back and take what they can get.
Take what they can get. I mean, this is great. 5v3, a position that Maycam have been in plenty of times, and 6 Karma have worked their way back out of, but not the other way around necessarily. It's Infame Kurz who need to make it happen. Redder trying to join this fight, but now you lose Infame, and it really is going to come down to just 1 man. Not going to last much longer because 6K close it out, and guess what? The back and forth sends us all the way to OT.
Going to OT, and Kurtz picks up a double on the flank down the Visa stairs. We ask him make his presence felt, and boy does he. It might not have been the most impactful kills, but at the very least, it's getting on the scoreboard, being able to feel like you are having a tangible effect on the outcome of the game. Big for your confidence and big for the momentum. It is still going to be 6 Karma on the defense in overtime for 2 out of the 3 possible rounds. They will begin with a basement defense. Garage and kitchen coming out for 6 Karma, and we see the reemergence of some bulletproof utility that can see through smoke, but this time around, as we look at the replays from the previous round, Skimzy is certainly on a heater this evening. We see the reemergence of a Maestro, which has taken shape a couple times in this match so far. We've seen a lot of ACS 12 play coming out from Maycam Evolve on their Maestros. We see Rayduct picking up the Alda instead, wanting to go instead of burr.
Very nice. Very nice. We're getting, this is how you know we're getting crazy, when Flynn is breaking out the sound effects. You know, we're losing our minds here. I mean, it's crazy how back and forth this has been. I mean, there's no question that this is the kind of electric siege we want. Is it clean? Is it polished? No. No, thank you, Flynn. It is definitely not.
No.
But it's scrappy, it's dirty, and it can be fun. You know, and what we're seeing right now is 2 teams who, as we said, they want to win, and they're going to do whatever it takes to do that. Doesn't have to be clean, but you're going to give someone the power to make a difference, and, well, they might just do it. Swag,
Buddy.
Tough. Tough. As if to sum up, a beautiful example of what we're just saying. VJ was exposed to that angle for, what, a full 5 seconds? Swag, a full mag is not enough. VJ will get away with his life, albeit only 10 HP of his life. And so he will remain alive for Maycam to try to continue to find some attacking success.
Well, Swag unable to hit the headshot necessary to get the opener, but he's going to hear the entry at the top of the spiral stairs from the exterior window. He's going to turn tail. He's done significant damage at the very least to VJ, and he will know that, but dirty! He's able to pick up the opener, holding from behind a light post for the Visa Stair rotation. Swag gets decapitated, and while he is on a heater this evening as well as Skimzy, gonna leave Skimzy alone in terms of the fragging department on the side of 6 Karma. The opening pick acquired, and everybody starts to peel back down to the basement. Now, we got the Montaigne up from Kurz, and you still got the Thermite to be able to open up the garage wall. One thing you're really concerned about here is those Maestro Evil Eyes, which Infame has brought a Bravo to try and contend with. In a very strong position here if you're Maycam and able to get into Piano and start working this up.
Well, we've seen this be, well, I would say a good benchmark for Maycam's progress in the past, but it has not meant or has not determined who ends up winning the round, because this is the kind of thing that happens. Slowly, 6 Karma work their way back in. Whether it's 1 kill here, 1 kill there, or an explosive comeback. 6 Karma, they have this clutch ability that Maycam have not really displayed to us this map. And, well, could get clutched on again if they're not careful. VJ, from that very opening engagement, is still only 10 HP. You've also got Kurz now getting lit up a bit, but Maycam still striking back. Redder this time. He's now reached double digits. Both Dirty, Redder, and Kurz all hitting the mark. Redder now getting his 11th kill. Kurtz is going to have to go nuts. He's finally come alive here. 4 kills, make that 5 as he's got his double on the round. Now working a flank and really trying to dismantle this top floor. There's 1 player up here that may just be his next victim. Skimzy down below trying to delay some time. Kurtz, an easy triple. Where's the diffuser and why has it not been going down? Finally, Kurz will attempt this. Skimzy cannot pick up the kill. He gets the down. That's all he needed. Maycam are terrible, my god! Can they not get the diffuser down on the site when they have the control? Disaster strikes! And 6 Karma, another heist.
Yeah, heist is a good way to put it. That's another significant man advantage that Skimzy has to go win topside on the flank, but also there's a guy in Expo holding the hatch right around the corner from the flank. And for whatever reason, the communication does not come out here from Dirty, I guess, who was the first victim of Skimzy. Skimzy is just sprinting into Piano. He's ready to take the fight. And that should have also been evident by the fact that he took another gunfight against your Montaigne through the Piano floor. Tough one there for Maycam Evolve, as they had all the tools and all the utility and all the advantage and all the time necessary to be successful in the round, and yet they drop it. So now Maycam on the defensive side will opt to go to CEO and meeting, try and keep their hopes of stealing away 6 Karma's map alive, and arguably a round that 6 Karma stole back there to begin overtime. Still anyone's ball game. Maycam Evolve, we're pretty strong up here on the CEO defense, responding to a lot of early round aggression that we are most definitely going to see again. The Ying, Glaz, Amaru, Montaigne, and Capitao combo coming out from 6 Karma. They're going to try and end their own map in a hurry.
All right, maybe overreacted there, and I apologize. Got caught up in the moment. It was a mess. And we asked Kurtz to come alive. We knew that that would be necessary for 6 Karma to win this, and he has. He goes from, what, 0-7 to now 6-9. Not only is that nice, that is also a great spot for him to be in to get 6 Karma back into this. Major contributions in the last few rounds. The biggest part of the clutch in that last round we just saw. Such a good time to step up. He waited a second, but now you gotta think, had he been playing this hot the whole time, this one wouldn't have even been close. Not after what we just saw from Maycam there on the attack. So great move from him. Again, credit to him there. Of course, it was a Maycam blunder, but it would not have happened were it not for Kurtz and his ability to surprise that attack a little bit. But now we flip sides, as you said. 6 Karma, now the attack, now their chance to spring into action, and they are just about to do it. Rayduct, a distraction on the other side right now, biding time for Skimzy to make his move, biding time for 6K to move on into the site from behind. Redder, he stops Kurtz though, and that may put a slight damper on this, and instead of going into the window, Skimzy will go back to the roof, also trying to bait this a little bit. He's done this twice now. Gone to the roof and gone back down, giving Maycam the sound cue that the Gara hook is coming through the window when in fact he is not. So eventually, when he does, well, maybe Maycam get a little bit complacent here. I don't mind this.
I do mind Skimzy being the one to go in underneath with the diffuser, though, into Closet to try and do battle against the SMG-11 of VJ, who is now able to down off Skimzy through the fire and the flames. The damage has been done. Skimzy will be down to 20 health if he's revivable because they need the diffuser. Falls recollecting the base of the yellow stairs as well, as Swag has to come in for the res. Now he's down to 13 health with the diffuser. Everybody on the side of 6 Karma taking heaps of damage, and now it is just Rayduck alone inside of Connector on the Montaigne as the remaining attackers attempt to ascend yellow stairs. Going to join the party. Rayduck gets laid to rest. Dirty tags in. Smokes come out onto the CEO window, and Swag has to hit the roof. Skimzy's going for the flank, make it 19 on the map for him, but his teammate with the diffuser is on the roof, dropping Spiral, trying to facilitate a meeting plant at the dying moments of the round. The flashbangs come out as audio cover for the advance into meeting. The plant potentially needs to get started any second now from Swag. Turning the corner, the plant will go into the overtime. There's a sprinting Redder in the middle of meeting. Skimzy collects 2 more. A triple kill for him and make it 4! Skimzy against the world secures 6 Karma, their first match.
Nearly breaking kill records along the way to a heartbreaking loss for Maycam and an unreal win for 6K. Maybe some of the craziest siege we've seen in LATAM, and that is saying something on Consulate. 8-6. 6 Karma, a matchup that is already making us completely lose our minds and question, well, our own sanity. No idea what's going on here, but we know that 6 Karma come out of Consulate, their own map pick, with a win, and they can go to Chalet and hope to replicate that. We'll let that simmer, and we'll leave that with you as we step away for a few moments to try to, I don't even know what, get back to reality, get back to the world we are living in here. I don't know. I can't speak. This one's been crazy. We're going to send to a break. And we'll be back in just a few minutes as 6 Karma look to put this away in 2 on Chalet. Well, thankfully, our teams are eager to get this second map started. That second map, of course, Chalet. We talked about this one. Maycam's map pick that maybe before we saw Consulate, Flynn, was setting up to be Maycam Destruction. Was their trap that they laid for Six Karma on a map that Six Karma showed that they really couldn't attack on, well, not too long ago. But after Consulate and watching what we just saw, safe to say that any expectations on paper, any sort of statistical expectations, I'm throwing those out the window. And we're going to go into this one with a fully clean slate, because that last map was Chaos and Maycam Evolve. They may have been up leading so many rounds, but Six Karma got clutches in so many rounds. Skimzy over 20 kills to his name. Flynn, they proved that anything is possible.
Yeah, I think for Six Karma, they've got to be very thankful that Skimzy was having the performance he was, because their attacks and a few of their defenses did not look like they were finalist contention level. They looked like maybe it's this game and then we're done again in the next phase of the lower bracket. I think for Six Karma, if it wasn't for Skimzy, we'd be saying that Maycam stole away Six Karma's map pick. But instead, here we are, Six Karma. They do come away with the overtime victory 8-6 on the Consulate. We turn our attentions towards Chalet, a map in which we talked about Six Karma has had some attacking woes on in recent performances, most notably the first playoff game that they played against Revan on this map, where we got a grand total of 1 attacking round victory for 12 rounds. It's a lot of defense. A lot of defense being played on Chalet, a lot of defense being won on Chalet. So we'll look to see if Six Karma can replicate a little bit of that performance as they will begin on the defense. And Maycam will look to buck the trend that has recently been set on Chalet, which is that attacks are not here to win any rounds. We certainly saw attacks winning and executing with a brisk pace on Consulate. We'll look to see if the strategy holds on Chalet.
Safe to say that, Flynn, we were bamboozled by that last map, frustrated, you could say. And to give that, I guess, the audience a little bit more clarity on why exactly, if you couldn't see it with your own eyes, was just like, it's not just a back and forth where one team was losing the lead, where one team was making those mistakes. It was one team the entire time facing that difficulty, and that team was Maycam. They were in the lead so many times and lost that lead in dramatic fashion so many times, in a large part due to Skimzy. Hero plays are great, they're incredibly exciting, and they're fun to watch, but it was also a bit of a mess, one that Skimzy was able to take full advantage of. Six Karma already starting things off hot here on the defense, taking advantage of that as best as they can, trying to keep this momentum they've been able to build. Well, keep that going. Skimzy was dropping, what, 22-7 was his total. Here to try to do something again. This time, Kurtz will buck the trend of, well, being on the weaker side to start maps, and he will get things started with a kill of his own. Already a 4 versus 2.
Well, Infame's gonna run into another defender in the basement. Rayduck is able to decapitate Infame, so the 5v3 that then turns into a 4v1. Some chip damage done to 3 defenders on the side of Six Karma. 32 health for Rayduck and Skimzy. 75 for Kurtz, and Kurz is going to take his hands off his mouse and keyboard, and it looks like he's going to burn 45
yes.
on the clock for an unofficial timeout. So the man carrying the diffuser is not going to make an attempt. Oh, he might actually, vaulting in to a goo mine, so there's still work to be done, but he's at least giving his team the opportunity to regroup and understand what went wrong in this round, which was very much a Six Karma team that wanted to get aggressive on entry, denying anyone vaulting in through the double window into library, denying anyone attempting to push in through the front door. The barricade comes out just to apply more aggression and apply more purchase inside a library. Falls will clean it up, and Six Karma, that's their first defensive win. We'll see how many they get.
We did say that attacking was the problem for 6K, not necessarily defending, right? This is Maycam's map pick, so after all, Six Karma got to decide where they wanted to begin, and, well, they did choose to start on defense. That makes sense given the patterns that have emerged as we talked about, but this also means that they have the potential to, well, do something nice and crazy here and really build on that momentum they established on map 1, and well, already well underway to doing so, getting the trash talk started, getting the energy flowing. And yeah, one good round under their belts. Almost everybody contributing. Ironically, only Skimzy, the one to not get a kill there. So that is exactly what you want to see if you're Six Karma. If you're someone pulling for them to come out of this series on top, you gotta love what you saw in that opening round. Now they look to the basement site to be their second site of choice on defense, likely putting in some good pressure off the site as well. I mean, we'll see. Right now, this lineup does look like a more on-site focus, but we saw how well that extension worked in that last round. I expect to see at least some amount of pressure put on this attack early in the round.
We'll see where that attack from Maycam Evolve wants to position itself early on. Seems a couple of silhouettes amassing outside of Solarium, potentially trying to go for a top across clear, which would give them plenty of map control, but they are going to run into quite a bit of resistance. You got plenty of roamers coming out from the side of Six Karma, occupying all 3 floors on the defense. Again, trying to resist any entry inside of Maycam, and Maycam will take the opportunity to open up Snowmobile. Skimzy, though, continues from where he left off on Consulate, picking up in round number 2 of Chalet. Now, he gets the opener onto Redder, so the logic bombs and the ability to hack cameras won't be another hurdle that Six Karma will have to overcome. See everyone on the defensive side for Six Karma getting very active, attempting to swing as much as possible. Skimzy is still contending through the front door. He will then cut his losses, take his 1, and get back to the bomb site, and it seems like everyone for Six Karma has done so, peeling back to the objective, looking to overstay their welcome up above and respond to Maycam's advances on the objective.
So far, so good. Or 6K, as we said, this is exactly what they needed to do. Get that opening kill, fall back, and get that pressure started. Now they can play safe and wait for Maycam to make their move. Working their way in from the wine side. Selmas go down to open things up. Kurtz holding a more active angle than you might expect initially before falling back and rotating outside of that wine cellar wall. Actually right outside that trench door. VJ had no idea, so he walked right into that trap. Infame, he's able to go 1 for 1 by picking up the kill onto Swag here, but this will still favor 6K.
Yeah, server died.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
So what, they replay the whole thing?
That's above our pay grade, brother.
Damn, dude. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're on LAN, baby. No server crashes.
Yeah. Unsure if that was actually the entire server or just the spectator looked like the server, because usually the spectator will just crash the desktop or crash the menu, but regardless, we'll figure out what happened and we'll sort out in the time to come. I do think, again, for Six Karma, being able to apply that early pressure like you talked about, Joan, on the defensive side, continuing to not allow any advance for a Maycam team that on Clubhouse against Cruelty in the first matchup of the evening looked well positioned and well poised to play a very aggressive play style and hit a majority of their shots. Here against Six Karma, it's early days, but does not seem to be as potent of an offense to begin things here on Chalet. And you've seen Six Karma as well employ a little bit more patience. And I think right now we're going to need to head to a short break. We're going to need a little bit of time to get everybody back into the lobby and sort things out. So don't go anywhere. Map 2 of this best of 3 is coming up just after this.
Well, it seems that we are back. As the lobby is rehosted, the server is alive. And Flynn, we unfortunately have to replay the progress we had made into the second round. 6 Karma, they were in the lead. They had a decent advantage there on that basement site. But with a rehost like that... Wait, you're telling me... What? Are there any rules? We're not even on the same site anymore.
Different site, different ops.
That's not allowed at all.
Hey man, like I said, it's above our pay grade.
What the heck?
It's above our pay grade.
Oh my god, no kidding. Normally, again, just for context, rehost in the middle of a round, even just 15 seconds into the prep phase rehost, same site, same ops. Like, that's always been the way it is. Not only were we 15 seconds into the round, we were 2 minutes into the round. Half the lobby was dead. Different site, different ops. We do have a kill, though. Already. Redder's dead. So 6 Karma, they had the advantage last time. They were in the lead. They're also in the lead here, this time having to contend with VJ on the Sens. And now the Blitz of Infame, who's pushing his way up and, well, dying there to Rayduct.
Yeah, once again, 6K, not allowing anyone to get into the building for free. And although Rayduct is dropped at 12 HP, he will take removing Redder and Infame from play any day of the week. Drones will now pour into the new bomb site, which is Barring Gaming, and they'll assess the situation, which is there's a frost mat underneath the window. We haven't cleared out a library. Kurtz, he'll re-engage at the top of the blue stairs and lose his life for it. Dirty at least brings some spark back to the Maycam Evolve side. On 6 being pulled out as Kurtz will make his entry into Mudroom. VJ, he's able to clear away the frost mat at his feet as well from inside the windowsill with a frag grenade. All of a sudden, even though it's expended a lot of utility, Maycam Evolve's attack starting to shape up in terms of site direct power and being able to isolate some defenders in tricky positions. Fall's going to take damage as VJ is going to march his way in and go for the plant. Falls on 9 HP, escapes through stock though, Kurz with 1, Rayduct with another, and Kurz continues the rampage. Falls inside a stock though with Skimsy up above, has coverage over the diffuser, which is still surrendered inside of games, and I snapped there from Falls, and it leaves Kurz alone in the 1v2, attempting to descend the blue stairs, chasing after the defenders who had peeled back, and Falls continues the dominant form from inside of stock, got away with his life on 9 HP, and make him Evolve pay the price.
Good to see that 6 Karma were able to win that one. It would have been unfortunate. You know, you're leading in a round, you got to rehost, you go to a different site to lose that one, and then to have a, you could argue a disadvantage going into your basement defense next because, well, the attack has already had the unfair advantage of seeing your setup. So thankfully they come away with that and now lead by 2. No sort of a issue there when it comes to that rehost, and now they will have a chance to go back to the basement site to see what they can do again. Once again, a round that neither team anyone really wanted to give up there. Both teams refusing to give that up. Maycam, despite the early disadvantage, losing the first 2 bodies. Another comeback, and it once again got close. There's been a lot of themes to have emerged so far through this game, Flynn, but I think one of those is that a 5v3 advantage, you might as well ignore that, because at any time, these teams are able to work their way back in. I think speaking to, and we've said this before, but it's worth reiterating that this is an elimination game here in the lower bracket. That's why it is a best of 3 and not a best of 1. You lose and you go home on the first day of LAN. Neither team want that here, so even in a 5v3, we've seen these teams bring it back to even time and time again.
I think for Maycam Evolve as well, we're seeing an unfortunate trend continue on from Consulate into Chalet, which is very little map control being acquired by the attack in the early phases of the round. Very much trying to operate with either a gadget play, like we saw with the Blitz entering in behind the Sens wall, or in this case, Redder on the rappel from the exterior of the building. He'll pick up Rayduct for the opening kill for Maycam Evolve's side, but we've seen a lot of work from outside the building, especially on a map like Chalet, where there's so much soft destruction available. Kurtz on the swing through library will go 1 for 1, but removes the Dokkaebi from play all the same. Swag on the blue stairs as well. Refill the position and take more arms up against the attackers pushing into Bar. For the time being, he's going to fall back, and it's a man advantage established on Maycam. They're making good progress through Fireplace.
Yeah, certainly good progress here. They have the man advantage by 1. Swag will do what he can to delay this push even further, but it will be tough in a disadvantage like this. Just 1 man, though. Still very even here, especially because Maycam still have a lot of work to do, and, well, defenders to clear out no matter which side they want to attack. Naturally, since Maycam did reveal their hand in attacking on this wine side, last time we saw this site for half a round before it was rehosted, you gotta think they're going to want to mix it up, maybe approach from the other side, and it seems like that has been the case, at least so far. Good shot there from Falls. A rare win through the floorboards from below. A fight that will never favor the defender in that situation, but he gets away with one, and now we are back to even in this 3v3. Maycam in a tough spot now. They have to decide, do they want to continue to force this issue, try to play vertical, or try to rotate around? Work their way on the other side of the site. Looks like we have our answer, though. They'll send out a drone and try to get as much information they can. Very clear that approaching from the snowmobile side is going to the objective instead of the wine side. So a marked adjustment from what we saw last time. 3v3, though. 6 Karma have managed to even this up, so Maycam Evolve certainly feeling the pressure.
See Kurz carrying the diffuser, going for a bit of a rotation towards blue stairs. That is an odd choice, but he gets the kill nonetheless onto Swag, as I question it, but he is lonesome on the blue stairs. It's Dirty off screen who picks up Falls, and now the rotation comes out for Kurz. He joins the rest of the team. It's a 1v3 for Skimzy, and he cannot replicate the heroics of Consulate. He gets laid to waste inside of blue without much fight back at the end of the round, and the 3v3 that Maycam Evolve were able to play to their success. It's an attacking round win on Chalet. We have won. We have tied the Revan and 6 Karma game on Chalet from last week's first playoff round, and now we have the opportunity to exceed that if Maycam can stack a couple rounds together. And for 6 Karma, like you said, being able to apply a little bit of pressure topside, but healing back to the bomb site and just trying to play the trades from down below. Did net them this kill from Falls, but everything else, it went Maycam Evolve's way.
There it is. You saw the final kill there from Dirty, closing it out there, and finally some signs of life there from Maycam. I mean, I'm going to say it again. Unfortunate for 6K that they had to repeat the basement hold and show Maycam a new look because of the rehost. And obviously, Maycam able to change up what they did on the attack, and that was effective at the end of the day. But still, 2-1 right now, so 6 Karma still holding this lead, but as we've talked about ad nauseum, we are going to want to see 6 Karma get those 4 rounds at least, given their struggles on the attack in the past. So Maycam doing quite a bit of damage to 6 Karma already, just by getting 1. So 6 Karma not looking to repeat that basement bomb site for the second and a half time. We'll be heading down to kitchen and dining to see if they can change this one up. Likely to see a little bit of this defensive presence up top, or a lot of that in this case. I believe you see 4 defenders up there right now trying to hold down Master and Office as long as they can.
See the focus on the soft breach as well. Not only are you bringing the Ash and the Zofia, you're also bringing breaching charges on both of those operators. And you can see these castle barricades, they weren't meant to last very long. Bringing an Ash and a Zofia as well will mean that the single doorway into Master from outside of Piano Hallway, it's also not going to be a castle barricade that's going to be able to be relied on for 6 Karma. Logic Bomb comes out as potentially playing off of that soft destruction having early successes. Maycam maybe intending to get aggressive towards the bomb site in a hurry. And we can see that from the Maverick Torch coming out from Kurz onto the office wall. A line is established. We'll see what else he's able to accomplish as Rayduck inches closer and closer towards the office wall, taking aim against anyone who would dare show their head through that slight breach that has been fashioned. This is a kitchen and dining defense, but that top control is still very important because the floorboards right where Rayduck is standing lead directly onto where your default plant wants to be. Now you can see Kurz making his approach to the dining wall from inside a fireplace. Feels comfortable with that Maverick line on the office wall, which, while it is some access, there's still plenty of positions you can play from inside of office away from that Maverick line. So, rickety situation coming out for Maycam on the attack in terms of their setup. We'll see what this execute looks like and how much coverage they have.
Curse still doing good work with the breaching torch. Really odd that we're seeing Maycam undergo this attack with only Maverick as the hard breacher. You gotta think this does not set themselves up for success here. That took so much time, and now they have to do that. Well, they were trying to do that on both the top and the bottom floors. I mean, job is done. That box is checked. They've lost Dirty on his back in the process, but 2 kills? Are you kidding me? This is great. Maycam steps away from equalizing this unless we see this remaining defensive resistance hold this off. 2 attackers very low, and only 15 seconds does put Maycam into a bit of a bind, but VJ, Infame, this is crazy what they're doing right now. Only Skimzy left. He reveals his position, and that's enough to allow this diffuser to go down. Kurz will make that happen. Skimzy with a UMP against 4. Even the man who dropped 22 kills last map is likely not going to be able to pull this one off with only 30 seconds remaining. VJ Bader goes out in chat. We know what that means. And it looks like he will continue to bait for the remainder of this one. Courage will pick it up there, and it is 2 apiece on Chalet.
Well, we see at the conclusion of the rehost when we got back underway. This is definitely a Maycam Evolve team that has found an attacking strategy that is much more involved in the interior of the map as opposed to the exterior. In terms of the amount of map control they've been able to take early on in rounds, been very impressive to see. The pace at which with their moving as well, very impressive for Maycam. Stark contrast to what we saw on Consulate. There was more just site direct rushes without a whole lot of control. This feels intentional for Maycam to be able to establish whether it be top or bottom control away from the bomb site, just to give themselves a pivot point, then get aggressive into the objective. We see the changes, netting some big results from Maycam Evolve. 6 Karma on the defense, on the flip side, are now going to shy away from running it back onto kitchen and dining, or even in the basement. Instead, they're going to return to the master and office bomb site, where they were successful, with a lot of resistance towards the library side, and I imagine we'll see that once again for 6 Karma, as these off-site holds, when they've invested enough manpower and enough utility. 6 Karma have done a wonderful job at shutting down the entry so far for Maycam across the map. Swag is going to hide for the time being. He's whipping out the Boss G on the Vigil. No Boss G in return for Dirty on the Dokkaebi. We've seen Redder whip out the Dokkaebi a couple times so far this map. Not a whole lot of use out of the Dokkaebi, as Redder's been one of the opening picks a couple of times.
We've talked a lot about why this map is good for Maycam from a 6 Karma weakness standpoint. We haven't mentioned is that Maycam are strong on this map in their own right. In fact, 3-0 on this map, having beaten Alpha Team 7-2 on this map not too long ago. Also taking this map against Malvinas on 2 separate occasions and winning both of them. This is a team that is clearly prepared to play this map and has been for quite some time. They won 7-5 against Malvinas early on. They took them to that map again, 7-4 the victory there, and again, like I said, 7-2 against Alpha Team is wild, given that Alpha Team came out here as that #1 seed from the south. So 6 Karma, we knew they'd have their work cut out for them on this map, despite the 2-round start on defense. Looked like maybe 3 was in the cards. Instead, we are all square 2 apiece here with Maycam finding their stride, 2 rounds away from having the opportunity to move on to the defensive side. Does look like map 3 is in our future, based on what we've seen from past results, but still potentially a long way to go if Falls can maybe stem the pressure that is now coming at a breakneck pace from this balcony side. Kurz waiting to move in, choosing to take the fight. That is the wrong decision, my friend. Falls, he was more than ready for that, so he swings and wins the fight. VJ now, he goes down out on the balcony. Falls, he's probably going to clean up this kill in just a second. And just like that, 6 Karma, 5v3 advantage is theirs.
Falls never deterred from playing the half-wall position. The pre-fire comes in from Redder and it cannot connect. Falls continues decimating and maybe overheats slightly onto the office balcony, but the result, it's going to be all the same at the end of the day. 6 Karma able to win up top once again with a lot of their early focus on that defense in the basement. There was a moment while defending the top floor that there were 3 defenders in the basement, one of whom was Skimzy, who was running out trench and just detected outside on a jaunt with a friend, and the return to the bomb site still very successful for 6 Karma. So surrendering that map control library side, not the death of 6K on their defense upstairs, and now we get to see them return to bar and games, where it did come down to the wire, but they were able to win out off the backs of some heroics from Falls. We'll look to see a 6 Karma team that doesn't need to employ such heroics consecutively.
As we said, Maycam, it feels like they have done their job, right? They got their 2 rounds. They did what they needed to do to go into the second half with some pretty good confidence, not only given the success that they've had on this map, but the difficulties that 6 Karma have had on the attacking side. We'll see. As we've said, every map, every opponent, very different circumstances here. I mean, map 1, there was no clearer picture of that than ever. But we'll see if Maycam can even do more than the success they've had already and potentially find a third. It would go a long way to almost guaranteeing a good second half. At least you'd think on paper. Maycam will repeat an attacking lineup that we have seen from them before. Back in round 2, attacking kitchen and dining, they brought out a very similar approach when it comes to the Sens, but Skimzy, he's got some other ideas. Speak of Sens, already done, as VJ will not have a chance to do anything in this round. Skimzy, a bold move, but one that pays off for 6K. Falls, knowing that they've already gotten that opening kill, will drop down to safety here. Does not want to put himself in this kill box in library if he doesn't have to.
Early aggression being brought out, and Redder rejecting the follow-up as Rayduct tries to get aggressive on Mezzanine outside the office balc double window. Yet, is he going to allow Maycam Evolve to continue to work their way back into this round? Pressure outside of the front door as well. On the backside, this is Skimzy downstairs holding for that pressure. He's able to down off Redder. And Redder having a tough map number 2 so far. Skimzy continues to take advantage, gets the down, finishes it off the SMG-12. It's a double of the round for Skimzy, who continues to be on a torrid pace, continued over from Consulate. Frostmat destroyed, as Kurz and Infame will both vault in through the library single window, but everyone for 6 Karma is peeled back slightly to the blue stairs corridor as they've lost their reinforcement at the top of Mezzanine in towards library, but still want to hold the position, make sure that Maycam cannot work this from up above for free. Not really feeling that there's a safe place to return to on the bomb site itself. Instead, they will linger. Jungle side, piano side, office side. And it doesn't seem that anyone on Maycam Evolve was privy to this information. Instead, now the wandering Kurtz will be felled. Swag as well. Our long-range engagement from office dropped. Now shots ring out from inside of Mudroom. Suddenly, a man advantage. It begins to vanish. Skimzy! Is he going to have to employ more heroic? Swag is irrecoverable upstairs. The last 2 remaining upright defenders for 6 Karma try to survive on the bomb site with the health advantage slightly skewed in their direction. The boss G recovered once again for Skimzy to take aim towards the library. The game's double window and he loses the gunfight. Kurz with the headshot. Worried about a Frostmat, but Kurz and Infame, they both tag in for the kills, and Maycam Evolve, they bring it back and tie things up into the side swap.
We are all square at the half. No better way for this brawl to continue. And 6 Karma, well, they're going to look to see if they can remedy their attacking woes on the second half. We got our lobby all squared away as we're having a slight issue, but we will return as 6K and Maycam continue this head-to-head matchup. Well, we return at the swap all square. Maycam evolve. That is a job well done, Flynn, on that opening half. 3 attacking rounds. That is plenty, given what we know about Six Karma on the attack as well. It's plenty either way, no matter how you look at this. Even if we were going into this with no understanding of Six Karma's inability to attack in their previous series, we would be saying, job well done, Maycam 6K, still 50-50. Now you gotta think this favors Maycam on their own map pick where they've been successful in the past after 6K could not find the answer, could not solve the riddle that is attacking on Chalet against Revan a few play days ago, rather last play day in the deciders. Six Karma, gotta think if they didn't ban Chalet right off rip, that they were okay going to this map and maybe they've changed something.
Potentially. I mean, it was a weird day. It's not often you see 23 straight defensive rounds across Chalet and Clubhouse. So if Six Karma came into this series acknowledging that as an anomaly and thinking, yeah, we could probably play better than that, then fair play to them. Now's the time to show it, though. Because if you also drop 4 straight defenses here, or 4 straight attacking rounds to make M's defense, we're going to Clubhouse, and we're going to have many questions about the way that the map bans played out and the choices that Six Karma have made so far. And for a lot of these rounds, where some man advantages, especially for Maycam, but a couple of these for Six Karma as well, have just vanished into thin air. Speaking of man advantage, it is Infame who will shut down Skimzy on the entry, and there goes the Blit, and there goes everyone. Redder's inside the bathtub. He's not moving. Kurz is going to drop fall. I'm not going to stop talking. It's a flawless round on the defense, and VJ is as quizzical as you are, Jonah.
What? I mean, Maycam just looked confused. They're just like, what happened? I've never seen an attack as bad as that, guys. That was interesting. I love the Blitz knowingly walking into a crossfire. Like, you walk through the master door and needing to stare directly ahead of you because there are defenders there. The wall to your immediate right is wide open because he just shot at your feet. You know he's there. And then he shoots you in the head because you weren't turned that way. That's one of those that we just don't know how to explain here in LATAM. There are plenty of those moments. That was another one. Six Karma, not the attack they wanted to start with. They look to the next round to see if they can bounce back. Obviously, you can ignore the Ronda 2 count on the top of your screen. It's not round 2. It obviously is round 8, as we have already concluded 7 rounds of this contest. But the first round of the Six Karma attack definitely left a little bit to be desired.
Oh, maybe that's why the sides didn't swap. There's something when you put the round history in, it doesn't. Yeah, it does say round 2. It's round 8. I promise, it's round 8. The game thinks it's round 2. That's funny. Well, that's not going to cause any problems later on. See Skimzy emerging onto the Brava, potentially with the ability to initially deal with a lot of these Malusi Banshees that'll be around the map, but won't have the same ability with his Sludge Drones to deal with the Frost Mats. Saw quite a lot of frost coming out from the side of Six Karma on their defenses, and with how swiftly, and maybe without as much intel as you could gather, Six Karma might be finding themselves with their ankles in a bear trap. And for the time being, everyone for Six Karma making a role change. We've got the Brava, but we've also got the Striker, the Grim, the Twitch, and the Ash. The absence of the shield. Six Karma was hellbent, banning away Blitz for the majority of the group stage, and then have decided that in playoffs, that is actually their identity. They want to be a Blitz team. It has not gone as well as it could. Frag Grenade comes out to at least clear the deployable shield outside of the piano double door, but everyone from Maycam Evolve is able to escape with their life and continue to hold library.
Nade comes in, Dirty repositions. Keeping an eye on both sides. He's got to worry about Skimzy. Skimzy, please swing this. Dirty is fully exposed to that angle. What? Dirty was fully exposed to that angle, and Skimzy just did not realize because he had not fully swung. VJ is able to pick up the kill onto Swag in the meantime. Skimzy is now inside. Does he know about Dirty? He's only watching his left. I don't even know what we're looking at, to be honest, right now. BJ is up, and Jesus. I'm just trying to get my bearings, and it's over. It's over that quickly. Maycam saying, guys, take that tack time out. 6K will do so. I was stunned in a submission there, Flynn. I'm sorry about that one.
Listen, I'm actually gonna have to pull up the Wikipedia from the Revan and Six Karma game.
Remind the people what happened.
Well, I want to know if we're on a streak of epic proportions. Okay, so Six Karma was the one team that did win an attacking round in that Chalet against Revan, and that was round number 1. So we've been here for a while without Six Karma having won an attacking round on Chalet. This is consecutive rounds now without getting a kill on attack on Chalet, which is a new level that I didn't think we would reach. And it does burn the attack very early days for Six Karma. Clearly an alteration needing to be made here for Six Karma on the attacking side of Chalet, as like I said, they won round number 1 of the attack against Revan. They then lost the next 5 in a row. They've now lost their first 2 attacks on Chalet, being pushed to the brink on Maycam's map pick, just as they were on Consulate, which was their own map pick. And deceptively, we are swiftly approaching a clubhouse in which Six Karma also, I don't believe, won an attacking round until overtime. So that's bad. That's really bad for Six Karma. There's not really any other way to put that. Not getting a kill through 2 rounds is pretty devastating in an elimination game. Even if you are up a map in the series, Maycam, 2 defenses away from sending us to club.
Don't you wish sometimes there was a fast forward button? Like, we know we're about to see club. But instead of just getting there, it's going to be like, all right, you're going to draw it out for 2 rounds, and then there's going to be like a 10-minute break, and then we'll start. But we know it's coming, right? We can see that. The people can see that. Six Karma, I suppose this is as good a chance as any to kind of get themselves set up for Clubhouse. Like, think about what you need to do there. Get yourself into a position where you maybe get a couple of attacking wins under your belt before that happens. It's not necessarily very likely, but it could happen here. Just 2 rounds. That's all that Six Karma need, and we are back to all square. You see this attacking lineup, you know they're going to want to get explosive. Skimsy on the sends. You've got Falls on the glass. Plenty of smokes in pocket between Rayduct and Falls. And already, that first sends projector goes out. That's the first player to die, though, as Skimsy cannot make it past that point. Kurtz, he's able to remedy things by getting a kill onto Kurz, but here it is, and it's over. A triple for VJ, dirty tax onto Swag. Falls is still outside. VJ is calling Six Karma bots, and we are moving to match point in just a second here, unless Falls can pull off a miracle. The diffuser is out of pocket. Smoke goes out for Falls to maybe work around. But no one on Make Him Evolve is going to swing into this willingly, knowing what they are up against. 90 seconds is plenty. But somehow in the first 90 seconds, 4 of the 6 Karma attackers have already died.
Interesting that after burning the actual tack, Falls, he isn't going to take an unofficial tack and head to the roof for 90 seconds. Instead, he's going to prompt all of Maycam Evolve to leave their seats and, again, continue to antagonize in the all chat, continue to antagonize in the room that they are sharing. And 6 Karma, well, we went from no kills in 2 rounds to 1 kill in 3 rounds on the attack on Chalet. Match point against you. If there was ever a time to wake up on the attacking side of Chalet, which we should just reiterate for anyone who is unaware, is one of the more attacking favorable maps in the competitive pool, statistically. Do you want
me to give the people the numbers? I can give the people the numbers.
Go for it.
On Chalet in LATAM, this is 59 attacks, 56 defensive wins. That's 51% favoring the attack.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's not like it's 60-40, but any map favoring the attack is significant because you're looking at Bank, 55% defense, Border somehow, 54% defense, Clubhouse, 60, Consulate, 65, Cafes, 50-50, Nighthaven Labs is 50-50, right now at least in LATAM, which is a shock, and Chalet is 50-50. That's 3 maps out of the rest of the pool that do have a 50-50 split or a slight attacking favor. It's just not supposed to happen, and we're not supposed to see 6 Karma this week on this map. I mean, we've had this conversation before. We've ranted about this before. But you cannot expect to go to the major. You cannot expect to be international competition ready if you cannot win a single attack on Chalet. It is as open and shut as that. You're here playing for the major. I'm getting out of control. You're here playing for the major. You cannot expect to go to the major if you cannot win an attack on this map.
No, and I think, again, Chalet, for whatever reason, is just the bane of 6K's existence, as they will get the opener this time from Kurtz, who's, again, the only one who's been able to show up, other than Falls in that 1VX, on the score sheet so far for 6 Karma since the rehost. But I think it's just endemic for 6 Karma. This performance on Chalet on the attack, in the playoffs so far against Revan, now against Maycam Evolve. It's just emblematic of the overall struggles for 6 Karma on the attack, which is we rush a lot on the side of 6K, and we don't have a lot of intel, we don't take a lot of map control, and we just try to brute force it at the bomb site. This time around, I'm a little more patient, letting Maycam Evolve come to them, and it is netting them success. 5v3 advantage now established, with the Deathmark track, coming out onto VJ inside of Bar, so he will await the approach. As Falls stands pat outside the front door, he continue to relay the intel to the rest of his team, attempting to collapse onto the Legion, holding inside of Bar. As the time ticks down and everyone on the defensive side of Maycam Evolve gets a little more separated, this is going to come down to the 1v1 outside of the game's window. The Vault comes in, and Swag is the Finka, so immediately revives himself back into action, but hearing the rotation as the diffuser put on the floor, but all that work, it's not going to amount to a round victory. 6 Karma, they look like they will get on to the scoreboard on the attacking side on Chalet. Kerr's alone in the 1v4, who gets droned out immediately outside of the master doorway. And everyone on the side of 6 Karma in relatively good position, maybe other than Swag on 30 HP, but he's got an LMG that can spray down range at nearly infinite amount of time. Deathmark comes out in the 1VX as well. We've seen this a billion times before. Nice shot there from Kurz. Oh my lord, don't tell me it's gonna happen again! Kurz with the triple! Kurz with all 4! There is no way! We're going to club!
We're going to club, and we knew that was coming, but to end it like that, unbelievable.
I broke a lot of shit.
Unbelievable. Flynn is smacking his desk. His life is in shambles because of Maycam Evolve. Oh my word. 7-3.
Broke stuff, I'm sorry.
What a finish. 7-3 ends with a bang. Could not have had it any other way, baby. Come on. That one was quite the finish. Maycam 7-3. We knew Clubhouse was coming, but it has finally arrived. We're gonna take a break. When we come back, it is Clubhouse to finally decide who is going home and who still keeps their major hopes alive.
Oh, welcome back here after 2 wild maps. What a match we have here between Maycam Evolve and Six Karma. I mean, honestly, it could have been done in 2. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me here, of course, Flynn and Jonah. As we look at the map scores for the previous 2 maps, we didn't get a chance to talk much about Consulate. Obviously, 6K walking away with that one by a very razor-thin margin there in overtime. We come to Chalet, and I'll be honest with you, Flynn, Maycam looked so much more comfortable on Chalet than they did on Consulate, and they just got progressively more comfortable as round by round went by.
Yeah, listen, I'm not trying to take anything away from Maycam.
Do it, though.
It's just very funny.
To.
It's very funny that Six Karma actually had the 4v1 at the end there to win their first attacking round on Chalet in the playoffs and threw it off a cliff to Kurz. All credit to Kurz. He had to hit the shots.
Yeah.
Six Karma just gave him the shots to hit, which is, again, emblematic of what this team is doing on attack as a whole, but especially on Chalet. And now we get to go to Clubhouse, where the trend continued on Chalet, and Six Karma did not win an attacking round on Chalet in the playoffs as of yet, and they have not won an attacking round on Clubhouse until overtime so far in the playoffs. So we'll see if that trend gets to change anytime soon.
Well, the one trend that isn't going to be changing is just how back and forth this is. I am preemptively devastated how long this third map is going to take. At the same time, excited by the prospect of another overtime thriller. It's going to be a long one, and we know that just because neither one of these teams can seem to make up their mind, right? They have an advantage. They're like, nah. Let's keep this one close. 5v3? No, thank you. Let's make it a 3v3. Let's actually lose the round. This is the kind of thing we're seeing every single round, it feels like. And yes, we joke, but it also makes this match so exciting, right? This back and forth that is just never going to end. For better or for worse, we're in this one for the long haul. So we go to Clubhouse, where these 2 teams will continue the toe-to-toe. It's a map that we see back and forth all the time, even between 2 teams that aren't necessarily all that evenly matched. So expect this one to be close.
Yeah, it's a very level playing field map, and I mean, I'm glad you brought up the man advantage thing, Jonah, even if it, you were joking about it, but it is true. It was something that I was going to talk with you guys about coming off of Consulate, because we saw plenty of rounds where Maycam was holding a good man advantage early on. They just squandered it, and suddenly it would be a 3-3 or a 2-2, and it really shouldn't have been. You look at what happened on Chalet, it felt very similar. A lot of wasted man advantage up until that last round. I mean, Flynn, it feels like it's going to be whichever team makes the least mistake here at the end of the day. Whoever can stop trading that the best.
Yeah, anyone who's able to acquire an advantage and get it across the line, that's going to be the team that wins on Clubhouse, or just the team that can attack better, given the track record for 6K.
Well, it sounds like I think we're ready to get into this last map. So here we are, best of 3. 1 team wins, 1 team walks away. Have fun at Clubhouse.
Let's do it. The final map of the night. And these teams are hyped up and ready to go. Only 1 team will emerge from this map with a chance to make the major. The other will spend, the rest of the next day or 2 at LAN, wishing they could be amongst the other teams. They'll go home, they'll pack their bags, and will not have a chance to fight for that major spot. 2 chances, that's all you get, and this is the lower bracket. This is that best of 3, which determines who moves on and who gets eliminated. And Clubhouse, as we've said, is a map that is always back and forth, but if these 2 teams continue to be as competitive as they have been all series long, we can expect this one to go the distance. Maycam, they will start on defense. Six Karma, unfortunately for them, will have to start off on the attack.
Starting on the attack on Clubhouse. Listen, it's been a focal point of the broadcast this evening for good reason. The way that Chalet shaped up, I mean, now we're going to be looking to see what Six Karma can do. Have they made any changes on Clubhouse? Did they make many changes on Chalet that weren't working? They made a few. I'll give them credit. They did make a few between the Revan game and now on Chalet. It didn't look exactly the same, but the result is the same, which is all the more traumatic for a side of Six Karma. That I saw this as well coming out of Consulate and into the beginning of Chalet. It seemed like Maycam were just a little slow to start. We saw that early 1-0 deficit, out to be a 2-0 deficit, and rehost happened. And I think for Maycam, the way that they lost that final round that could have sent it to all 15 on Consulate was a little troubling because it was that crazy skimsy 4K from the 4v2 advantage that Maycam lost. And again, we got a 4K to add an exclamation point to the finishing of a map. This time it's on Maycam Evolve's side, so we'll see what the response is from 6 Karma, who Kurtz? Listen, he was a little quiet on Cafe in the first matchup of the evening. He's certainly come to life here in the best of 3 against Maycam. Now it's an opportunity for all of 6 Karma to right the ship and at least progress further in the loser's bracket of the playoffs.
Tough spot for 6 Karma to be, though, because this is eerily similar to what happened against Revan. Not to bring this up 1,000 times, but it's relevant because not only did that series have Chalet in it, but it was immediately followed by Clubhouse. 6 Karma went from, well, a poor attacking performance on Chalet to yet another poor attacking performance on Club. So Maycam have a very real opportunity here to run away with this early. This one feels like if I were to make just a round-by-round prediction, I've got a 3-0 start, then 3-1, then 5-1, then 7-3, something like that. I think that Maycam have what it takes, and we saw this on Chalet, to open up with a 5-1 half. I think that's very clear. Now that C4 not going to come up with anything, so that's a piece of utility they'll want back. Only a minute left in this round as 2 minutes have already transpired, and as well, Swag turns to see if he can open things up. Instead, it is Maycam who do the same, at least going 1 for 1 after they lost Redder. So a 4v4 as this one transitions to that final minute. And we'll see if anyone else down below can do any more damage, if 30 can come up with anything else, or if 6 Karma can finally get some pressure going from this kitchen side or these main stairs.
You see this one death onto Swag up through the Moto hatch? It's nearly completely stalled out 6 Karma on the advance. There's Evil Eyes watching their approach as well, with Banshees and Kiba barricades that still stand, and it's just going to come down to the kitchen drop. Infame with one, but the flank from Dirty, unsuccessful, does a little bit of damage to the backside of Kurtz, who is on a torrid tear at the moment, making a 4K for Kurtz, trying to wrap things up with a nice little ace in round number 1, and it's Falls to try and initiate the plant. The flashbang comes out from Kurtz as he peels back to get top control as the plant is being initiated underneath the kitchen hatch and will be successful. 1v2 for Infame. Got top coverage to worry about with so many holes in the floor. Courtesy of the boogie drones, Kurtz wants the ace. Infame trying to deny the possibility. Has the red pings from the Evil Eyes in the rotation of Falls over towards the second tall box. But he still has Kurtz to worry about at the end of the day. Falls will steal the ace. But 6 Karma, they've done the near impossible. They've won an attacking round on Club in regulation.
The amount of chirping boggles my mind given how bad they looked on Chalet, but it's not about what happened in the past. It's about what's happening right now and what they hope will happen in the future. Sometimes it's all about team coordination, use of every single piece of utility, and your ability to whittle down the defense piece by piece. Sometimes it's about letting one man do all the work. And Kurtz walked in there and handled business. He opened things up with the kill onto Redder up above, who was trapped in a very uncomfortable spot. And then, well, we didn't see him, but the rest of those kills as he walked down the long hall and just took names on that Maycam side. And, well, the prediction that had off right out the gate with how this one was going to go already can throw that one out the window. Because as we've said, the only thing that is predictable about this matchup, Flynn, is that it is unpredictable. And that 6 Karma have already claimed their first attacking win on this map. That is a great sign that they may very well have made some corrections since the last time they were here.
I think it's also worth harkening back to the first best of 1 of the evening, Maycam against Cruelty, which was also on Clubhouse. And Maycam, they did display some defensive deficiencies on not only the basement, but also gym and bedroom, really relying on victories on CCTV, salvaged that first half, and then the attacking prowess from Maycam really catapulted them into a position to push it to overtime against Cruelty. For 6 Karma, being able to win the basement attack, it's a nice one to begin the round with, and it changes the trend that we had carrying over from Chalet, from last week's playoff game against Revan. Now we have the opportunity to see 6 Karma against Maycam's statistically best defensive objective. They can stack 2 in a row here with 2 successful attacking victories. And all of a sudden, we're having a very different conversation about 6 Karma and their stability on the attacking side, as compared to a Maycam team that also showed quite a significant ability on the attack. And their defenses, when it was not CCTV, they definitely left something on the table lacking and wanting for the rest of the rotation.
Well, if we talk about recipes for 6K success, the answer all stage long has been a combination of Kurtz leading the way alongside Skimzy and Falls. Kurtz has been a huge part of that. The new player coming into this team and the one we've talked a lot about because of that amount of success. Through the first map, relatively quiet, right? No kills for the majority of the time. And that's why it did come so close, came so down to the wire. Waking up right when the team needed to, though, and, well, already hitting the ground running on Clubhouse. No better time to step up. They claim the first kill this round as well by taking care of none other than the smoke. Such a good pick to get this early. Those toxic babes will not be a factor for the last minute. Now that we crossed that 60-second mark, 6 Karma, plenty of progress already made. A kill onto Redder will make that even more so.
Oh, but the MPX from VJ, it comes to life and picking up 2 on the entry from Construction. Attacker down below, and Kurtz is actually going to hit the full rotation down the stock hatch into the bottom of Blue Stairs. Flashbangs pour in, obscuring the vision, but Infame, he weathers the storm, falls on the entry into Cash, trades out VJ finally as he's the man carrying the diffuser. But Infame and Dirty, slight health advantage and positioning advantage. Infame from Red Stairs drops Skimzy, falls with the diffuser, has to traverse through the bomb site, and 2 separate angles being held now from Dirty and Infame. So they try to win their 1v1s. Falls gets the first, trying to put the plant down. 10 seconds to maneuver with on the clock, and Infame slowly making the approach up the Red Stairs, sprinting into action, and the super shorty saves it. Down to the 1v1, but Maycam Evolve, they are able to persevere on their favorite bomb site.
Well, they make it work on the site that they have had the most success on lately. CCTV and Cash seems to be just the go-to. Unusual that maybe they picked a different site to start, because I thought in that earlier game against Cruelty, they did start up top, right? They did choose CCTV and Cash right off the bat. So I suppose breaking from that strategy was not the way in that opening round, because they were not able to secure it, but they bounced back in, I suppose, typical this match fashion. Right, a 5v3 that became a round win for the team that was down by 2. Classic stuff. Another hot start for 6K, as we've said so many times, but Maycam, they were able to bounce back and really put things out of reach there. So great job for VJ lining those 2 up as they swung around Construction. That's the big difference there. If he does not find those 2 kills, 6 Karma get the trade there. Almost certainly they're able to take that advantage and roll it to a round win. So CCTV and Cash, Maycam Evolve can check that box. Naturally not looking to head back to the basement, so they will go back to gym and bedroom, trying this site for the first time tonight. Rather, on this series tonight.
I think for 6 Karma as well, just an odd attacking strategy as they used can openers onto the platform wall into CCTV, but then they got Keepa barricaded over, and at that point, everyone on 6 Karma said, okay, well, there's nothing we can do about that. We're not even going to try and play the position for the rest of the round. And that just means you're funneling in through Cash Door and Construction Wall that they were able to breach open, which means you're lining up for an MPX to turn the corner from the top of Red and collect a double kill from 2 attackers who are basically holding hands on the approach to the objective. It becomes a bit of a nightmare situation. You can see Maycam taking advantage of that lack of position on the platform, being able to apply any pressure towards Red or Rafters or anywhere else. And it meant that Maycam, like you said, survived the 5v3 disadvantage. See a Cash extension coming out. VJ launches out the Nitro Cell, And it falls well short of the intended target. Deployable shield at the top of the blue stairs will also be dispatched of, as Swag is able to utilize the frag grenades from down below. Second one comes skyward with the Grim Bees, just to assert there is no one left standing. VJ, though, he will hold station inside of Cash, awaiting the approach from 6 Karma.
One man, though, against an onslaught here. Does have some support, but that support's not gonna, well, protect him or be able to get a trade. Both Dirty and Infame far too close to the site, far too far away from VJ to really make much of a difference there. The 6 Karma, these attacks certainly have some more success than you might have expected. Once again, claiming that opening kill. That's 3 rounds in a row. And they'll look to continue to do some damage. Dirty, he's pulled all the way back. Infame, same goes for him. Kerr's waiting. 6 Karma, they've got all the control they could ever want. Already at that con door. Just going to take the time to open that jacuzzi wall, get some Logi pressure going before making this push. They do need to speed things along here. Jacuzzi wall reinforced. 35 seconds to go.
That's the thing, is still bandit batteries and mute jammers around the bomb site. Kiba barricade comes out onto the gym window, and that's going to allow the reposition. But Infame and get to safety in time. Falls as well, leaves Kurz and the 9 HP left on Redder to try and hold out inside of the bomb site. But Kurtz and Skimzy, the 2 players on 6 Karma who have certainly taken over this series, they both finish things off on the attack. That's 2 attacking rounds now for 6 Karma on Clubhouse.
That's big. I mean, 2 rounds for 6K. 3 rounds in, they already hold a lead. Wondering what Maycam Evolve is working out, what kind of internal struggles they've got to address here, because against Team Cruelty, the best team in LATAM right now, they did not have as much trouble, it felt like, putting things together here. On defense, no less. 6K just walked right into the setup. They happily cleared out the extension that Maycam provided on the CCTV cache side and just kept on rolling. There was nothing Maycam could do to really slow them down. Still not in love with the setup on that CCTV side. Didn't love how isolated VJ seemed to be. More passive presence from Dirty and Infame. That if it had worked, you would have said, all right, nice patience. You let VJ do his thing. But the problem is you lose him there, and what have you gained from it? Wasted a tiny bit of time and just threw someone's life away. And that's the gamble you take when you run an extension like that. It just did not waste maybe as much time as Maycam would have hoped. To be fair, 6 Karma did attack. One time was fairly low. They hadn't even gotten that jacuzzi wall open after all, so maybe it just came down to Maycam not winning those fights when they needed to. You can scratch your head all you want, and you can ponder those questions, but Maycam don't have time for that. You got to dive right back into round 4, and they'll head back downstairs to the basement to see if they can improve their chances here.
We saw this extension coming out from Maycam against Cruelty, where we saw the main stairs implementation, the peaks trying to get the opener, but instead Cruelty read that pretty swiftly, and it resulted in more opening kills that went untraded for Maycam's defense earlier on this evening, seemingly learning from the mistakes of rounds prior and series prior. And Fame's going to retreat all the way down into blue, try to utilize the Kiba barricades to assess and set up a network of indestructible, well, near indestructible surfaces nowadays. BJ still having to do battle with the boogie drone inside of Kitchen, and this was really the difference maker for 6 Karma, being able to allow themselves to go for that plant very late in the round, knowing that the armory position wasn't going to be a problem. But if it wasn't for catching a couple missed shots on the flank through short to the bottom of main stairs, and it could have been a very different result to the side of 6 Karma's attack. That plant never could have even gotten in the position to get the plant initiated if that flank was still present at the bottom of main stairs. So, still some work to do here for 6 Karmas. They look to run back nearly identical strategies. And we got frag grenades coming out now as we have a slight alteration from Maycam, not opting to go for the Evil Eyes this time, as it didn't seem like 6 Karma had any interest in contending with breaching open the church wall itself. Still solely focused on going for a kitchen hatch drop and getting the plant down in armory.
X-Kairos only now popping this wall open. Kurz, yeah, just shoot these out. couple go off. That's a prone hole, not a crouch hole. And even then, there may still have been a couple of pieces of debris in their way. So, shaky start here for 6K. This is one way of opening up this wall. Clearly, they know they have to deal with Kurz. He's the smoke playing this fairly actively, using these toxic babes to slow this down as well. At the same time, they try to get some pressure in dirt. They're building some presence in blue. Kitchen hatch actively being staffed. Dirty, denying Rayduct. Falls trades it, but Infame gets his as well. Skimzy on the drop. Falls gets his. Skimzy shouldn't be able to survive this position. He gets the kill onto VJ, and once again, these teams go 1 for 1. Kurtz, he gets his. Falls closes it out. 6 Karma. This is a team that is pushing every attack down to the wire, but winning these rounds anyway. A team that looks fresh and here to play.
Listen, all I'm going to say is that's a lot of yelling for round 4. There's a lot of game and a lot of runway left here for that to not look great. But anyway, 6 Karma on a roll. Seen them have some leads in the past that have, again, miraculously vanished into thin air. And you're right, these executes for 6 Karma are coming down to the wire, especially late on the clock, but also especially low in terms of the util focus or a plant execute. It falls with 7 seconds left, is walking into the bomb site with the diffuser, and his closest friend is in Armory, trying to retreat to Church, but they're so separated, and they're so segmented from one another, and the focus 99% of the time for 6 Karma on these attacks is kill first, plant later. And that is a strategy that has put them into a significant hole on the attacking side in terms of their win rate for this entire stage, and especially in this series, where the plant is an afterthought as an emergency hatch at the end of the round if you can't walk in and kill everyone. And now for 6 Karma, still able to at least establish the 3-1 lead. A bit of a break in between the rounds here, but never mind. We are back underway. Mayhem evolve. They're going to turn to old reliable CCTV and Cash. Try and stop the run that 6 Karma are on.
Quite a run, though. I mean, how close were they to running out the clock? And now several of these attacks, and it seems like that time pressure has almost powered them up, Flynn. It's been wild. But it is a unusual pattern that they are more than happy to have emerge here at this point in the game. Still, a lot of game to play at 3-1. But they're looking good. They really are. And if they are the ones to come out to a 4-2 split, a 5-1 split, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but this is really special from 6K. And yeah, it's been messy. Had a lot to say about their Chalet performance. But this is a great rebound on Clubhouse. There is no doubt about that. And Mayhem Evolve, if they can't solve this, if they are the ones that don't have an answer for this, then maybe they're the ones that we're going to start questioning. They're the ones that we're going to be like, should they really be here? Again, a lot of questions to throw out just 4 rounds in. But 6 Karma looking good, already on the platform wall to see if they can keep this up.
Nearly identical attacking strategy early days here for 6 Karma against this bomb site, which was the double can opener onto the platform wall. But I said, got Kiba barricaded over, and then there was just never any attempt to refill the position for 6 Karma. Looks like we're getting that again. The can openers come out. We'll see if Dirty tapes over it with the Gibas. Seeing Kurz as well, who was on that smoke, who was the opening death the last time they defended this bomb site, being exceptionally aggressive towards logistics wall. So that is also double reinforced. So lots of opportunity to spread their legs slightly, but the destruction wall will now get opened up by the Rotero drone of Swag. That means that a lot of the soft destruction that was necessary for 6 Karma to start ripping through the setup, it's been facilitated. And now, Redder gonna have to start things off with the first one onto Rayduct. That is the Ying, one of the more powerful execute operators in existence. Removed from the round, Rayduct drops to 2 and 5. Flashbangs will pour in the window, but that's also the diffuser surrendered to Master.
Diffuser down. Dirty down. Redder down. VJ responds, but is it enough? Six Karma still the lead. Falls adds another one. It's just VJ down below, retaking up top, who has to make this one happen. Six Karma, could they be on their way to a 4th attacking win? Looks like it. VJ stops one. Falls just on the other side of the cash box. VJ gets his 2nd. Shotgun out. A chance to win it. Falls wins it with the pistol. And 6K keep it going.
It's a lot of yelling for a post plant that came down to a 1v1 from a 3v1. I'm just saying, none of these attacking rounds for 6 Karma, maybe barring the previous round. But even then, I mean, you've probably got your gym bedroom was the cleanest of the attacking rounds for 6 Karma. Again, we didn't have Jacuzzi Wall. Like, they're attacking rounds that are getting victories. They are attacking rounds that are being successful. They are not attacking rounds that look replicable any further on in this bracket. It's going to cause attack timeout to come out for Maycam Evolve. And just pure overwhelming fragging force is what is putting 6 Karma in a position to be victorious. Maycam Evolve losing a lot of gunfights. There are some questionable gunfights being taken from Maycam, but also there are many just straight up 1v1s that are not going their way at the moment. So the attack pause to try and reorganize for their final round, and we're still yelling. We're still yelling. We're still yelling. It's early days, folks. We still got a lot of runway left here. And we'll see what happens when the teams swap sides. One more round to complete in the first half before we change roles and get to see what Maycam have in the attack.
EJ got so close, though. Great shot there. He got his triple. It was the pistol from Falls that finished it off to keep the streak alive. Not necessarily streak. I mean, they have won 3 in a row, but it's just been impressive. It really has. This turnaround, frankly, I think has shut us up, Flynn, in a way that nothing else could have. In terms of 6 Karma attacking prowess. Do I stand by my remarks on Chalet? Yes. But this team is clearly showing us that they are willing to make and have put in the work to make some constructive changes. And when you look in the map selection, you can kind of get an idea that they put more stock into their clubhouse than Chalet, right? Yes, they left it up, but they're not the ones who picked it. They go to clubhouse, they're willing to let this be the decider because since the last time they've played this map, they have made noticeable improvements. And to do this in less than a week is very impressive. Very good turnaround here. They just got to see what they can do to push this over the line. You never know what patterns emerge in a situation like this. Maybe we see this flip-flop once these teams switch sides. Maybe Maycam finds their legs under them on the attack. But now it is 6 Karma who once again have a chance to do something ridiculous. 5-1 still in the cards here as they work their way around both sides of this top floor and set their sights on this jacuzzi wall next.
Well, they're going to have to contend with the bandit trick coming out, and
Bad fingered.
Nope. Spurs unable to get into gear on the bandit batteries on the jacuzzi wall, so you see 6 Karma focusing on a direct approach a little bit more than the far side clears. Cash has been opened up by the Selmas, but for the most part, nobody really is trying to fill the position and take control of CCTV and Cash. Instead, we get this lovely overview of 4 attackers for 6 Karma, all stacked side to side on the roof. Alls will get down, get immediately back up, as everyone for 6 Karma now comes to life off the drones, acquiring the intel they felt was necessary to be able to progress further. And it seems like now, with a minute left in the round, they will attempt to go for the full clear across from Cash and CC into construction.
Ray ducked in, looking for something. He won't find it. Dirty Will. Skimsy can't respond, nor can Kurtz. Rayduct is the only one who ends up getting on the scoreboard for 6K. Everyone else, dead or fallen. Kurtz will get picked back up, so at least he's got 20 HP for the remainder of this one. Only 30 seconds now that 6 Karma have faced a lot more difficulty than they would have hoped over on this CCTV side. Not to mention, you still have a clash to worry about. This is one of those rounds, maybe the first time in a while we've been able to say 6 Karma are not looking good here. 15 seconds, still a clash to worry about. Rayduct working his way around. Falls, Kurtz getting in position. Kurtz will go 1 for 1, but Rayduct can't do anything about it. Falls quickly on his back as well. 2 rounds for Maycam, 4 for 6K at the swap.
Well, I guess the 5-1 was just too much to ask for out of 6 Karma, but nonetheless, the 4-2 lead transitioning onto the defensive side in a good position, but again, it should be noted that Maycam, against Cruelty, also put up a 4-2 attacking half earlier this evening. So, not a team that is going to shy away from the challenge of needing to pull this one back on the attacking side of Club. And like you said there, for 6 Karma, unfortunate progression throughout the map topside, is leading them to their slaughter as there were defenders who just never left their bunker positions, most notably the Azami inside of Gym. So now for 6 Karma, 3 rounds away from prolonging your lives and being able to play on Championship Sunday in the losers bracket. Maycam Evolve needing to channel some of that energy we saw against Cruelty on the attacking side of Clubhouse and match what 6 Karma have done to them, send this thing to overtime, and hopefully for Maycam Evolve's sake, have a little bit more success in overtime as they did get 2-0'd in OT by Cruelty to lose 8-6. For 6 Karma, though, taking this one round at a time and not over-aggressing would be nice, but instead, nope, Swag, he's at front door. He's ready to put his foot through the floor with the gas pedal, as everyone for 6 Karma picking up a different portion of the map to take aim against their opponents.
Well, in Fame, can't even decide where he is going to take aim next, but clearly looking to open up the main stairs and make his move there. Skimsy, the nearest defender to that position, also experiencing a little pressure from these drones as well. 6 Karma, you see, on the hunt here on the defensive side, spreading out all over this map, but they have not found any luck just yet, as Maycam are still really taking their time here, trying to take advantage of the logic bomb from the Dokkaebi. See what he can do there. Dirty. Oh, but Falls on the site. We see an explosive move from Maycam that backfires in a big way. Kurz and VJ up above the hatch this whole time and make a quick move. Only 1 minute in. Doesn't really work for them. In Fame, it works for him for a moment, but Rayduct will shut down Redder. In Fame, with 10 kills, won't find any more in this round. Dirty. Full 90 seconds left, but 6 Karma have already been so fortunate to get these kills because Maycam just went for it. Dirty will drop 2 defenders alive, one of them close in dirt, and they'll end up winning it. 6 Karma continue to pour on the success, this time on the defense. Looks like this was not just a fluke.
Well, everybody from Maycam Evolve not quite on the same page with the rush, because they identified pretty early on that Falls was the sole defender on the objective. They tried to take advantage of that, but Falls tore them to shreds before we got to their POV. Then got traded out, but then the retreat from everyone down the blue stairs. That was the one avenue that... Oh, we're getting a nice replay of that. It was a 3-man kitchen hatch drop and Falls from inside of dirt. Was able to at least get 2 for his trouble. And then the retreat down the blue stairs started to get picked apart a little bit, but the nitro cell from the AK rack saving the round there. There's no potential for a plant coming out underneath the kitchen hatch inside of Armory. Gives 6 Karma a good response to some equally aggressive attacking proponents for Maycam, and it now puts them even further away from tying things up. 6 Karma, 2 rounds away from wrapping up map number 3 of Clubhouse and setting a date with the loser of the upper bracket finals, Amora.
Well, Swag buttoning things up down below in Lounge as we see 6 Karma try to go with a bit of an extension here and a bit of a, well, quite a hold on this CC cache site that we see now. We'll see if this is something that they are going to try to maintain for a while, or Skimsy I mean, you see his position as the Vigil. Not dropping, or at least not on the way to dropping 22 kills just yet, like we've seen from him in the past, but on the hunt very clearly for some action early. Moving from his original position now over to this billiards window. He's got someone on his right, if he's aware of that. He's also got to worry about VJ working their way in, though, from the strip side of things. So a lot of different movement here. Swag is the only player truly caught off guard, looking the wrong way as Infame catches him from behind. Skimzy now, I don't know if he's in a position of power or in a potentially dangerous one. Still trying to maintain this extension, and very clearly, Flynn, Maycam Evolve are on the hunt.
Seems like Skimzy's aware that VJ's walking in through bar, and he is indeed, as he'll peek on up over the perch of the bar table. Raduct as well will collect onto Infame, suddenly turning a man disadvantage into a man advantage on the side of 6 Karma on the defense. Press into stock, attempting to collect any rotations down below. Unsuccessful for Maycam, as you can see all 3 remaining attackers trying to amass themselves in towards stock. The CC defense, but Skimzy's hit the basement now. Kurtz as well will pick up Dirty. So the ascension of the blue stairs up next for the Vigil. That is a 1-for-1 that 6 Karma will take every day of the week. Kurtz may be extending a little far towards the rafter stairwell, but at the end of the day, it's still a 1v2. Redder would have to pull off some miraculous attempts here. We'll bring this one back, and using both asphyxiating bolts that run square into the magnets of the Wumai, means that now his avenue towards the bomb site, Red Stairs, is cut off by his own utility. He has at least positioned some of the fire topside, but now he'll just wait for it to expire and falls at the top of the Red Stairs. Will await his approach. Both defenders, 4-6 Karma stacking on the cross, and Raduct will put 6 Karma into match point in series point.
Yeah, 6 Karma very much alive and have taken firm control of this series. I mean, this amount of momentum has almost come out of nowhere, and they are just going to ride with it all the way until the end. I mean, clearly they are feeling good, and Maycam Evolve just have not come up with a response yet. And we are still at that point where very soon they're going to be staring defeat in the face. Frankly, they are at this point. It is now match point. 6 Karma a chance to finish this one out here. Maycam Evolve, we have yet to see an answer on their attacks, and it feels like that is not something that is going to change anytime soon. I feel like we haven't talked enough about Falls and the performance that he is dropping right now. Now this is back to the team that we know what they can do. This is their team functioning at, well, all levels. Falls with 13 to his name. Infame doing what he can on the Maycam side, but he's the only player in terms of the kills, putting in that kind of work. Falls has only died twice. That's crazy too. 13 and 2 at this point. I mean, other than a miracle comeback 4 in a row for Maycam, this thing is just about wrapped up, and Maycam, they may be packing their bags in just a moment. 6 Karma, if they win this game, would move on to the lower bracket final, where they would await the loser of the upper bracket final best of 1. That would be either Cruelty or Alpha Team. And then the winner of that lower bracket final, the winner of that upper bracket final, would meet to decide who goes to the major. All of that action happening tomorrow, so you don't have to wait till next week to find out. We're going to be back tomorrow when everything is wrapped up here in LATAM. But for now, 6 Karma look to wrap things up on Clubhouse. Maycam Evolve as they move in.
Once again, 6 Karma employing this deployable shield at the top of the Red Stairs as a follow-up to their extension. Different reinforcements, and you can see the cache wall from CC is left sauce. Lots of shots ring out from the exterior platform breach that was opened up by Redder. Now the ascension into rafters. Dirty bringing out the Grimbees, and Grimbees in tandem with soft walls usually does not make for a fun time for defenders, but everyone has vacated the position, surrendering the shield at the top of Red, and reinforcing the construction wall, even though there's still a defender inside of construction. Skimzy is going to fall back immediately upon hearing the Selma begin to detonate, double reinforcing the Logi wall in construction, and a bandit trick coming out from Swag that will be successful at stopping the Selma from detonating at all. So Swag able to read the position well, able to preempt any of the hard breach in towards logistics. It means that for now, even though the fallback has happened once again for 6 Karma. They're in a much stronger position, being able to utilize logistics as a pivot point. Radok gets the opener of the swing from Skimzy for a second one, and now it's a 5v3 advantage yet again.
5v3. 6 Karma could end this right here. Send Maycam packing. VJ, Infame, Kurz, the only 3 that can stand between 6 Karma and a victory. Infame lurking around, exposes his position. Big swing from Falls. He's blinded, but picks up the kill anyway. 5v2 now. Just VJ and Kurz. 40 seconds to play. Moving in from 2 separate sides, VJ is able to pick up one, but a shotgun meets Kurz in construction, and Radok already drops the GGs. This thing just about wrapped up. VJ, 1v4, looks to Jim, gets denied by the Kiba barrier, gets denied on the master window as well. The jump out from Skimzy. 6 Karma feeling good. Diffuser out of pocket, and Kurtz gets the final kill. 6 Karma wrap it up in a cutthroat series, and the trash talk, it seems, finally paid off in the end. 7-2 on map 3. Maycam Evolve will not be making the major, and 6 Karma, their hopes still alive.
Yeah, Maycam Evolve, the first team to be eliminated from the Final 4 of the playoffs in LATAM. 6 Karma get to progress further in the losers bracket. Like you said, Jonah, they'll be awaiting a date with the loser of the 1 seeds in a best of 1 tomorrow, but we'll bring Core back in to wrap up our Saturday that leads into Championship Sunday.
Well, thank you very much for bringing me back. I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed that it ended that way. I was really hoping that Maycam Evolve would make more of a fight out of it. But I think we did see 6 Karma at least stepping up into a little bit of a system. They looked a lot more composed through most of that map, Jonah, than they had previously.
For sure. So much more composed, and I was most impressed by just the improvement that we've seen. I mean, 6 Karma finally looked like a team to be reckoned with. One that clearly was there to play on both attack and the defense. You know, ignore map 1 and how messy that was. Ignore map 2 and their inability to attack. Now, map 3, Clubhouse, that was a performance to remember.
Yeah, I think if we're going to give grief to 6 Karma for losing 4 straight attacks on Chalet, probably do the same for losing 3 straight attacks for Maycam Evolve on Clubhouse. And also, what was that, 6 straight rounds? Oh no, they got 1 in there before the side swap, but yeah, I think it was losing 6 of 7 rounds for Maycam Evolve on a run. So, very deflating way to go out of the bracket, very deflating way to end your season and end your year for the most part, at least that we're aware of. We'll see what the SILCQs look like coming up, but for right now, we bid farewell to Maycam Evolve out of the Final 4, down to the Final 3.
It is down to the final 3, and yeah, it's sad to see them go out. Like I said, I was genuinely hoping we would see a little bit more intensity from them. I feel like that was their match to lose, but day in review, obviously, Cruelty, Alpha Team, that's going to be the big game to start us off tomorrow. Really looking forward to that one. Jonah, Maycam Evolve punches out, so as Flynn says, 6K is just waiting to see who's going to come out of that one. Realistically, probably Alpha Team, but you never know.
No, you never know. I mean, we've seen, come on, unexpected results. This one right here, Maycam Evolve. They were coming hot into the series. Yes. On paper, our predictions was clearly theirs. I think this was a little underdog story here for 6 Karma. We haven't said that a lot in the past, but this one, absolutely true. You see it live. They're right there advancing into that lower bracket final. Alpha Team, Team Cruelty, as he said, it's going to be a close game. Cruelty will be favored 10-0 versus a team that was, 6-3, 6-4? It's a very different story, obviously, but Cruelty, you never know. Based on what we've seen today, Alpha Team, I think they have it in them.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen today from Alpha Team against 6 Karma, it's an opportunity to, again, press their advantage and continue the momentum. Still, like we said, being able to survive the roster change, whatever the circumstances may be for Alpha Team coming into this playoff bracket, it's a change. And maybe change is going to beget some positive results for them, as their end of the group stage was not as hot as that performance against 6 Karma. It's a best of 1 against Cruelty, where we know anything can happen, as witnessed by the 8-6 scoreline for Cruelty.
Yeah.
Didn't go into overtime once in the group stage, and yet they found themselves in overtime in their very first game of the playoffs. So anything is possible, anything can happen, and it's 2 1 seeds going up against each other. That's going to make for a very explosive and fun game to start the day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting Sunday here in LATAM as we figure out which team is going to be going to the major from this region. A big day, one you'll want to watch. But for now here on LATAM, we got to wrap it up. A big thank you, of course, to Jonah and Flynn, our producer, creator in the background, making everything hum. Of course, the LATAM Spanish broadcast team for letting us be a part of their wonderful region. And of course, from all of us here on the LATAM English broadcast, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful evening.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!